Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 4:33 a.m. and today's date is the 28th of February 2025. Yes, it is that time of the morning when you have to get up and go to work. So it is what it is. We got to do what we got to do to feed our family. But God is great. God is awesome. Okay. Stay strong. Life is hard, but never give up. Keep going. Keep on moving forward. Okay. All right. With that being said, we're going to listen to um, the Senate come together, convene together to have a hearing about the budget, the 2025 fiscal year budget. Okay. Let's see what the resolution amounted to. All right. Enjoy the show.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Can you hear me? There we go. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. We're going to move into the markup. I'll give an opening statement in a moment and kind of lay out the rules of what we're going to be doing today and look forward to the debate and the discussion. I think Senator Lujan is, I think he has COVID.
COVID?
We wish him well. Under the rules, he can vote by proxy. So I'll let you do that. I know he has some amendments he wants to offer. You can also offer amendments on his behalf. I don't think he can vote on final passage is what they tell me, but we wish him well and want to make sure that he can participate by proxy. Members will be recognized in accordance with committee practice with recognition granted for the members present at the beginning of the markup in order of seniority. On the committee members arriving after the start of the markup will be recognized in order they arrived. Following opening statements, we'll begin the consideration of amendments to the chairman's mark. Only timely filed amendments will be considered in order. When debate on amendments is concluded, we'll vote to report the resolution. It has been the practice of prior chairs, all amendments other than complete substitutes must be fully offset over the total of years covered by the resolution. Amendments that have no force or effect are not in order under the rules, so sense of the Senate amendments are not permitted. As the budget resolution is considered to be a privileged matter, amendments that risk or endanger the privileged status of the resolution, I will rule out of order. With respect to voting, our committee rules do not allow proxies, but I've covered that before about Senator Lujan. Otherwise, you must be present when the votes take place in order for their vote to be tallied. Has been done in prior markups. I will recognize members to offer and debate amendments in certain blocks of time and then stack the votes on amendments throughout the day. Our committee rules require that we have 11 members present to vote on the reporting budget resolution and 7 members to conduct committee business. In prior years, agreement has been reached to keep the markup moving forward, even if there were at times fewer than 7 members. This has worked well in the past, so I ask unanimous consent that for the purpose of opening statement, the offering of amendments and debate on the amendments during markup, the quorum requirement be considered met for the duration of the markup. Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. I asked members to limit their opening statements to 6 minutes. Just do the best you can. And I will lead by example. So we're here to pass a budget resolution bill that would allow $175 billion to be spent to secure our border, $150 billion to be spent to increase our military capability, about $20 billion, I think, for the Coast Guard, And we're going to instruct the appropriate committees to do that. And we're going to instruct other committees to find offsets that are reconciliation compliant, mandatory spending that's not Social Security. And the reason we're doing that is there's been a bit of debate between the House and the Senate about what to do and why. The reason I want to start, and I want to start now, is because there's a sense of urgency about the immigration plan of President Trump in this regard. 87% of the people, according to the New York Times, support deporting immigrants who are here illegally and have criminal records. 87%. 65% support deporting immigrants who are here illegally and arrived over the last 4 years. 55% support deporting all immigrants who are here illegally. And that's sort of where the public is. The problem we have now is that ICE is running out of money. And to my colleagues in the House, I hope you can pass one big, beautiful bill meeting the priorities of President Trump and what we've been promising to do as a party. But we got to move on this issue. Tom Hallman said yesterday, the ICE czar, for lack of a better word, there are 300,000 children missing in this country, and if we get more money, we can find them quicker, and only God knows what they're going through. We need to finish the wall. Bed space is in short supply, so when we apprehend somebody, they just can't be deported right then on the spot. They have to be housed, and there's a legal process to go through, and we're running out of bed space, so we desperately need more detention space, and we need more ICE agents to make this happen. So what's happened here is that we're dealing with 4 years, in my view, of irresponsible immigration policy. For the last 4 years, people have been waved through the country, into the country, violating the parole statute. Laken Riley.
Morning.
The young lady that was murdered in Georgia. The man convicted of killing her was in custody and was paroled because lack of detention space in Texas. That's not a legitimate reason to parole someone under our law. You can parole people for 2 reasons. A special need they offer to our country, or a unique humanitarian need that they have, not lack of bed space. We're going to fix this. We ran campaigns in 2024 about what to do on immigration, and our party said we're going to deport criminals, we're going to finish the wall, we're going to give ICE the tools they need to bring law and order back to America, and we need money to do that. To my Republican colleagues in the House, I'm pulling for one big, beautiful bill, but there's a sense of urgency. I hope you will consider what we do if you cannot produce the one big, beautiful bill quickly. To my Democratic colleagues, President Trump was right to run on the idea of mass deportations in response to mass illegal immigration. The number of people that have crossed into this country legally in the last 4 years is in the probably over 10 million. And now the hard work of getting the criminals out of the country begins, securing the border and hiring the people necessary to make that happen. This bill will allow the money to be spent to make that happen. If we get this bill through the Senate and the House, ICE will have the money they need to finish the job we promised they would do. If we get this bill through the Senate and the House on the President's desk, the military will have $150 billion to upgrade their ability to defend this nation, and the Coast Guard will be better off. And to my Republican colleagues, we're going to pay for every penny of this. We're going to spend it in 4 years, and we're going to pay for it in 4 years. So I am ready to get started. The campaign is behind us. It's now time to govern. We made promises. We're going to keep those promises, and it starts today. And the next thing we'll do is deal with taxes and spending. And Senator Johnson, I am committed to making sure we spend consistent with the values that we have as Republicans. And I am dying to work with my Democratic colleagues to fix a broken immigration system, but that only happens after you regain control of your border and you deport the people that should have never been here to begin with. The idea of comprehensive immigration reform is going to be put on hold until we get control of our border. I've been involved in every effort to produce a comprehensive immigration bill, and the problem we have now is 4 years of just open borders has done a lot of damage to that idea. It'd be very hard to convince a Republican, let's legalize anybody, no matter how worthy the case may be for legalization, until you first control your border. And we're never going to do that again. I'm never going to be put in that position. We're going to control the border first. We're going to get control over the gangs that roam the streets in America first. Then we'll talk about what to do next. So with that, I look forward to the markup.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for holding this markup so that we can have a public discussion of the values and ideas that are behind this particular budget resolution. Many of us share the concerns about border security. We were involved in the 2013 bipartisan bill that we passed through the Senate. And I might remind you that it was the Republican House that torpedoed that bill. And there was a bipartisan plan last year worked out. And again, it was the Republican candidate for president, then Mr. Trump, who torpedoed that bill. So working together in a cooperative fashion on border security and national security, we're all for. But we are not for this budget resolution. And I'm going to explain why. This budget resolution contains $9 trillion in cuts to programs for working families. This budget resolution has a simple vision. Families lose and billionaires win. It mirrors the last budget presented by Donald Trump and his former OMB director, Russell Vought, the architect of Project 2025. And of course, we now have, again, Russell Vought as OMB director. If you consult the budget tables for the chair's mark, you'll find that in just 2025, it proposes $1 trillion cuts to programs. Well, we also saw reflected that that's an amplification of what was in Trump's and Vought's last budget for 2021, which had $1 trillion spread over a decade. That previous budget slashed programs, slashed them for health care and housing, for seniors and veterans, slashed the funding for hospitals and community health centers, slashed the school meal programs and food pantries, slashed the Head Start programs, the police and firefighter funding. I did all that, and now we're seeing a replay of that strategy. Families on the chopping block, but big, massive giveaways to the richest Americans. This is the great betrayal, because President Trump campaigned on helping families, not destroying the programs that help them stand up, do well, thrive, move into the middle class. So that's why we're so opposed to this particular budget resolution. This resolution sets up a bill that opens the door to making student loans more expensive, closing off the opportunity for millions of students to thrive by attending college. This proposal eliminates the EPA's methane fee, which is a critical tool for encouraging the biggest polluters of this toxic global warming gas, the biggest incentive for them to control and reduce their leaks. This budget sets up a strategy for encouraging massive amounts of drilling for fossil fuels, which pours fuel on the fire of climate chaos, generating more disasters, more droughts, more powerful hurricanes, more floods, more forest fires, afflicting our communities all across this nation. And in turn, it drives up the cost of flood and fire insurance. We're already seeing insurers disappear from the markets in Florida, California, and in my home state of Oregon. And we know families are terribly upset about this vision. We're getting thousands and thousands of phone calls, voicemails, emails from families, every one of our offices. They're concerned about the impacts to education and housing and health care and child care. So, Mr. Chairman, that's not our only concern. Our other concern is that this will continue the record of Republicans driving us deeper into debt. As you will see by this proposed, or this chart behind me, if we look at the first year of deficits for each Republican administration and compare it to the last year, every single Republican administration increases the deficits over the term of their service in office. And every Democratic administration reduces the deficits during their time in office. So we see Republicans campaigning on fiscal responsibility and then proceeding through massive tax cuts to the wealthiest of driving our country deeper into debt. Indeed, This is a vision that's now existed for 40 years. We are seeing a replay of this charade one more time. The trickle down never trickles down. Now, we know that many of the cuts promised in this budget are very real and will hurt families, but we also know that many of them are a mirage. If you take the chairman's mark for just the first year that calls for $1 trillion cuts in just FY25, well, we're halfway through FY25. Our colleague, Senator Johnson, laid out a vision of what those $1 trillion cuts would look like. And what they would look like is virtually wiping out all funding in the balance of FY25 for energy, for natural resources, for agriculture, for community and regional development, for education, training, employment, and social services, and about half of the funding for healthcare, transportation, veterans benefits, unemployment benefits, international aid, commerce, and housing. Now, those cuts are designed to offset the giveaway, the $3.7 trillion of giveaways to the richest Americans. But that magic asterisk, these unallocated program cuts, means when they don't happen, we run the country deeper into debt, repeating the model we have seen time after time after time. I tell you, if you're fooled once, shame on you. But if you're fooled twice, shame on me. Or if I'm fooled twice, shame on me. I mean, now we're talking about the fourth or fifth time we're being fooled with this presentation of fiscal responsibility that, in fact, is designed to give tax cuts to the richest Americans and drive up the national debt while cutting programs for families. This is not government of, by, and for the people. This is government of, by, and for the billionaires. I propose instead we write a budget together that lowers the cost of health care, that builds more affordable housing, that improves education, that creates good-paying jobs, and that tackles climate chaos. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That was close to 6 minutes. That was good. Senator Crapo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As a part of its regular duties to execute the mandate given to Republicans by the American voters in this last election, the Senate Budget Committee will mark up a budget resolution for fiscal year 2025 today. This is not the end, it is the beginning.
Your mic on.
Testing, should I pull it closer?
Is it on? Okay, go ahead.
On his first day in office in January of 2021, President Joe Biden blew open the southern border by using executive authority to rescind a number of successful Trump administration policies. His open border policies brought more than 10 million illegal immigrants into our country. President Biden failed to uphold the law with regard to border security. While President Trump has reinstated many of these important policies through executive order, the fiscal year 2025 budget resolution implements lasting security for American citizens. Additionally, this resolution restores America's military power to counteract Russia, China, and other adversaries around the world. This work, combined with President Trump's America First foreign policy, will keep America the preeminent global power and shore up our national defense. To begin the process of returning to fiscal sensibility, the Finance Committee's instruction in this budget unlocks our ability to reverse a specific costly rule from the prior administration that threatens patients' access to long-term care in rural communities. Not only will this effort provide savings for our shared priorities in this legislation, but it will also serve as a commitment to reform our broken healthcare system, which too often relies on ineffective structures that fail patients, providers, and taxpayers. I want to make it clear that if we receive this instruction in this budget, and I've confirmed this with our Budget Committee Chairman, the Finance Committee's focus will be on this single provision, not on opening up the tax bill or other issues or other efforts to try to reform other parts of our healthcare system. I'll do my best to keep us focused on this provision with this instruction. Finally, by committing to paying for this ambitious agenda, the Senate Republicans have said enough is enough with reckless fiscal policy. It is past time to get our fiscal house in order. While more will be necessary to bring America back to living within its means, this resolution is a superb first step. Mr. Chairman, I just want to reply quickly to some of the comments that have already been made because it's very obvious that the criticisms of what we are trying to do, once again, rely on the politics of fear, saying that we're going to hurt every single person in America except those rich people, and blaming us for raising taxes or trying to get us to raise taxes on everybody in America, claiming that we want to give tax cuts to the wealthy. The TCJA that was referenced already has a $2.6 trillion impact on people making less than $400,000 a year, and that's $400,000 is reached by $200,000 per couple in a married joint return. The vast majority of the numbers that we're talking about are not the wealthy, as is claimed, but they are in fact those who are in our middle and lower income brackets. And I might add, our pass-through entities, small businesses across this country. I think it's time to stop the politics of fear, admit that we've got to control our spending, and let us get on with trying to do the critical work of restoring our border security, restoring our national security, and unleashing the energy potential of this country so that we can again regain our preeminent posture as the strongest economy and the strongest nation in this world.
Thank you. That was 5 minutes. That's good. Senator Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to remind my colleagues that we are just a month away from a deadline to pass the bills to fund our government. And as we approach that deadline, the entire world is watching as President Trump and Elon Musk effectively shut the government down piece by piece, bit by bit, whatever part Elon doesn't like. I want to repeat that. We are already in a partial shutdown. Trump and Musk are shuttering entire agencies, locking workers out of their devices and out of their buildings, and demanding the work of the American people come to a screeching halt. They are illegally blocking hundreds of billions in funding we all secured for the people that we represent back home, putting good-paying jobs on the chopping block, creating incredible uncertainty for businesses, and choking off key funds for infrastructure and energy projects and a lot more. Remember, this is the richest man on earth with deep ties to China and a direct line to Putin, unilaterally, clandestinely, and illegally deciding if our constituents will see the taxpayer dollars they are owed. What they are doing is not just illegal, it is devastating for working people in every single zip code. Right now, we need to be speaking out with a unified voice to ensure that when Congress passes a bill, that law is followed. And we need to focus on negotiating serious funding bills on a bipartisan basis ahead of the fast approaching March 14 deadline. That is what I am trying to do right now. But, and this is really critical, we've got to know that once those bills become law, Trump will actually follow them. We cannot just reach an agreement, pass a bill, and stand by while President Trump rips our laws in half. There is a serious bipartisan path forward for our country, but it is one where Congress works together to avoid a shutdown, stops the de facto shutdown that is already happening, and reasserts its authority to protect the funding that our communities need. Unfortunately, that is a far cry from the path Republicans are setting out today with this pro-billionaire, anti-middle class budget resolution. Let's be clear, the chairman's march doesn't just accept but doubles down on what Trump and Musk are doing, adding both another distraction from the urgent bipartisan work that needs to happen to fund our government and a roadmap for partisan policies and absolutely painful cuts to programs families count on each and every day. Republicans are going down this partisan path because they know Democrats are not going to join them in throwing Medicaid, nutrition assistance, and veterans benefits into the wood chopper so they can throw more tax cuts to billionaires. Make no mistake, this budget resolution is the DOGE resolution, as it assumes the staggering amount of $1 trillion in unspecified cuts in 2025 alone and $9 trillion over 10 years. Where do we think that those sorts of dramatic cuts are going to come from? SNAP benefits that keep kids from going hungry, public schools, community health centers, life-saving medical research. Make no mistake, if you are cutting that deeply and that painfully, you will have to start cutting things like veterans health care, assistance to our farmers, Medicare, and Medicaid, which, for the information of all senators, 30 million children rely on. There's just no other way to make these numbers work, especially when we know that this is just step one in the plan, and step two is more tax breaks for billionaires and massive corporations. So first, they are handing Elon Musk a chainsaw to cut programs families rely on with no accountability, and then they're rewarding him with enormous tax breaks, and that is completely unacceptable to me. We should not be cutting health care for working families to deliver massive tax breaks for the wealthiest billionaires. So I urge all of my colleagues, hit the brakes, and not just on this devastating partisan budget resolution. Hit the brakes on what Trump and Musk are doing right now. Let's come together and work on a serious bipartisan bill to fund the government and get investments that are sorely needed out to the people we represent. And let's come together to demand real accountability for the shutdown they're conducting right now. Instead of a markup to hand Elon Musk more power, we need a hearing to hold him more accountable. This billionaire is operating completely in the dark, hoping his lies about corruption are loud enough to drown out any calls for truth. When he tweeted out the names of government employees months ago, that was accountability. But when reporters name people gaining illegal access to Treasury's payment system, that's a crime. He gets to look at all of our most sensitive data, but no one gets to look at what he is actually doing. That cannot be the standard. So when are we going to have a hearing with the people who are illegally firing workers who protect families from scams, illegally canceling grants to community health centers, illegally freezing funds to rebuild your local highway, illegally shutting entire agencies that keep our country safe, and now this plan outsourcing $1 trillion in cuts for this year alone? That's not rhetorical. I hope the chair will answer. When will we have a hearing with Elon Musk? He seems to be central to this budget plan, but no one, at least no one on our side of the aisle, has heard from him. No one. And he's making big decisions about our country's spending, and he's not just doing it without Congress, he is doing it in spite of what Congress has already decided. We should not be giving up our power of the purse. We should be getting answers. If Elon Musk really has nothing to hide, then he should try to leave his safe place on X and Trump rallies and come before this committee, Mr. Chairman, to be accountable to the public. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you're well aware, this budget does none of the things, virtually none of the things that Democrats are accusing you of doing in the markup. We're not slashing. There aren't draconian cuts. We're not giving things away to the ultra wealthy. What we're hearing is the same old tax and spend rhetoric, the scare tactics that our colleagues on the other side have used for decades now to mortgage our children's future. What this budget is all about is starting to clean up, take the first steps in cleaning up the enormous messes left behind by the Biden administration and his allies, Democrat allies here in Congress. I want to talk about two of them. We're $36.4 trillion in debt. No family, if they were faced with a serious illness and had to borrow $50,000 to pay for medical bills, if that family member got well, would keep borrowing $50,000 and keep spending at that level. That is an insane approach. Nobody would do that. But that's exactly what the federal government's done. Let me take a look at the first chart. In 2019, the fiscal year before the pandemic, the federal government spent $4.4 trillion. Year of the pandemic, we had to do something fast and massive so markets wouldn't collapse, so we went on a massive spending spree, spent almost $6.6 trillion, 6.5. Now again, when the pandemic wound down, you would think we would return to some reasonable baseline spending level. We didn't do that. For the next 5 years, we averaged $6.5 trillion. Last year, we spent $6.9. The Wall Street Journal just reported the first 4 months, we spent $2.43 trillion. Multiply times 3, that's $7.3 trillion, 61% ahead above $4.4 trillion. Our population grew at 2.6. This is completely unjustified. No family, no business would do this. That's what the federal government has done. So the question is, how do we return to a reasonable pre-pandemic spending level? Now, I'm sure, I know Republicans do, maybe even Democrats too, talk about zero-based budgeting. Now, unfortunately, I don't think we'll ever return to that, but here's the next best thing. Over the Christmas break, I went back to look at other budgets that we could use as a baseline. And don't accept them all, but I mean, use them as a reasonable baseline. So I looked back in 1998, where we actually had a surplus of $69 billion under Bill Clinton. Now, if you take that $1.7 trillion of total outlays from 1998, increase it to account for population growth and inflation, use today's Social Security, Medicare, and interest payments. So you exempt those programs, but inflate Bill Clinton's total outlays, you'd end up spending $5.5 trillion this year. Now, what's interesting about that is President Biden is projecting $5.5 trillion of revenue. Using Bill Clinton's budget from 1998, his total outlays, by the way, that was supported by Senators Grassley, McConnell, Murray, Wyden, Durbin, Collins, Schumer, Graham, Thune, Wicker, Moran back in 1998. Very bipartisan budget. We'd have a balanced budget. Now, if that's too reasonable for you, I took a look at President Obama's 2014 budget. Again, used this year's Social Security, Medicare, and interest, but grew those total outlays by population growth and inflation. You'd end up with $6.2 trillion and about a $700 billion deficit. Again, too reasonable for you? Not reasonable enough? Go to 2019 actual spending. Grow that by population and inflation, you'd be at $6.5 trillion. No matter how you cut it, the worst case scenario, using those very reasonable baselines, you'd save $800 billion by basically spending what we did only 5 years ago. There's nothing draconian about that. It's called reasonable. Now, what Chairman Graham has done, he's taken a fourth option. I took a look at what President Trump budgeted in his last year in office for 2025. That was $5.5 trillion. That also would balance the budget, but that wouldn't account for Social Security and Medicare at today's level. So if you put those figures in there, you're at $6.061 trillion. That's the chairman's mark. Now, again, nobody's suggesting you use every line item in President Trump's budget. It's a top-line figure. Personally, I'd go back to the Clinton budget. Take a look at that. You have about $500 billion to plus up things like defense, veterans benefits. Again, there's all kinds of reasonable ways to approach this. We're just not approaching it reasonably. So again, we've got a pathway, a very reasonable way. We've got 4 different options here of how to return to a pre-pandemic level to clean up that mess, this massive amount of deficit spending and debt. But here's why we're really here today. Final chart. To clean up this mess. The open borders that President Biden used his presidential authority. You know, we kept hearing lies that we needed a bill. No, we didn't need a bill. President Trump used the presidential authority he had after his border crisis caused by DACA to secure the border before he left office. President Biden used that exact same presidential authority, open it wide up, create a clear and present danger that now we're having to clean up that mess. And by the way, just to prove they had the presidential authority to close it back down, when it became a political liability in 2024, he started using that authority and he started closing the border. What President Trump is doing, he's closing it. But he needs help. He needs another $175 billion, and that is the main purpose of this markup. We're not slashing, we're not giving away, tons of dollars to the wealthy. We're trying to clean up the mess of an open border that threatens every American. That's what we're trying to do here. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your dedication to also coming up with a reasonable spending level, pre-pandemic spending level, in our next round of this. So thank you much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Is that on? Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to start with a couple of quick comments about the big picture. This committee exists to serve as the foundation for our constitutional authority over the federal budget. According to our founding document, control over the federal purse begins, colleagues, in this room. Right now, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are making a mockery out of the constitutional authority I've cited with brazen acts of lawlessness on a daily basis. Trump and Musk seem to have gutted funding for cancer research. Folks in red states get cancer too. They've gutted higher education funding. We've seen students all over the Hill the last couple of days. Students in red states are going to suffer. And communities that depend on community colleges and universities as job centers and economic engines suffer too. Community health centers and rural hospitals teeter on the edge. Farmers are missing payments they're owed by the government. All of this is happening as a result of an unconstitutional power grab by the wealthiest man in the world, a man who paid for an election but received no votes. My view is senators can either stand up and fight, or they can beg for charity, as some already have begun to do, from those who are ripping our democracy apart. I wouldn't plan on that second approach working out for very long. Now I want to move to the resolution before us. I wish that we were having a real discussion about fixing the border. To do that, you got to start with the facts, and here's the Republican record. There was an effort in 2007 to get a bipartisan agreement on immigration. Republicans tanked it. There was another opportunity in 2013. A bipartisan bill even reached the Senate floor. Again, Republicans tanked it. Yet again in 2024, with an even more conservative proposal led by Jim Lankford, the Republicans tanked that as well. My view is Donald Trump doesn't really have a plan to fix the border. He's going to yell about the border. He's going to look tough while he's doing it. And apparently this committee is going to spend more than $100 billion of real money to help him with all that posturing. Now to the budget for today. This is about setting up a glide path to achieve two major Republican goals: giving another round of tax breaks to the ultra-wealthy and paying for it by ripping health insurance away from tens of millions of Americans, particularly in Medicaid. Now, Congress used to make bipartisan progress on Medicaid. We've got a lot of finance members around, and some remember that. That era of bipartisan progress on Medicaid, colleagues, closed in 2017 when Donald Trump first tried to gut it. He would have succeeded if not for a thumbs down from the late John McCain. In the days and weeks ahead here in the Senate, there's going to be an effort to keep the Medicaid cuts hidden behind the curtain, but they're going to come sooner or later. House Republicans have been floating documents talking about $2 trillion. As according to press reports, House Speaker Mike Johnson is expected to release a budget with between $1 and $2 trillion in cuts to the social safety net, with the Medicaid program target number 1. And I'd like to just comment briefly on the comments made by my colleague from Idaho. What he's been describing on this nursing home rule, the Republicans would literally take the nurse out of a nursing home. It would eliminate requirements that nursing homes have at least one nurse on site 24/7. That proposal that apparently they're talking about on the Republican side is going to make it harder for seniors in a nursing home to get a shower, go to the toilet, or get their meals on time. I don't think this is where the country wants to go. I'm going to fight this every step of the way. This goes back to Gray Panther days. This is real business if you're talking about cutting senior citizens on nursing homes. The fact is, this Medicaid budget is what keeps older people and the vulnerable out of squalor and destitution. Medicaid pays for 2 out of 3 nursing home beds in America. It provides home and community-based care for millions more, which is essential for Americans with disabilities. Where are our seniors going to turn to when nursing homes no longer accept Medicaid? And it's an essential building block for kids as well. Medicaid is especially important, and senators know this because we are a rural institution. Medicaid is a lifeline. It is the survival tool in rural America. If Republicans got Medicaid, rural America is going to become a healthcare desert. We're already seeing they're having problems delivering babies in rural America. To the vulnerable people whose lives are made worse as a result of these cuts, it's going to be cold comfort that their hardship allows some billionaire pal of some of these secretaries and Donald Trump to get a bigger yacht or more art for their private collection. We should not fall down on the job here. We ought to be defending the Constitution and making it possible for all Americans to have a chance to get ahead. We want people to do well. We appreciate it. But we don't want the brakes just to go to the people at the top. We want all Americans to get ahead. Those are our values, and that's what we're going to fight for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Americans know that the southern border has been in chaos under the previous administration, and nobody knows it better than my constituents in Texas with the 1,200-mile common border with Mexico. And Americans are quite aware that they are living in the most dangerous time since World War II, at a time that our military is stretched thin and underfunded and undermanned. I believe the chairman's mark lays down the necessary groundwork to secure the border and strengthen our military. More importantly, these priorities will be funded not by spending more money that we don't have and adding to our national debt, but by redirecting lower priority federal programs, money from lower priority federal programs. That's what it means to budget. It's to choose, make choices. That's what families and then small businesses across the country do. I must say, while I will certainly support this budget resolution, I'm concerned that it does not go far enough. 15 years ago, retired Admiral Mike Mullen, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said, as the national debt grows, we are more beholden to creditors around the globe and have fewer resources to invest in strength at home. The national debt represents a clear threat to the United States to operate an efficient and effective response to its national defense. The national debt at that time was $14 trillion. Today, according to Senator Johnson, is $36.4 trillion, more than double. What do we hear from our Democratic colleagues? Don't cut a thing, not a penny. With all of the outrageous expenditures that have been revealed as a result of the Department of Government efficiency efforts led by Elon Musk, our Democratic colleagues aren't saying, yeah, let's look at some of this spending, see what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. They're saying, don't cut a thing. There is not a penny of wasteful spending. Well, that just defies common sense. Just this past Monday, the Congressional Budget Office reported that federal spending rose 15% in the first 4 months of the current fiscal year. Even taking into account certain timing shifts, spending still rose by 7%. That's what it means to be on autopilot. And I doubt the budgets of American families have risen by 7% during the same time. I appreciate the fact the Trump administration has shown a commitment to bringing fiscal sanity to Washington by eliminating wasteful Washington spending. And as expected, big government advocates are expressing shock and horror that anyone would even consider such a thing. What is less shocking is that these same folks had no problem with the previous administration illegally ignoring Supreme Court decisions by issuing a blank check to college loan borrowers from paying bills that they agreed to pay in the first instance. In other words, taking billions of dollars from taxpayers who didn't go to college to pay for those who did, in defiance of a Supreme Court decision. Congress needs a reliable partner. The elections in November give us a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I believe, to act this year and to do serious work. That requires us to reform mandatory spending. Only 28% of the spending that the Congress does is addressed on an annual basis through the appropriations process. 28%. The rest of it's on autopilot. Mandatory spending, tax expenditures out of the $6.5+ trillion that the federal government spends each year. It defies any reason to fail to look at that mandatory and tax expenditures and to try to balance the budget looking at only 28% of the federal spending. It just won't work. And I cannot imagine anyone who would seriously argue that continuing to spend more on paying interest on the debt than our military is a positive development or sustainable, but that's where we are today. Today's markup, I think, is an inflection point. It is good progress on two important priorities, but it is only a start. I worry that despite all the rhetoric we hear on both sides of the aisle about dealing with the debt, we will never do the hard work that requires us to address it. And I applaud the House of Representatives' efforts, as difficult as it is to begin that process. But more work remains in this body as well. And I hope that we don't find ourselves down the road expecting to pass a bill that will alleviate a multi-trillion-dollar tax increase on the American people, which I believe it's imperative we do, and we ignore our spending addiction. And people say, well, you got to vote for this tax bill because otherwise we're going to have a multi-trillion-dollar tax increase, and ignore dealing with our fundamental mandatory spending problems. So I think if that happens, we will have once again failed the American people and future generations. So I will vote for this budget resolution. I think the priorities the chairman has laid out are very important, but I do believe it's only a start. And I think we should be incredibly cautious when we in the Senate assume that the House of Representatives can pass anything, given the slender margins that the Speaker is working with. And that's what we're betting on with this budget resolution, that we'll come back and deal with the other parts of our spending addiction later on, along with the tax bill. But that's where we are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Just want to echo what you said. You can't grow your way out of debt. And I believe that tax cuts will help the economy grow. But if you don't deal with the mandatory spending problem, you just can't get there. Senator Cornyn is absolutely right, and I'm dedicated to the idea that we will do that, because if we don't, we'll all fail together. Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to my colleagues. I view this exercise and this resolution as a Trojan horse. If the Republican majorities really cared about the budget, we'd have an appropriations deal. We would have had an appropriations deal before the end of the last calendar year, or we would have an appropriations deal by March 14, especially since now both houses are in Republican majority. That's the way you show you care about a budget. And yet, while I hope this is not true, all signs suggest that the two Republican houses do not want to reach an omnibus appropriations bill. If you cared about the budget, you would. If my colleagues cared about the budget, they would complain at Elon Musk and Donald Trump unilaterally violating past appropriations deals that we all voted for and that the president signed. If you cared about the budget, that would matter to you. A deal should be a deal. Instead, my colleagues are quietly acquiescing to Head Start programs in their states being closed down, to community health clinics in their states being closed down, to veterans, hospitals, and clinics being on reduced staff. Why would you quietly acquiesce to those kinds of violations of appropriations bills you voted for if you care about the budget? This is a Trojan horse. The advertised purposes of this resolution are twofold: border security and defense. Let me take defense first. I'm on the Armed Services Committee. Do you need to use reconciliation to do defense spending? We not only spend hundreds of billions of dollars on defense in a bipartisan agreement, just last year we twice added to that. In an April supplemental bill, we added money to defense. And at the end of the year on an emergency bill, we added more money to defense, and we did it with bipartisan votes. You don't need to use reconciliation to find spending on defense. We do it all the time in a bipartisan way. How about border security? I've been here since 2013. We did a border security bill that was bipartisan in this body then. The House Republicans killed it. We had a bipartisan deal in this body in 2018. President Trump said vote against it. We had a bipartisan deal in 2024. President Trump said vote against it. All of those bills had significant resources to invest in border security. Donald Trump and House Republicans opposed them. We just passed an immigration bill, the Laken-Riley Act, that got bipartisan votes. You do not need reconciliation to do defense. You do not need reconciliation to do border security. There's a demonstrated track record in this body that both of those can be done in a bipartisan way. So what's this bill about? If you don't need reconciliation for defense and you don't need reconciliation for border security, what's it about? And that's what my colleagues have discussed. The effort that has begun today is an effort to dramatically cut spending on programs that affect everyday Virginians and everyday Americans. Those dollars, combined with the tariffs that Donald Trump is laying on American families that will make everything more expensive, then go into a big pot that gets used to fund tax cuts for the wealthy. This tax cuts for the wealthy is not part of this bill, but it's part of the big, beautiful bill that the House is rolling out today. They're suggesting there need to be $4.5 trillion of tax cuts, and we know they will go to the wealthiest. That is the end result of this. So I would just say, you know, let's just be candid about what's going on here. You know, we really can't trick people. They're the ones out in the communities that are complaining about Head Start programs being closed or health clinics being shuttered or workers being laid off or agencies being shut down unilaterally. 30% of federal workers are veterans, for God's sake. It's about 1 to 3% of the civilian workforce. 30% of the federal workforce is veterans. They're the people that are being laid off unilaterally by this president. So I do view this, we will fight today. We'll offer amendments to try to clarify what's going on, to try to protect Medicaid and other safety net programs. But let's just be clear about what this is about. This is an effort to amass savings off the backs of everyday people whose programs are cut, plus tariff revenue, and to direct all of that towards tax cuts to the wealthiest. That's where this is going, and we need to fight against it. I yield back. Thank you.
Senator Kennedy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Point one, I don't care whether we do one bill or two bills. I can teach it round or flat. I just want to see us pass something. I don't view this as a competition. I know Mike Johnson. I have complete confidence in Mike Johnson. And we should too. Point two. I don't know how many foreign nationals came into our country illegally under President Biden. 8 million, 10 million, 12 million. I do know that it was a lot. And using the most conservative efforts, we probably added about 4 Nebraskas to the United States. We don't have the slightest idea who they are. We know some of them are children. We don't have the slightest idea where they are. I believe it was intentional. I don't know why President Biden and his team decided to do it, but only one of two circumstances are possible. Either it was intentional, or the people in charge you wouldn't hire to manage a Costco food court. And I don't think it was the latter. I think an intentional decision was made. I don't hate President Biden. I don't hate anybody. I hope he finds peace in retirement. But the fact is, we have an extra 12 million people who are in our country illegally. Most Americans don't support illegal immigration. They think illegal immigration is illegal. Duh. It's not because they're racist. They look at the southern border like they look at the front door at their home. Most Americans lock their front door at night. They don't do that because they hate everybody on the outside. They lock their front door at night because they love the people on the inside. And they want to know who's going in and out of their home. We've got to fix the problem of illegal immigration, and we have to have money to do it. Point 3, defense. I am convinced, based on the classified and unclassified information that I've seen, that President Xi in China is working with President Putin in Russia and is working with the Ayatollah in Iran against the United States of America and Western values, including but not limited to freedom. I believe their ultimate goal is to have Russia dominate Central and Eastern Europe. I believe their ultimate goal is to have Iran dominate the Middle East. And President Xi's ultimate goal, he's the quarterback of this ball club, is to dominate the Indo-Pacific, be free to roam at will in sub-Saharan Africa and South America. Now, I don't want America to be the world's policeman, but I don't want President Xi or President Putin or the Ayatollah in Iran to be the world's policeman either. And the world I just described, if I am correct, the objectives of our enemies, if I am correct, is not a world that will be safe for America. Weakness invites the wolves. We have to spend more money on defense. Final point. Having said all of that, it's being proposed that we spend $300 billion for a good cause, in my judgment. But $300 billion. There's been a lot of rhetoric, I don't mean that in a pejorative way, about we're going to pay for this. We need to pay for this. That's just as important as the immigration money and the defense money. We need to have real pay-fors. We cannot sustain our spending. I understand a lot of it is for a good cause, but if we're honest with ourselves, nobody around this place ever stands up and says, I've got a bad idea and I need money for it. It's always a good cause. But this kind of spending is going to destroy America. It won't be a fiscal cliff. It won't be. One day we won't be fine and the next day falling off. That's not how this works. This kind of spending destroys you like termites. If you get termites, your house doesn't fall on a Tuesday, your house doesn't fall apart on a Wednesday, but those termites eat away and they eat away and they eat away and you know what I'm saying. I hope we do this right. I'd like to see us do it together. I don't live in La La Land. I know that's unlikely, but I'm going to try to be here as much as I can and listen to my colleagues' ideas. And I think they're smart people, and I would invite them to make their suggestions. I for one, will take them seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. It was just a few weeks ago, I think, that in the regular Senate Budget Committee room, we had a hearing for Russ Vought, his nomination to be the head of OMB. And at that time, Senator Murray and I both asked him a direct question, whether he would commit to complying with the law, including the Impoundment Control Act. And he refused to say yes. And now he's over at OMB, and we see a whole lot of illegal actions going on, which is why our courts are now filled with various actions and complaints, and judges are issuing TROs. It would be helpful if our colleagues would help those lawyers defend Article 1, because they're shredding Article 1. And I think it's also important to remember exactly who Russell Vought is, because he is the architect of Project 2025. What is Project 2025? It's the plan, the blueprint that candidate Trump, when asked about it, said, I don't know anything about it. I don't know who those people are. And yet he went about installing Russell Vought in the command and control center for the budget of the United States. And what they're doing now is implementing Project 2025. And the reason candidate Trump didn't want to talk about it is because he knew how unpopular it was. That's why he ran away from it on the campaign trail. And yet they now have Elon Musk doing a lot of their dirty work. He's not trying to save money. This isn't about government efficiency, right? If you care about government efficiency, you don't start by firing all the inspector generals whose job it is to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. In fact, by doing that, you clear the way for more potential corruption. And that is what they're talking about in terms of this so-called Schedule F. They want to get rid of 50 to 60,000 merit-based federal employees and replace them with political stooges. That just invites more waste and corruption. But I think we should take a good look at Project 2025, because I know that the subject of this resolution purports to be focused only on immigration and defense. But if you read the fine print, it opens the door for many of the unpopular proposals in Project 2025, like going after Medicaid, which helps working families, which helps seniors, which helps kids with disabilities, like going after the Children's Health Program, like going after food and nutrition programs for kids. That's all part of Project 2025 that candidate Trump said he knew nothing about, but installed Russ Vought to be the command center guy at OMB. And if you look at this resolution, they actually begin to pave the way for those cuts, just as they paved the way for big tax cuts to disproportionately go to the very wealthy and the biggest corporations. Because the resolution notes a $3.7 trillion cut to revenue over 10 years. Now, I support continuing the tax breaks that go to people under $400,000. I support it for the middle class, but the great bulk of those tax cuts are going to very wealthy people and big corporations. So that's laid out here. The resolution also has a spending decrease of $11.5 trillion over 10 years, including about $1 trillion cuts this year. So it doesn't say where the $11.5 trillion are coming from. I don't know if Elon Musk is trying to dismantle big parts of the federal government to make way for those big tax cuts for very wealthy people. We've seen their actions already at a number of federal agencies. But let me tell you this, if you fired every single civilian federal employee, including the 60% of them who work at DOD, the VA, and the Department of Homeland Security, you'd save $271 billion. That's not a lot of money, but that would shut down Social Security, it would shut down Medicare. And you're talking about $1 trillion. So this year. So I am going to be really interested to see where our colleagues are going to come up with that. And I suspect Project 2025 is going to be the blueprint. Yes, that blueprint that Trump said he knew nothing about. Cuts, as I said, to the Affordable Care Act, to Medicaid, to nutrition programs. And I will also point out that those who say they want to reduce the deficit and debt, as I have, having another tax break for very wealthy people adds to the deficit and debt. And this bill actually includes a little escape hatch. I just heard Senator Kennedy talk about it wanting to be real cuts. Well, if that's true, why is there a provision in here that it says there's a Senate point there? Because there's a Senate point of order right now that prevents us from increasing the deficit by more than $10 billion in any fiscal year in the budget window without being fully offset. But this resolution includes language that turns off that point of order. So if Senator Kennedy or I want to get up and say, this actually, your plan is going to increase the deficit, this resolution turns off that point of order on the Senate floor. So I'm going to be very interested to see what happens here, because what it is a big open door for tax cuts for the very wealthy, for the people who were actually sitting behind Donald Trump when he gave that inaugural address, when he talked about the golden age with Elon Musk and the tech titans behind him. Those aren't the forgotten people that he talked about on the campaign trail, but that's who he wants to deliver tax cuts for. So I'm looking forward to the debate, Mr. Chairman, because we have a president who said he was going to help bring down prices. Eggs are going through the roof. Waffle House just added a 50-cent surcharge for eggs. And yet he's talking about undermining these very important programs for the American people while giving a big tax break to the super wealthy. I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you. Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Chairman Graham, and thank you, Ranking Member Merkley, for holding today's markup. Chairman Graham, thank you for your leadership in getting this budget resolution done quickly. I'm glad that we're acting fast to reverse the bad policies of the last administration. The last 4 years of the Biden administration failed the American people. Under President Biden's watch, millions of illegal aliens flooded across our border. President Biden's open border policies created a national security, humanitarian, and drug catastrophe at our southern border. Even worse, the Biden border crisis made Nebraska a border state. Let's through some of the numbers the last 4 years. We had 10.5 million border encounters since Biden took office. In 2023, Border Patrol agents encountered 169 people on the FBI's terrorist watch list and another 103 in 2024. Under the first Trump administration, in 2019, that number was zero and often in the single digits. On a single day in December, U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered 12,600 people trying to enter the country illegally. It's at an all-time single-day record for the number of people trying to break into our country. In 2019, the former Obama administration Secretary of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson, said 1,000 crossings a day would be a crisis. 12,600 is a catastrophe. But crossings weren't the only cost. Record amounts of deadly drugs also came across Biden's open borders into the hands of our children and loved ones. We experienced this in Nebraska. Taryn Lee Griffin was a young mom of two who took a pill that she thought was Percocet, but it was laced with fentanyl, and she died from it. Sadly, that has occurred all across our country. In 2019, when I was governor in Nebraska, law enforcement took 46 pills off of our streets. 46 pills, just 46, 2019. Then Joe Biden came into office as president. In just the first 6 months of his administration in 2021, Nebraska law enforcement took 151,000 pills. 151,000, from 46 to 151,000 in just 6 months of Joe Biden's administration. We see this annually across the country, where the leading cause of death of young Americans age 18 to 45 is fentanyl. 100,000 people a year, 70,000 from fentanyl are dying. If any country had attacked us and killed 100,000 of our citizens, we'd be up in arms. We'd be declaring war. And while Americans continue to die, the cartels and Chinese drug manufacturers continue to smuggle the precursors of fentanyl across our borders. While I was governor, after Biden became president, law enforcement started confiscating twice as much methamphetamine, 3 times as much fentanyl, and 10 times as much cocaine because of our open borders policies and the southern border being wide open. The cartels took advantage of it. You see that point I'm trying to illustrate, Chairman Graham? The border is not a crisis, it's a catastrophe. President Trump ran on securing the border. The American people voted for Trump to secure our borders. President Trump promised basic security. He knows better than anyone how to get border crossings down. During his first administration, he brought those down to a 40-year low. And that's why we're here today. We're here to support our Border Patrol agents, fund the border wall, complete that wall, and improve CBP port facilities. We'll also support our Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers in the process, too. They are dealing with unprecedented circumstances. As you mentioned in your opening remarks, there are 300,000 missing children who have crossed the southern border under the Biden administration, but the Biden administration has no idea where they are. Additionally, we have 1.4 million illegal immigrants who came to this country asking for asylum and have been refused and now are set to be deported. All the more concerning of the 10.5 million crossings under the Biden administration, those who have committed crimes and were convicted and are pending charges, 350,000 of those. Over 35,000 were for homicides and sexual assault. We must secure the border for Americans like Laken Riley, who was murdered by an illegal immigrant, Jose Ibarra, who came here again, claiming asylum. We also must do it for Nebraskans people like Sarah Root, who was killed in Nebraska by an illegal alien drunk driver who was never held accountable. We can secure the border without adding to the national debt, which has already been rising rapidly due to the reckless federal spending under the Biden administration. This reconciliation package will be fully paid for. I look forward to passing this budget resolution package quickly. This is a very important first step in moving forward on the reconciliation bill so we can deliver results for the American people and the President's agenda. So thank you very much, Chairman Graham, for holding this markup. With that, I yield back.
Senator Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This budget resolution and reconciliation bill that will spring from it has been billed as legislation that will secure the border, promote energy independence, and bolster military readiness. These are the three principles. I got to tell you, can't imagine any on this side of the aisle that wouldn't be proud to support. I just hope we'll get a chance to participate in that process. For example, I want to secure the border. That's why I supported the bipartisan Sinema-Langford agreement to invest $20 billion to strengthen the security of the U.S.-Mexico border. It's why I pushed the last administration to prioritize additional resources to stop the flow of illicit drugs like fentanyl from coming through ports of entry. And as Vice Chair of the Senate Intel Committee, I know there are a number of threat actors that are seeking to exploit weakness in our security measures. I believe we should do more to protect the homeland and bolster our military readiness. We should invest more ships and submarines, of course, built in Hampton Roads, of course, and we should do more to support service members and their families, both during their time in service and afterwards. And of course, a strong national defense is not only about who has the most tanks and guns, but who is making strategic investments and harnessing emerging technologies like AI. And if this is about energy independence, we should use every tool at our disposal to lower the cost for working families, while also working to make sure the new energy sources are affordable, sustainable, and efficient. For example, last year I started the Senate Advanced Nuclear Caucus with Senator Risch. We are focused on finding practical solutions to scale up both the volume and use of safe, clean nuclear energy, I think particularly in SMRs. Although smart investments made under the last administration, we're seeing more of my home state of Virginia taking a leading role in offshore wind production and producing clean energy vehicles built right in the heart of Southwest Virginia in Dublin. So if my Republican colleagues want to work in a bipartisan way to shore up our border, our defense, our energy policy, sign me up. But what I won't do and what I can't support is a one-sided partisan effort that slashes the programs that helps working families. Frankly, oftentimes to pay for tax cuts for those of us at the top. I object to the idea that we should kick seniors and children off Medicaid for this. Around 80 million Americans are covered by Medicaid and CHIP. Nearly half of them are kids. I can't support a budget that takes a sledgehammer to health care for sick kids. And it's downright irresponsible to slash our nation's most important anti-hunger program at a time when households are seeing increased prices for groceries. Under the Trump administration, the cost of a dozen eggs is now over $7. I heard those same eggs talked about a lot a lot of times last year under the Biden prices. Now that we're up to $7 for a dozen eggs under the Trump administration, I would point out those same eggs were about $4 in October. Beef is more expensive, orange juice is more expensive, coffee is more expensive, and that's before we bring on the tariff costs. And a matter of fact, in the face of rising costs, we're talking about cutting benefits of about $6.20 per person per day. This is a short-sighted move that will lead to increased food insecurity, poverty, lower health education outcomes for working people. I also cannot believe during these challenging times, my colleagues would consider cutting vital education programs as well as we all think about schooling up for AI purposes. I'm hearing that the majority wants to slash student loan programs, raising costs for our young people. To my Republican friends who, like me, hear often from our constituents about the tremendous need for more American workers. Matter of fact, by going after student aid, you're cannibalizing the workforce of the future. If you're wondering, if you're a young person today watching this hearing, and I'm not sure what would drive you to be doing that, and you're struggling to pay back a student loan, get on the phone. Call a Republican senator now. If you're a parent who has plotted out that last student loan program, let me flash Senator Graham's number on the screen right now. Call now before noon and get an extra Genzai knives to go along with that decreased student loan. If you're a teacher, firefighter, a cop who's hoping that the promise of the public service loan forgiveness will come to you all, well, we're here to support it. Some of our colleagues on the other side are not. There are responsible ways for paying for a package like this. Those of us who were involved in the Simpson-Bowles Dodd-Frank effort, or the Simpson-Bowles effort around debt and deficit, we laid out very bold cuts that spread the pain. I hope that we can go back and look at some of those ideas as well, and at the meantime, make sure that we do not end up going into long-term investments that were created by the bipartisan infrastructure bill. We need to have a lot more conversation about supporting our defense industrial base, securing the border. But frankly, Mr. Chairman, I think we can do better than what's been presented. Thank you, and I yield back.
Well, the chair knows that Senator Warner has been involved in bipartisan efforts to make hard decisions for a long time. It's much appreciated.
Unsuccessfully.
Well, just keep plugging. We have a vote on. Let's just keep going with opening statements, so then we'll break for lunch and do amendments. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, last November, the American people made their voices heard. President Trump was elected with a very clear mandate to secure a border and keep Americans safe. Under 4 years of the Biden administration, our border completely collapsed because of his radical policies and open border agenda. America is a more dangerous place because President Biden allowed criminals, drugs, terrorists, and other dangerous people into our communities. There are real consequences to Biden's failure to secure the border, and each victim has a name. Real Americans have been killed, real Americans have been torn apart by vicious crimes and deadly drugs because of Biden's open border. Over 10 million people illegally crossed into our country, while millions were allowed to stay and had the red carpet rolled out for them courtesy of the American taxpayer, thanks to Joe Biden. There have been sexual assaults and murders committed by illegal aliens all over the country. Even in my home state of Florida, where a young man was killed, the man charged for his death is an illegal alien. In 2023 alone, former Secretary Mayorkas approved the transit of 320,000 inadmissible illegal aliens to 43 U.S. airports pre-approved by DHS through the CBP One app. Many of them go through Florida on commercial flights. My colleagues, my Democrat colleagues, voted against deporting illegal aliens who hurt police, like the violent attack on uniformed police officers in New York, cited by a group of illegal migrants, some with known gang affiliations who unlawfully entered the country under Biden's watch. And Democrats voted against the Lincoln Riley Act, which simply requires ICE to take illegal aliens who commit crimes into custody before tragedies strike. I want to thank President Trump for signing the bill into law just days after taking office. Democrats have also voted for open borders and against keeping our country and law enforcement officers safe. Unfortunately, that's their record. Millions of illegal aliens who Joe Biden allowed to enter, move into, and remain in our country unlawfully. There have also been 70,000 fentanyl deaths in the U.S. each year. Violent crime was up 5% under the failed Biden administration because it had no regard for public safety or border security. Here are Americans that were killed by illegal criminal aliens. Jocelyn Ngari, age 12, was killed by 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who were charged with capital murder. Her body was found in a creek in Houston. Gloria Casio, age 53, died in a car accident when an illegal alien hit a minivan and pickup truck about 30 miles south of Portland, Maine. Ruby Garcia, age 25, was killed during a carjacking attempt in Michigan by an illegal alien who was deported to Mexico in 2020, but entered the U.S. again without permission. She was found dead on a road with a gunshot wound to the head. Washington State Trooper Christopher Gadd was killed when an illegal alien crashed into his cruiser at more than 100 miles per hour. He was a husband and father of a beautiful daughter. Travis Wolf was just 12 years old when an illegal alien from Venezuela crashed into the car carrying Travis and his parents. Alex Wise, age 10, was walking home from school when he was hit and killed by an illegal alien who had been deported 5 times. Elizabeth Medina, age 16, was reported stalked by an illegal alien who eventually killed her. She was found by a mother in their apartment's bathtub. Jeremy Hu Caceres was just 2 years old when he and his mother were caught in the crossfire of an illegal alien in Maryland. We all know Laken Riley, the nursing student who was killed on the campus of the University of Georgia by an illegal alien from Venezuela while jogging. Melissa Powell, age 47, Jordan Powell, age 16, were killed by an illegal alien from El Salvador, reportedly driving under the influence going about 100 miles an hour, who had been deported 4 times. Aiden Clark, age 11, was killed when an illegal alien from Haiti struck a school bus full of children in Ohio. Rachel Marine, age 37 and mother of 5, was attacked, raped, and killed by an illegal alien while she was exercising on a trail in Maryland. All of these innocent Americans should be alive, but their lives were cut short because of Joe Biden's failures and refusal to enforce our laws. Last July, data released by ICE showed that nearly 650,000 criminal illegal aliens were currently on ICE's non-detained docket and roaming free in our country within the interior of the United States. This figure includes roughly 15,000 illegal aliens convicted or charged with murder, more than 20,000 illegal aliens convicted or charged with sexual assault, and more than 105,000 illegal aliens convicted or charged with assault. Last year, NBC reported nearly 1.5 million immigrants in the United States have final orders of deportation, according to ICE. By contrast, ICE deportations of criminal illegal aliens plummeted. Since February of 2021, ICE, under the Biden administration, has deported less than 115,000 illegal aliens. Not to mention, since 2021, there are estimated to be 2 million known gotaways, evading Border Patrol agents. President Trump's agenda is to fix the problem Biden created, and Biden clearly created. To save lives, save the lives like the ones I mentioned that were lost, we have to deliver on that agenda.
Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I begin, I just want to join with my colleagues on this side of the aisle in this committee that are troubled at how the second Trump administration has begun, clearly laying the groundwork to cut crucial programs that American families are relying on in order to fund yet another round of tax breaks for the ultra-wealthy. So I'm glad we're here in the Budget Committee, where we say the budget is a reflection of our values and our priorities. And I want to talk about priorities, not the president's priorities. I want to talk about the American people's priorities. I've heard over and over again that the outcome of last fall's election was a mandate, and that the important takeaway from the election was Americans' frustrations with a high cost of living. Up until this morning, I guess, that was the main message. That was the main takeaway. Too many families, Republicans and Democrats, struggling to pay for groceries, to afford gas, struggling to pay the rent or the mortgage every month. But for a nation that came out of last November trying to vote for lower prices, boy, are they in for a rude awakening. President Trump has already moved to impose tariffs on steel and aluminum, taxing everything in effect from utensils, the utensils used to cook your meals, to the aluminum foil you wrap your leftovers in, to the very car you use to go pick up your food and groceries. Yes, even cars built in the United States have import parts. And it's not just a 25% tax on imported goods. He's threatening our workforce too. On the campaign trail, President Trump promised to only go after violent criminals as part of the largest deportation program in American history. Yet sure enough, the first Sunday of the administration, less than a week into office, NBC reported that nearly half of the 1,200 arrests made as part of immigration enforcement actions were people with no criminal record. Now, look, we all agree that we should target all violent criminals. I hope I speak for all of us when we say we should target all violent criminals, whether they're immigrants or non-immigrants. Violent criminals are violent criminals. And Senator Scott, others of my Republican colleagues who have showcased some of the victims of crime in your respective states, my heart goes out to you, to the victims, to their families. Absolutely. But here's an inconvenient truth for many. And that's the fact that immigrants, both documented and undocumented, are also critical to the success of our economy, because the percentage of immigrants, documented and undocumented, who are violent criminals is a very, very small percentage. A big percentage are, for example, undocumented workers who make up nearly 14% of construction workers, or about 42% of our agricultural workforce. And so often over the last several years, I've heard from Republican colleagues and Democratic colleagues alike expressing frustration about the workforce shortage that we hear from employers in our states. That is a real issue. But if President Trump gets his way with the mass deportations that are not focused just on violent criminals, here's what American families can expect. Get ready also for more expensive fruit, more expensive vegetables, and that's if grocery stores can successfully keep up with stocking the shelves. If you've been saving up for years to buy a home, get ready to pay more and wait longer. Why? Because construction will slow down and prices will go up. And on energy prices, we're hearing a lot about the need for American energy independence, or even dominance is part of the lingo. But the president's executive orders and the budget resolution in front of us today would actually undo historic investments that we've made to diversify the energy sector. Because unlike fossil fuels, whose prices are dependent on global markets, renewable energy sources represent the ultimate in energy independence. So undermining renewables isn't just undermining energy independence, it's a threat to our national security, and it's a threat to the good-paying jobs we've created across the country in red states and blue states alike. So folks, make no mistake, under these plans, life will be more expensive for working families. And all for what? That's really the big question I have. All for what? It's crystal clear. To help pay for hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks for billionaires and large corporations. And to achieve this, President Trump and his allies here in Congress seem determined to slash the programs that American families depend on the most. Medicaid, nutrition assistance programs, Pell Grants, affordable health care coverage, cancer research, investments in our energy sector, including for hydrogen, biofuels, and carbon capture. And that's what the budget resolution before us suggests. Meanwhile, colleagues, as I'm sure you've heard, the House Republicans have finally shared their draft plan. In a race with Senate Republicans, apparently, they unleashed a plan that, by the way, doesn't even include instructions for the Senate. Not the best work product here. It does include, by the way, a debt limit increase, because I guess even they recognize that to pay for all the increases in spending that y'all are suggesting, you're going to have to raise the debt limit. For the folks watching at home, rest assured, we'll get through this. Just another minute, Mr. Chairman. We'll get through this. And Democrats are prepared to negotiate in good faith with our Republican colleagues. But one of the first key steps we need in this process is for Republicans to finish negotiating with Republicans. And as they get their act together, it's nothing but a painful start for the American people. Because this is just the beginning. Elon Musk is already digging into Social Security and Medicare as part of their effort to target working class Americans. Seems like funding for roads and bridges may be next. And in closing, I know that over the next several weeks, several months, there's no doubt we'll hear a lot of talking points and misinformation by Republicans trying to distract the American people from what's really happening. So to folks watching at home, I have this to say. Follow the money, because it's going to start with cutting hundreds of billions of dollars in benefits that you've paid into. And it's going to end with billionaires getting yet another tax break. So yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready for this conversation, and we'll also lay out that for every cut that is proposed, the American people demand an answer for why a billionaire deserves more of a tax break over the interest of working families. Thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll note at the outset that on no planet, literally no planet, is Doge, Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, or anyone else working as part of their effort, looking into messing with people's Social Security or Medicare benefits. That's not a thing. That is an invented fiction. It's fantasy, and it does not exist. We are here today to talk about budgetary matters and budgetary matters that are brought about as a result of a unique crisis that we've faced over the last 4 years, a crisis that relates to our border security. Border security is something that I've given a fair amount of thought to. So I spent 2 years of my life living on along the U.S. border in the lower Rio Grande Valley of the state of Texas. Beautiful state, beautiful people, loved living and working among them. One of the things that I discovered when I lived there for 2 years was that people prosper when the border is protected. And those who are most adversely affected by lapses in border security, especially by uncontrolled waves of illegal immigration, very often are themselves recent immigrants. And as I observed them in that context, recent immigrants living right on or near the U.S. border, it is their neighborhoods, their children's schools, their jobs, their livelihoods, their safety and security, and that of their loved ones is most directly put at risk when there are uncontrolled waves of illegal immigration. The Biden-created border crisis is as real as it was preventable. Its consequences are as widespread as they are tragic. Americans across every corner of our country, every square inch, are worse off because a combination of criminals, contraband, drugs have flowed across the border freely into the United States. Cities and towns across our country are being overwhelmed by droves of non-citizens being relocated with their own hard-earned federal taxpayer dollars. Fatal fentanyl-caused poisoning deaths are on the rise. And during 1 month alone of last year, U.S. authorities seized enough fentanyl to kill more than 510 million people. To put that in perspective, that's roughly every person, man, woman, and child, in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. That's the number of people who can be killed by the amount of fentanyl seized by U.S. authorities during 1 month of last year. And this was made much, much worse by virtue of the porous border. And violent criminal non-citizens let into our country unvetted by the previous administration continue to murder innocent Americans. We're here today to take the next step in the process that will give President Trump and Republicans in Congress the resources necessary to help end the Biden border crisis. Now, make no mistake, this is a monumental task, and it'll require nothing less than a Herculean effort. But that's why we're here. That's why we're doing this. The funding will be used to deport violent felons, secure our borders, stop illegal immigration, and curb the flow of fentanyl into our country. Importantly, this budget is built on a fiscally responsible foundation, one with new spending fully offset within the first 4 years it's to be spent. This is important, Mr. Chairman, because, of course, what sometimes happens in the past is when funds are appropriated through the reconciliation process, sometimes there's a temptation to take the candy up front and agree to eat the vegetables later, to get the spending now with an agreement to offset it over a 10-year period of time. So if you spend in the first 4 years and plan to pay for it throughout the duration of the 10 years, very often the savings don't materialize. That's not what we're doing here. We're doing it right this time. There's no priority that's more urgent than putting an end to the Biden border crisis. I strongly support this budget as a means to instruct the relevant committees to fund agencies and programs that will enforce our immigration laws, secure our border, stop this deadly, poisonous, toxic flow of fentanyl into the United States, and help make America great again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Grassley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your calling today's markup. It's a process to jumpstart the process for moving forward with the Trump agenda. President Biden used a pandemic as an excuse to ram through his budget-busting far-left agenda. While wasting billions on leftist causes, he neglected core government responsibilities. As we all know, the number one responsibility of the federal government, national security. But Biden allowed our military to deteriorate, and in fact, as a result of not enforcing the immigration laws, we had opened our borders. This budget resolution represents a very first step towards correcting the Biden-Harris administration spending excesses and its disregard of security threats at our border and around the world. The previous administration's open border policies resulted in an unprecedented surge of illegal immigration. Approximately 3 times the population of Iowa entered into the U.S. in just those 4 years, and everybody saw it nightly on our television. This left our nation vulnerable to gang members, criminals, terrorists, national security threats, and drug smugglers crossing our border with impunity. President Trump was elected with a mandate to remove these folks and secure our borders once again. This resolution green lights the resources necessary to make that important step be taken. The resolution also provides for funding to bolster our national military. Over the past several years, the world has become increasingly frightening place. Russia has revealed expansionist ambitions in Europe, which would result in the recreation of the Soviet Union. China has shown increased aggression of the South China Sea and its threats to Taiwan, and Iran's network of terrorist proxies threaten Israel and even Arab neighbors. Yet, our military is ill-equipped for today's challenges, as President Reagan proved by staring down the Soviet Union. Peace is best maintained through strength. The resolution also lays groundwork for unleashing America's energy production. A coherent energy policy is vital to both national security and the economy. Where I favor an all-of-the-above approach to energy policy, the Biden administration's policy favored all of the above, but none from below the ground. It's time that we had a true all-of-the-above approach to achieve American energy independence. That's fossil fuels, alternative energy, conservation, and nuclear. Importantly, this budget represents a return to fiscal sanity. Any spending increases will be accompanied by corresponding spending decreases. While the pandemic is years behind us, spending as a share of the economy remains at levels previously reserved for national emergencies and for war, in other words, defending America. During the height of the pandemic, we all agreed it was common sense for the government to step in to help individuals and families and small businesses weather the storm that was created by a government shutdown of the economy. But once the crisis subsides, so should the programs and the spending enacted in response to the pandemic. That's very much a common sense approach to spending. Our national debt is on a path to eclipse World War II era records relative to the size of our economy, and that's in just a few years. We must begin to right our fiscal ship. So in this process of bringing about this budget resolution, don't forget the voter mandate. As part of the November mandate, President Trump is looking for ways to reduce wasteful government spending. Congress should not simply cede initiative to the president. Congress holds the powers of the purse. So in this action today and tomorrow, we must show leadership to spare the American people from inflation and the crippling debt burden that comes from overspending. I yield the floor.
Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Federal budget is about our national priorities. It's about who we are as a nation, what we believe in. And what the committee is discussing today is very, very serious business. In my view, no family, no business, no local or state government can responsibly write a budget without first understanding the problems and challenges that it faces, whether it's a business, a country, a city, or whatever. As I examined the budget brought forth in the Senate and the House by Republicans, this is how I see how they analyze where we are as a country. At a time of massive and unprecedented income and wealth inequality, the Republicans look around them and they say, wow, we got 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Very richest people are becoming phenomenally richer. Working people are struggling. What's the solution? Well, obviously the solution is to give massive tax breaks to the rich and make a very bad situation even worse. It is apparently not good enough that the top 1% today own more wealth than the bottom 90%. That is rather phenomenal. But in my Republican colleagues' eyes, the wealthy and the powerful need even more help. 1% owning more wealth than the bottom 90%, just not good enough. We could do better than that. So not only should the very wealthy be asked to pay their fair share of taxes, the Republicans believe that we should give huge tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. It is apparently, from my Republican colleagues, not good enough that corporate America is now, in many cases, enjoying record-breaking profits, and the CEOs of large corporations now earn 300 times more than what their average employees make, 300 times more. It is apparently not good enough that since 1975, there has been a $50 trillion, that's with a T, trillion-dollar transfer in wealth from the bottom 90% of our population to the top 1%. That's apparently not good enough. So what we are looking at right now is a situation where Republicans want to give massive tax breaks to the rich and come up with programs to hurt our kids, our elderly, and working families. Mr. Chairman, as I'm sure you are aware, the United States of America is the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. And I think most Americans would agree with me that whether you're rich, you're poor, you're young, you're old, health care is a human right. All of us get sick. All of us are going to need health care. We're the only major country not to provide health care to all. And the result of that is not just that 85 million people in our country are uninsured or underinsured, despite spending twice as much per capita on health care as the people of other countries. Here's the reality we don't talk about, Mr. Chairman. Over 60,000 people in this country die every single year because they can't afford to get to a doctor on time. People die because they can't afford the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs. So I think what we are talking about is priorities. Are we comfortable, as apparently some are, that at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, the goal is to give more tax breaks to the rich? Are we comfortable at a time when so many of our people are uninsured or underinsured, when we're the only country on earth, major country, not to guarantee health care at all? Solution is to throw millions more children and elderly people. When we cut Medicaid, let us not forget that it's not just low-income kids or low-income people. It is a lot of folks who are in nursing homes. I don't quite think that that is an appropriate way to treat our elderly people in this country. So one other point, Mr. President, I have been hearing from the President and Mr. Musk about military spending. And what they have pointed out is that over the last, I think it's 7 years, every independent audit that the Pentagon has not been able to make an independent, succeed in doing an independent audit of the Pentagon. And I think, according to Mr. Musk, according to President Trump, there are waste and fraud within the Defense Department of hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. So it's kind of hard for me to understand that, given that reality, why anybody here would want to give the Pentagon and defense contractors another $150 billion. So I will be offering an amendment to deal with that and many other amendments to try to create a budget that works for working families and not just for the very wealthy. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Republicans clearly do not want to talk about a looming crisis headed for our economy and our budget, but it's not hard to see how the dominoes fall. Fossil fuel emissions, methane one of the worst, are making the weather worse and harder to predict. This makes risk worse and harder to predict for insurance companies. This means insurance companies have to raise their rates, or if they can't figure it out, back away entirely. As insurance gets more expensive and harder to find, property values begin to fall. Each member of this committee is likely experiencing this in your states. In fact, I bet you're even hearing about it from your constituents. Let me start with Florida, which is the preview of coming attractions for other coastal states. It's the first and it's the worst. In Florida, Glades and Monroe counties have seen homeowners' insurance non-renewals increase by more than 3,000%. In Glades County, 1 in 6 homeowners was dropped from their insurance in 2023. In Miami-Dade County, average premiums have spiraled up to $17,000 per year. Premiums are expected to triple in coastal Florida counties in the years to come, with home values consequently declining between 40 and 60% in many coastal counties. In some states, major national insurers are already pulling out. In California, Allstate and State Farm will not issue new policies. In Texas, Progressive is leaving. In Florida, most national companies have left the state. Florida homeowners' insurance rates are almost quadruple the national average. Many Floridians can't get or can't afford homeowners insurance, and many more have rickety insurance that may well not pay claims. What happens if your homeowner's insurance goes up? Quadruples, for instance. It's a carrying cost on owning your home, so your home's value declines. Or if you can't even get insurance, then your home can't get a mortgage. So when you try to sell, no one can get a mortgage to buy your home. And again, your home's value crashes. That's what Freddie Mac's chief economist warned this committee about 2 years ago. Coastal flood risk makes homes uninsurable, which makes them unmortgageable, which causes, his words, a coastal property values crash, which then cascades through the economy like the 2008 mortgage meltdown. Except now, the coastal homeowners insurance crisis he discussed has a new evil sibling, wildfire risk for homeowners nowhere near the coast. Same problem, insurance to mortgage to property values to broad economic collapse. Here are counties where climate-related risks are expected to quadruple or more present insurance rates by 2055. Already high insurance rates expected to as much as quadruple further by 2055, with obviously predictable effects on property values. Here are counties where property values are predicted to decline by as much as 100%. A decline of 100% is a total wipeout, again by 2055. Well, you may say, well, that's not till 2055, so that won't affect me. That doesn't matter. Except, who looks forward 30 years? Mortgage companies do, who want to make sure their collateral is sound and the homeowner is able to pay the mortgage, which is why in high-risk areas they're dumping more and more mortgages into federal, Fannie and Freddie, grabbing the fees and passing the risk to taxpayers. And I commend on that the report, Mortgage Securitization Dynamics in the Aftermath of Natural Disasters. Insurance companies have to be rated for that mortgage to get into Freddie and Fannie. There's a rating agency called Demotech, which has leapt from being a negligible presence in Florida's homeowners insurance market when they started in the 1990s to now over 50% by 2018. For that, I commend the report, When Insurers Exit, Climate Losses, Fragile Insurers, and Mortgage Markets. Demotech's ratings are so slippery that almost 20% of Florida insurance companies it rated have already gone bust. Remember 2008 and rating agencies? All this is happening because the fossil fuel industry has been allowed to maintain a free-to-pollute business model, contrary to basic principles of market economics, not to mention basic morality and decency. When it's free to pollute, when those negative externalities are not baked into the price of the product, is called a subsidy. And this is a big one, $700 billion every year in the U.S. alone. When Trump was soliciting $1 billion in political money from the fossil fuel industry, and by the way, he got $100 million that we know of, this was a pretty sweet deal. $1 billion once to Trump and $700 billion to lock in that subsidy every single year. And who pays? We do. One of the ways we pay is in this looming homeowners insurance crisis and its cascade into a property values crash and national economic recession like 2008. And it's not just national. Here's The Economist magazine warning of a $25 trillion hit to the global real estate market and the global economy, joined by the Financial Stability Board, which warns of systemic risks to banks as property values fall from insurance unavailability, joined by the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, which under the first Trump administration warned that climate change, I'm quoting here, poses a major risk to the ability of the U.S. financial system and to its ability to sustain the American economy. That's the backdrop for the amendments I'll be offering to strike the EPW instruction. That instruction is a giveaway to big polluters who won't even maintain their valves and pipes and wells, and it will only make the climate crisis and the economic effects of it worse. I'll have more to say as I discuss each amendment, and I thank the chair for allowing me the extra minute.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else need to make an opening statement?
Not an opening statement, Mr. Chairman, but a quick comment.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to note that the $9 trillion in cuts have not been explained during any of the presentations by my Republican colleagues, but we know whether they don't want to explain it because those $9 trillion are going to attack the programs for working families across the board, the great betrayal. Second of all, the Trump tax cuts, which were referred to as helping working families, well, let's get the actual story. The bottom 10% of Americans who are struggling to stand on their streets, they get $6, not $6 a day or a week or a month, $6 a year. Well, that's one cup of coffee. Don't drink it all at once because you got to spread it over an entire year. Meanwhile, the richest 0.1% get a tax cut of about $314,000. They represent 1/1000th of the population, but they get 1/7 of the benefits. This is just increasing the wealth disparity that is haunting us and corrupting our We the People democracy. Finally, I wanted to know, while we were talking here, the House put out their budget resolution, and it contains the following: $4.5 trillion in tax giveaways for the richest Americans, or for Americans overall, but mostly the richest Americans, $1.5 trillion in spending cuts, leaving a hole of $3 trillion to be borrowed from the Treasury on top of what was already going to be borrowed. And so to cover this additional massive increase in the national deficit, this fiscal irresponsibility, they also propose putting in an elimination of the debt ceiling. So we see the same issues being raised in the House that Democrats here have been talking about, that this vision is a vision of cutting programs for families, increasing the wealth of the wealthiest Americans, and funding that through a massive borrowing from the Treasury, running up the debt. I do have a final in the source of, for the record, my colleague, Senator Lujan, who is ill today, has.
Is it on? Okay, good.
Yeah, my colleague, Senator Lujan, you couldn't hear me?
Yeah,
I can repeat it all.
No. I'll read the book.
He is ill today. But he did have a statement for the record representing his views, which echo many of the comments. So with unanimous consent, I'd have this submitted.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Chairman, for starting this process.
The vote is on. Second vote is on.
I have voted.
Okay.
That's why
Great.
I'm here last. So we are good to go. We have another cabinet confirmation from President Trump, which is very exciting. We got to get his team in place. Thank you for starting this process. Thank you for getting this going. I think we need to kind of go back in time for just a little bit, not quite as much as in Back to the Future. Let's just go back to 2020. There was an election in 2020. The Democrats gained control of the Senate and the White House. And what's been the result? During the 4 years of President Trump, his first term, It was never better for working class Americans. Real wage growth grew. The middle class was doing better. Our economy was doing fantastic. The Republicans had passed the TCJA, which gave tax relief to all Americans. And we received, and this is very important, the federal government received a record amount of revenue. So even though there was tax cuts for the wealthy was the headline. By the way, that line is as old as dirt, and it's totally false. While the tax rates were cut, tax revenue was at a record level. It would be fascinating if there was just one Democrat that acknowledged that we received a record amount of revenue in the federal coffers. Do you think to yourself, well, wait a second, like I'm a business guy, like if my revenue was at an all-time high and I was losing money, I'd say we have a huge expense problem. Like, oh my God, how could I get record revenue and yet have record deficits? Why? Because when you give Democrats control of our budget, what happens? I'll give you some examples. When my colleagues talk about how they defend the working class, I think the working class spoke pretty clearly on November 5th of 2024 and said, thank you, but no thank you. So what can happen in my old world of owning car dealerships? Mr. Chairman, you could walk into one of my dealerships, be a multimillionaire, pick out a beautiful custom-made Rolls-Royce Spectre where the audio system upgrade is $21,000. The logoed headrest in the back seat are $1,500. The umbrella with a logo could be 10 grand. You can lease that car. And thanks to the amazing and remarkable policies from the Democrat Party, the federal government will give you a check for $7,500. Think about that for just a second. That is a bill that became law called the Inflation Reduction Act, giving Rolls-Royce lease customers $7,500 lowers inflation, and every one of them voted for that bill. How did that bill become law, you ask? Did it get 60 votes? Rigorous debate? No. They did it through reconciliation. And Kamala Harris broke the tie-breaking vote so that multimillionaires could have their fifth vehicle parked in Palm Beach with a check for $7,500 thanks to the U.S. taxpayer. We have seen program after program that the Democrats are crying foul about, saying Americans did not vote for this. Oh, absolutely they did. Americans are sick and tired of political people here in Washington, D.C. spending our money and burning it. They're not even using it wisely. They're putting it into a pit and burning it. The reason I'm here and not on a beach in Florida today is because I was sick and tired of elected leaders here who spend their money in such a callous way and then coach it as, oh, we're here to help you. You're not helping us. They unleash generationally high inflation. They're more interested in giving hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign countries than helping the real people in my state and around the country who need help from our leaders. Look, I was in New York City, where my daughter lived, driving down Fifth Avenue. There's a hotel that I remember going to as a kid. Incredible luxury hotel. We never stayed there. We had 7 kids in our family. My parents weren't going to be able to afford it. It's called the Roosevelt Hotel. And I remember my mom and dad looking at me going, that's where the rich people stay. Who stays in that hotel today? 1,050 plus rooms, all full every single day with illegal aliens at a cost of over $6,000 per room per night. Who owns the hotel, you ask yourself? The government of Pakistan. The same government that housed Osama bin Laden is getting upwards of $100 million a year for the U.S. taxpayer. My Democrat colleagues, God bless you if you're good enough to sell that crap to the American people. But on behalf of the people of Ohio and writ large, the people of the United States of America, it's time for the United States government to do what every household has to do and balance their damn budget. We're sick and tired of wasteful spending. We're not going to put up with it anymore. And Chairman, let's get started.
Thank you, and we'll get started after lunch. 1:45, we're coming back. Thank you very much. Committee is adjourned to 1:45. Thank you all for coming back. I call the markup back to order with the business quorum being present. The committee resumes its meeting today for the purpose of considering the budget resolution for fiscal year 2025 and ordering it reported consistent with the requirements of the Budget Act. Only timely filed amendments will be in order. Members will be recognized for 3 minutes to explain their amendment. A member opposed will be given 2 minutes in opposition. We will then put the amendment aside until we have our stacked votes. There will be an additional minute evenly divided just prior to each of those votes. I'll ask unanimous consent that the reading of the amendments be waived. Hearing no objection, it is ordered. With respect to voting, our committee rules do not allow for proxies. We've covered that with Senator Lujan. He will be allowed to do that. Members must be present when votes take place in order for their votes to be tallied, except for him. Has been done in prior budget markups. I will recognize members to offer and debate amendments in certain blocks of time. The ranking member and I have agreed to stack the votes on these amendments. Is that fair to say? We're all good? Let the games begin. Yep. Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much, Chair Graham. And I'm going to start with Merkley Amendment number 1. And this amendment takes us back to the original purpose of reconciliation. In 1974, all 100 senators of the U.S. Senate agreed to create a filibuster-free pathway for one purpose: reducing the deficit. Now, during the debate that we had earlier today, I heard a lot of colleagues across the aisle say they're all for reducing the deficit. I put up a chart that showed under every single Republican administration, the deficits increased year after year, and under every Democratic administration, they decreased every year. So let's match the rhetoric with the act. Let's put the walk into the talk and restore the principle that reconciliation is to either create a deficit neutral, that is not increase the deficit, or better yet, decrease the deficits rather than to increase them. So this amendment simply restores that vision. It's consistent with what Chairman Graham has said he wants to do with this reconciliation bill.
Senator Kennedy? Senator Kennedy?
I have a question.
Okay.
And I ask this gently and with great respect. If this is such a swell idea, why didn't you propose it under the Biden administration when my Democratic colleagues used reconciliation?
Yes. So the history of this is that it was changed in 1996. The principle of all 100 senators voting for reconciliation to only decrease the deficit was in 1974, and then it held for 22 years. But in 1996, the Bush administration wanted to do a significant set of tax reductions and decided they couldn't get them passed with Democratic support, so they would do it by themselves. And so the majority leader at that time, Robert Dole, put into the parliamentary position Robert Dove, who had worked for Dole, and the parliamentarian delivered a ruling completely out of sync with the history of reconciliation and said, oh, you know what? Even though it's not in the law, even though it was all about deficit reduction, we're going to allow deficit increases if they're for taxes. And the Republican majority proceeded to affirm that. This was called a nuclear option, exercised in 1996. Now, Kent Conrad, when he was chair of this committee, repeatedly, every single time he was able, he put the Conrad rule back in place. Since then, we've had multiple Republican tax bills that have gone through this committee, increasing the deficit, but we've also had one Democratic bill that increased the deficit. That was the American Rescue Plan. That is the and only time the Democrats increased the deficit, and that was because of response to the challenge we faced with COVID and the collapse of the economy.
But my question remains, why didn't you want to make this change when you guys were in the majority under President Biden?
And to my colleague, I can't be I wasn't in charge of this committee, so I can't speak to the details. I don't know the answer. I do know the only time the Democrats used reconciliation that increased deficit was the American Rescue Plan, and that was because the economy was in dire condition due to the collapse caused by COVID.
All right, thank you. And along with what Senator Kennedy said, the last Congress, you passed 2 reconciliation bills that blow up the deficit. The American Rescue Plan, as you indicated, increased the deficit by $2 trillion. CBO and the Joint Committee on Taxation badly underestimated the cost of the Inflation Reduction Act's green energy tax credits, which now are expected to cost over $1 trillion by some estimates. Republicans' border reconciliation bill is going to be fully paid for, so this amendment is unnecessary. Thank you very much.
But totally consistent with the chairman's vision.
There you go. Next. Well, I thought we were going to stack them.
We are stacking. Yeah, just reiterating at the end.
Time has expired on debate for the amendment. A recorded vote will be taken at the agreed upon time. What? Senator Murray. Write all this down. Senator Murray.
Well, thank you. This is a very straightforward amendment. It strikes Title II, which contains the reconciliation instructions as well as an accompanying reserve fund. And 2, it creates a new reserve fund to implement a bipartisan multi-year agreement to provide $171 billion in discretionary funding for defense and $171 billion in discretionary funding for non-defense. That will let us address defense, border, veterans, farmers, food, nutrition, biomedical research, disaster relief, childcare, and a lot of other needs on a bipartisan basis. Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. We face a lot of really serious challenges that require new investments, and I think you will find agreement up and down my side of the dais on that point. Democrats share many of the concerns about investing in our national security, providing more resources to address the challenges at the border, and making sure that we counter China. We also want to make sure that we address critical areas like veterans, ag, wildfires, disaster response, biomedical research, child care, a lot more. So the approach in my amendment is simple. It's just to say we should all work together on a bipartisan basis, and this should be part of the top-line conversations we're having now as we hurtle towards that March 14th deadline. I want to make something very clear right now. Democrats are at the table on FY25. Top line, but it is getting pretty lonely for us when we see Republicans assume $1 trillion for this year alone in unilateral DOGE cuts, remain quiet as Russ Vought and the administration continue to unlawfully impound those funds, and now propose to jam through $342 billion in funding for your priorities on a partisan basis, while we are in the room trying to negotiate a good faith bipartisan four-corner top line for fiscal year 25. So I urge my Republican colleagues to let's get serious. Let's keep our eye on the ball regarding the funding lapse that's coming up on March 14th, not to mention the sequester cuts that will go into effect at the end of April. They're big challenges. Democrats stand ready to work with you, but we need to know at some point you want to work with us. And by the way, working with us means actually working with us and not telling us to accept $1 trillion in cuts to our priorities at the same time that you are spending $342 billion on your own.
Yeah.
So I'm asking for my amendments to be considered.
I will, this amendment explains why we're here better than any amendment we've got. We want to increase defense spending because we believe we have threats from China, Russia, and Iran, terrorist levels that are really unprecedented. We want to rebuild our military as quickly as we can. The budget agreement that you alluded to has defense under inflation. And you and Senator Collins, to your great credit, added new money for defense. I appreciate that very much. But all of us believe we need to increase defense spending seriously now, and we don't need $171 billion more for non-defense spending. Why are we doing reconciliation? So we don't have to do that. We can actually help the Defense Department that is underfunded, and we don't have to come up with $171 billion for non-defense spending. That's why we're doing reconciliation, to break that cycle to the extent we can. So I oppose your amendment. All right, and that will be, time has expired. We'll vote at the appropriate time. Who's next? Senator Wyden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this instruction is to, in effect, prevent Medicaid from being cut. We would strike the finance instruction because it allows the opportunity to cut Medicaid. And as I said, our choice here is, are we going to be there for working people? Because most of the folks who are on Medicaid are working. They're also taking care of families, and they're walking an economic tightrope every month, balancing the food bill against the fuel bill and the fuel bill against the health care costs. And we had some discussion earlier about, nursing homes. Nursing home patients take much of the Medicaid budget. So if you're for the patients, if you're for vulnerable people, and I'll just close with this. The Senate is a rural institution, and you get these deep Medicaid cuts. And by the way, House Republicans released their budget today. Their plans spelled out what's ahead, colleagues. This is not some abstract deal. There's cuts of nearly $1 trillion or more aimed at Medicaid. And for rural America, for the vulnerable across the land, this is the safety net they rely on. So I'd urge all my colleagues to support striking the finance instruction, because otherwise we would open up the door here in the Senate to cut Medicaid, and that'd be a grave mistake.
Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I just want to make the point, this is not the House Republican budget that is being proposed to be considered in the House. This is a very specific budget reconciliation bill that focuses specifically on border, on national defense, and on energy enhancement. There is a very narrow, as I explained in my introductory statement, a very narrow instruction to the Finance Committee that focuses solely on nursing homes, not on Medicaid. And it focuses on a nursing home regulation, not on a spending authorization. This regulation, by the way, if implemented, would increase taxpayer costs by billions and jeopardize patient access in rural areas to long-term care. This is going to help patients and save spending.
Mr. Chairman, very briefly.
Absolutely.
As I said, earlier, what this rule means is we'll have a lot of nursing homes in America without nurses. And there has been a great effort to try to work out something in this area that would be bipartisan. For example, as I mentioned, rural areas being so important in the Senate, we give them 5 years, essentially, to work this out. So I would just say, I think it'll be a grievous error to cut the most vulnerable in our society. You can prevent that by supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. All time has expired. We'll vote at the appropriate time. Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment that I'm offering is quite simple and very straightforward. Mr. Chairman, at a time when we spend more on the military than the next 9 nations combined, at a time when the Pentagon failed its 7th financial audit in a row and cannot account for trillions of dollars in assets. I mean, even in Washington, $1 trillion is a lot of money. At a time of massive fraud, waste, and cost overruns at the Department of Defense, this amendment says that no, we should not be giving the Pentagon an additional $150 billion. Mr. Chairman, as you well know, we already spend close to $1 trillion a year on the military. And if some people think it is important to build more ships or develop more air and missile defense systems, there is more than enough money to do that within the existing Pentagon budget. They do not need another $150 billion. But, Mr. Chairman, don't take my word for it. I will give you the feelings of some people you might pay more attention to than me. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, vowed to cut the bloated Pentagon budget. He said, quote, "Let's check the military. We're going to find billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud and abuse." End of quote. Well, that's not Bernie Sanders, that is Donald Trump. And I know that on the other side of the aisle, we take what Mr. Trump says very, very seriously. Mike Waltz, President Trump's national security advisor, recently told NBC, quote, "The American people have said enough. Enough with the bloat and the waste and the debt. We do need to go in there and absolutely reform the Pentagon's acquisition process." Last but not least, my good friend Elon Musk, who is currently running the United States government. And what Mr. Musk says is that the Pentagon has little, quote, "has little idea how its annual budget of more than $800 billion is spent." Mr. Musk, let's talk about the waste. I know, I would hope, I was a mayor and we went after waste and there was a lot of it, and there's waste in the federal government. I think no one denies that. But if you're going to talk about waste in the federal government, don't just go after what goes on in programs that impact working people. Take a hard look at what the military-industrial complex is doing. Fiscal year 2022, Navy auditors found $4.4 billion in untracked inventory. Well, they simply lost $4 billion. Let's talk about fraud. In recent years, major defense contractors have paid many billions of dollars in fines or related settlements for fraud or misconduct. In October, Raytheon was fined $950 million for inflating bills, lying about costs, and paying bribes to secure foreign business. In June, Lockheed Martin was fined $70 million for overcharging the Navy for aircraft parts. Let's talk about cost overruns. No, I trust that you're sincere. We want a cost-effective government. I trust nobody here wants to see waste. But how can you talk about spending another $150 billion when you got the largest agency in the country full of waste and fraud? Cost overruns. The F-35, the most expensive weapon system in history, has run up hundreds of billions of dollars in cost overruns, et cetera, et cetera. So, my friends, and I say this very sincerely because I trust that all of us want to deal with waste and fraud and a bloated bureaucracy. But if you're going to do that, the first area you look at is a bloated defense budget, and the idea of adding $150 billion more makes 0 sense to me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Very quickly, it makes a lot of sense to me in this regard. These wars in Ukraine and Russia, the Ukraine-Russian war, has been a wake-up call. We ran out of 155 rounds. What would happen if Taiwan went hot tomorrow? So we need to re-energize our military-industrial base. We've been shipping stuff to Israel. They're under siege on 7 fronts. What I've learned from these conflicts, that America needs to increase its military-industrial capability, We need to be smarter. Drones seem to be fashionable. To my friends from Virginia, y'all are great Navy guys. We got 296 ships. At the end of the decade, we're going to have 297. China's got 450. We need more ships. So that's going to take more money, but we will look at cutting waste in the Pentagon, I'm
Mr. Chairman,
sure.
can I just briefly respond?
Yeah, just
Very
a
briefly.
second.
Look,
I will.
we can argue, and I'm not an expert on this, what the military needs, okay? But before you add more money, why don't you get rid of the waste and the fraud? Let them get rid of that.
Because, right, if I may reclaim a time, because we're in multiple wars. We're at war. ISIS is reemerging. So the technology we need to keep them over there so they can't get here. We need to help allies that have been under a lot of strain. We're at 2.9% of GDP on defense in 2025. That's the lowest we've been in decades, at a time when I think the threats would justify more spending. I appreciate you. You're consistent. We have a different view of what it takes to defend America. You're right about waste. But I am telling you, half the budget is personnel cost. Does anybody here want to change the personnel? Do we want to pay people less, give them less benefits? So really half the budget is locked in with personnel costs. I think we need more capability. We need it now. That's why we're doing $150 billion. I oppose the amendment. Time has expired. Next will be Senator Warner.
Well, Mr. Chairman, on behalf of Senator Kane and I, one area we'd probably all agree we need more 155 millimeter shells. We make them almost exclusively in all of North America in Radford in a World War II facility, and would welcome any members of the committee that would ever like to come down. And
I actually would like to do that.
it's pretty wild. It's pretty, you can't believe how old and dystopian it looks. Okay, so I'm going to thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call it my first degree amendment, Warner Amendment 7, as modified by my second degree amendment, Warner 15, which establishes a deficit neutral reserve fund to protect sensitive and classified information from DOJ. This ought to be, I think, an easy one. I can tell you as chairman and vice chairman of the Intel Committee, the federal government's got to do all we can to safeguard national security information, obviously at the same time protect privacy. During the past few weeks, President Trump and his cabinet have given the DOJ operatives access to some of our nation's most sensitive information, including the ability to read and perhaps manipulate data on the 1.3 billion payments that Treasury makes each year. This includes one DOJ operative who formerly worked for a Russian hacker group and was fired for leaking sensitive secrets to a competitor. Another of the DOJ guys declared himself, quote, a racist, and said he would not mind if, quote, Gaza and Israel were both wiped off the face of the earth. Now, I don't think somebody that would give up information to a competitor, or somebody that says Israel and Gaza ought to be wiped off the face of the earth, is that the kind of young person we want to be giving access to our banking information, our social security information? Now, I don't think the vast majority of us, I wouldn't trust these kids looking at my checkbook, let alone looking at the overall payment systems of the United States of America. My fear is that this DOJ work is not going to stop with their legally dubious, and so far the courts have weighed in and said inappropriate. The truth is, Mr. Chairman, as you know, the president said last week it's time to send Musk to check out the Pentagon. Aside from the obvious conflict of interest, given the fact that Mr. Musk's SpaceX plays a major role in that defense environment, opening the Pentagon to DOJ presents a serious risk to the classified programs that keep our nation safe. My amendment provides a common sense solution that all members of the committee should support. It allows for legislation that will protect classified and sensitive information on American programs from being accessed by DOJ who don't have the necessary training, experience, or in the case of some of these fellows mentioned, they didn't even have the clearances. You got somebody with a secret clearance looking at materials that are beyond TS, beyond SCI. Again, many of the colleagues on this committee know how important it is to keep our information secret and secure. I would urge you to back this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I would like to tell my colleague from Virginia that I welcome the invitation to come and tour your ammunition factory. That would be very interesting.
You vote yes, I'll bring you next week.
You mean I can only come if I vote yes?
About this afternoon.
Let me just say the Trump administration has been clear that it is focused on rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse across government agencies, and I applaud its efforts to maximize government efficiency and productivity. As a part of these efforts and expanding, frankly, upon efforts begun by the prior administration, the Treasury Department is conducting a review of its systems and processes using its own employees. The Treasury employees responsible for this process are following standard practices, as has very clearly been explained by the new Secretary of Treasury, to protect the integrity of the Treasury systems and processes. There is nothing unusual about auditing the Federal Reserve or auditing the Treasury or any other agency, and that's what's going on. Those involved are adhering to Treasury's customary security, safety, and privacy standards and are subject to the customary security obligations and ethical requirements. And by defending status quo bureaucratic inefficiencies, Democrats are opposing efforts to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. I encourage a no vote.
Mr. Chairman, can I, listen,
Absolutely.
I love my friend from Idaho. We work together on a lot of things. I just ask you respectfully, the fella who quit, who got fired with the racist chants, had nothing but a secret clearance that was a temporary clearance. You have allowed him to be exposed, or someone has allowed him to be exposed to a level of payment markers that even people with an SCI clearance happen. Maybe it was just a mistake the first time, but I completely fear that these DOJ folks are not coming in with appropriate security clearances. And I would ask the committee, you know, if I'm wrong, prove me wrong. But let's, in the meantime, let's look at what the actual reporting says about the individuals.
No.
Because so far, at least, the criteria that Mike Crapo raised are not being adhered to.
Well, Mr. Chairman, very briefly, I would just say the Secretary of Treasury has indicated that he's taken your challenge and request seriously. He's reviewed this and that they are complying with all of the appropriate privacy and other requirements. And if that's not being done, let's go talk to the Treasury Secretary again, but let's not try to stop the effort to audit our agencies and weed out waste, fraud, and abuse.
Thank you. Time has expired. We'll vote on that amendment here soon. Senator Kane.
Thanks, colleagues. This is Kane Amendment 1, and it's fairly straightforward. It's sort of a no before you cut amendment is how I would summarize it. It would create a point of order against considering any legislation that affects health insurance coverage without a CBO estimate that lays out what the effect on health insurance coverage would be. We've heard rumors and we've seen lists floating around, including material from the House earlier today, about potential cuts that our Republican colleagues are planning to use to pay for this additional border and defense spending, as well as for the tax cuts. And they're very heavy on cuts to programs that help Americans access health care, Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, and others. If that's the will of the majority, then that's going to be the will of the majority. But we should not be trying to reduce health care coverage in this country. We should be trying to increase it. And what my point of order would do, it would say that if the package, the legislation reaches the floor and there's provisions that affect these health programs, the CBO must come up with an estimate telling us how many millions of Americans will be affected in their health coverage before the vote. If that estimate is on the table and it's the will of the majority still to push forward with the proposal, so be it. But we should know what the effect on Americans' health care is before we vote on major legislation that affects these programs. So that's what my amendment would do.
Thank you. This amendment creates a new point of order that prohibits passage of legislation that impacts health care until a CBO score is available for 72 hours. This amendment would unnecessarily slow down consideration of important legislation. CBA works as fast as it can to put together scores. This amendment is not appropriate for a budget resolution and would therefore jeopardize our ability to use reconciliation if adopted. I respectfully oppose the amendment. All times expired. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr.
We're done. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, colleagues. My amendment is labeled Van Hollen number 4. It's pretty straightforward. It says it shall not be in order for the Senate to consider any legislation that cuts funding to Medicare or Medicaid benefits. So I'm all in with anybody who wants to have more efficiency in the program or anybody who wants to go after Medicare fraud. We should do that. But candidate Trump did not campaign on cutting Medicare. He did not campaign on cutting Medicaid. As I said this morning, when he was asked about Project 2025, he said, I don't know anything about that. Well, Project 2025 does call for changes to Medicaid. They want to cap Medicaid benefits, lifetime benefits, which would have a hugely disproportionate impact on people with disabilities. If you look at the House Republican proposals, they're talking about voucherizing, privatizing Medicare, and they're also talking about block granting Medicaid. So none of these were things that now President Trump ran on. This creates some guardrails against cutting these very important benefits, whether in Medicare or Medicaid, and I urge my colleagues to support it.
Thank you, colleagues. This amendment is out of order because it's not in the Budget Committee's jurisdiction. If adopted, it would jeopardize the budget resolution and our ability to use reconciliation. The Democrats are the one who took money from Medicare to pay for green energy tax cuts in their Inflation Reduction Act. So this amendment is out of order at the, ruled to be out of order. Thank you. Senator Lujan, how about Senator Whitehouse? You're here.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll call up White House 1, which repeals the effort to undo the proposed methane fee. Can I start with the proposition that this is leaks? This is oil and gas companies not maintaining their pipelines, not maintaining their valves, not maintaining their wells, and causing methane, which is explosive and poisonous,
Y'all are doing good.
to be leaked. All they have to do is fix their damned equipment. We also know that they've been underreporting their methane leaks for years. For years. Now it turns out we can actually measure methane with satellites, and we know they were reporting about 1/4 of their leakage. So this is not an industry that comes to this with clean hands.
9 or 10.
This is basic clean up your own mess principles. All they have to do is fix their equipment to stop it. And by the way, the way this developed through the IRA,
Went away, didn't it?
because of Senator Manchin's role in the fossil fuel industry, was that they got front-loaded, I think, $1.8 billion to clean all this up. And in return, they got this fee on leakage, which they could avoid by fixing their damn leaks with the $1.8 million to keep the money in their pockets, and now come back and try to undo this so they can keep spilling and leaking methane. Now we can catch them at it. We see it. The satellites show the methane. This is, there's a lot that I disagree with about climate stuff and the direction we're going, and I spoke in my opening statement about the dangers which are hitting our home insurance markets, and which are going to translate into mortgage problems and property values problems and a whole economic cascade. But setting all that aside, this is just really dirty pool by this industry to ask all of you to allow them to maintain free leaks of poisonous explosive methane wherever they go. Find something else. There are better ways to do whatever you want to do in this reconciliation than letting it be free for these companies to leak. A lot of this is in your states. It's your folks who have to breathe this. It's your folks who get in explosions when they go off. For God's sake, please, let's at least say no with respect to this one thing.
Senator Lee, and I think Senator Kennedy also would like to make a comment, but Senator Lee first.
This amendment would strike the instructions going to EPW. And by striking those instructions, we would foreclose the opportunity there to recover wasteful spending to the tune of $1 billion, wasteful spending that was brought about by a party line vote in the Inflation Reduction Act a few years ago. Now, if this was too high, it's brought about awful inflation, along with so many other things in that and other pieces of legislation that were passed during that time period, making it more expensive to buy everything from gas to groceries, everything from housing to health care. One of the reasons we need to do it, as we've talked about in this bill, our border has been overrun. Public safety threats are imminent, ongoing, and have been for a long time, as the previous administration's open doors policies have enriched international drug cartels to the tune of tens of billions of dollars as they've accelerated their human and drug trafficking operations into this country. So, yeah, we've got to figure out ways to pay for that, and this is one of many ways. The measure in question includes grants for things like environmental and climate justice. And so when we think about, speaking of things that involve cleaning up your own mess, we are cleaning up a mess left to us by Democrats, a twofold mess. An open border that we have to deal with now, and a messy set of spending measures that have proven very costly to the American people. I oppose this.
Senator Kennedy, would you like to say something very quick?
I would.
Okay.
I don't know how quickly I can say it. Sheldon, I think, as I read your amendment, it's more than just about methane. And for what it's worth, I happen to agree with you about methane leaks, and I think we're doing a lot better. But what if we find a methane leak program that the Biden administration has funded that is bone deep stupid, and the money's being wasted? This, just because it's about methane doesn't mean it's either effective or efficient. And this would prevent us from making commonsensical changes. That's why I've got to oppose it. That was quick.
Absolutely, yeah.
This is very clearly targeting one particular thing, which is the methane fee, which is putting a price on leaking methane so that they don't.
But how do you know that?
They have a reason to do that.
How do you know that? How are you reading our minds?
It's pretty clear.
No, it's not.
It's pretty clear. When you look at the numbers, when you look at the instruction, and if I'm wrong, then I'll apologize to you, but let's just wait until this gets to EPW and I'll tell you this is where it's going to go. If you want right now to say, okay, we will lay off the methane fee, we will make these leakers fix their damned equipment so that 14 million homes worth of natural gas isn't just being vented into the air we breathe every single year because they're leaking and not maintaining their equipment. If you want to concede me that, if we'll take that off the table for EPW consideration, the chairman sits on EPW, he can help with that. I'm happy to pull this back. But I don't think that's the case. I think the case is that this is the target.
Respond to that?
Very quickly.
Briefly?
No good deed goes unpunished around here. Go
And
ahead.
the document says so.
I'll be brief.
Stopping the methane emissions fee, right
Okay,
there.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Look, Senator, you're putting words in our mouth and thoughts in our head.
This is the chairman's press release.
I understand that's the chairman. That's not me. That's not the other members of this committee. I mean, Sheldon, I love you like a taco, man, but you're assuming there's some communist plot to get rid of all of the mitigation of methane. And I think you're way overstating your position.
I'm saying that the methane fee is specifically targeted by the chairman in the committee's description of what this is intended to do.
That's
Yeah,
Lindsay.
well,
That's
I
not
tell you
me.
what, we'll all get to vote here in a minute. Time has expired. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Lujan filed an amendment marked Lujan 37. I ask unanimous consent that I be listed as the primary sponsor of that amendment.
Without objection.
That Senator Lujan be listed as a co-sponsor, and I be recognized to offer this amendment. This amendment, colleagues, would strike the reconciliation instructions for the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. It would seek to prevent this instruction from being used to make steep cuts to critical nutrition assistance programs and important agricultural programs that our Republican colleagues have made it clear are on the chopping block. The nutrition assistance programs are the most effective and important tool to fight hunger, including childhood hunger. The program supports 1 in 8 Americans, or about 40 million people across the country, including 1 in 5 children. Folks, $1 in SNAP benefits generates $1.50 in economic activity, reducing food insecurity and lowering healthcare costs for children, parents, older adults, disabled individuals, and more. Despite this, the administration has said they want to cut benefits for participants across the board, eliminating benefits for our most vulnerable neighbors. Let's be clear. SNAP currently represents less than 0.5% of GDP and will continue to fall as a share of GDP over the next decade. So cutting or eliminating food assistance won't go very far in covering the more than $4.7 trillion needed for another round of Republican tax cuts for the wealthy, but it will hurt working class Americans. Colleagues, we've invested billions of dollars in climate-smart agriculture and conservation through the Inflation Reduction Act that benefits farmers, forest landowners, and ranchers in every single state. These previously underfunded programs help farmers build more resilient operations and help ranchers sustainably manage their land. We've seen the increase in extreme weather from California to Texas to the Southeast and beyond. I'm surprised that you want to strip farmers of the tools that we just enacted to help protect them. Colleagues, I can go on and on, but I urge you to reject taking food away from children and making groceries more expensive for hardworking families by supporting this amendment.
Thanks, Senator Lee.
Am I handling this or is Lee? No, just get me one that I'm supposed to handle. I don't want to take Lee's. Get with them and get it straight. My mic's on.
Right. Okay, Senator Kennedy.
All right, let me read real quickly what staff wrote for me. This amendment would require reconciliation legislation not make cuts to critical nutrition programs. This amendment strikes the Agricultural Committee reconciliation instruction from the budget resolution. Let me tell you what this means briefly. This would take Agricultural Committee and any savings we can find there out of the picture. I don't think there's a person at this table that believes that every nutrition program that the United States of America's federal government has no waste or abuse. This would prevent us from together eliminating any wasteful nutrition programs, and for that reason I object.
All time has expired on that amendment. If it's okay, Senator Merkley will vote on the first tranche. Is that all right?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you have one more. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you do. I apologize.
Colleagues, I call up Padilla Amendment number 7. This amendment would strike the reconciliation instructions for the Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. As you know from prior political attacks on the Inflation Reduction Act, this instruction is aimed at undoing the critical federal investments that have spurred private investment and created hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs across the country. And we should be clear that despite Republican rhetoric, undoing the IRA and its programs to diversify our energy mix would actually undermine our energy independence, not strengthen it. Our Republican colleagues know that the IRA has actually been good for the economy. They know it's been good for America's energy independence, so much so that many Republicans have gone out to events celebrating new manufacturing facilities and infrastructure investments after having voted against the bill. As of November 2024, hundreds of billions of dollars have been funneled into energy projects, and the overwhelming majority of this funding has actually gone to Republican districts, and not by a small share. Nearly 80% of the $243 billion worth of projects that are either completed or under construction have been in GOP districts. If this investment is cut off by Republicans, it'll hurt their local economies, their rural communities, their manufacturing communities who have benefited the most. Now, talk about a waste of taxpayer dollars. Last year, House Republicans sent a letter to their leadership opposing their party's own IRA repeal efforts. They said of a repeal, and I quote, "We would have spent billions of taxpayer dollars and received next to nothing in return," end quote. They want to see the IRA projects finished. So I'm curious to know if the same Republican colleagues who were so eager to attend ribbon cuttings will be as vocal about announcing its repeal. And Mr. Chairman, you specifically highlighted energy independence in your announcement on this resolution. I couldn't agree more that the United States should be energy independent. That's why the IRA supports an all of the above energy approach, including wind and solar, along with nuclear power, biofuels, and newer industries like hydrogen and carbon capture. What will actually get us to energy independence is diversifying our energy sources. It's not just relying on the same old fossil fuels whose prices are determined by global markets that we don't control. If we really want energy independence, we need to advance renewable energy and the investments that were made in the Inflation Reduction Act. That's why I urge that all my colleagues who truly want to achieve energy independence support this amendment.
Senator Lee.
As chairman of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. This is an amendment that would offer still additional funding for the very projects that received billions upon billions of dollars in handouts under the Biden administration through the bipartisan infrastructure law and also the Inflation Reduction Act. Projects funded by those bills are often opposed by the impacted communities, including some wind projects linked to the deaths of locally significant wildlife and solar projects that prevent multiple use, like recreational use or grazing on federal lands. I oppose it and encourage my colleagues to do the same.
All time has expired. Now we'll start voting. Thank you for all getting here. You've been very prompt. We will vote on the amendments in the order in which they were offered. I will recognize each side for 30 seconds before each vote, and all of the debate time has expired. So the first is Senator Merkley 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very simply, the purpose of reconciliation was to do deficit neutral or deficit decreasing legislation. And my understanding that is the goal of the budget resolution before us. And so let's restore that principle so a bunch of proposals don't come back from the authorizing committees that in fact violate that and increase the deficit.
Thank you. What I said before. Senator Murray.
Are you debating all of them and then voting?
Yeah, no, we're gonna.
You're not.
You asked the clerk to call the roll.
I'll call the roll now? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, call the roll, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Senator Grassley.
No.
Mr. Crapo. No. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Sorry.
Mr. Marshall.
No.
Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee.
No.
Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders. Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner.
Aye.
Mr. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
Lujan votes aye.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
Where's it going?
Yeah, we'll wait.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 8 and the nays are 10.
Yeah,
Oh.
Senator Sanders, go ahead and vote.
Mr. Sanders.
Whose amendment?
My amendment.
And we'll wait till Senator Cornyn, he's on the way. He is on the way, right?
Patty, do you want to increase military spending by $171 billion?
I'm voting for it.
Oh, I thought you did. Okay, I'm confused. Do you have a reserve fund
We'll get there.
in your
We'll get there.
amendment? But I brought to bribe people.
No, it's the actual budget.
They're very good. Hubs, Virginia peanuts. And Mike, you know. Don't do that.
You're going to support
That'll,
that?
that'll be Cliff, and it'll be everywhere.
My amendment? Okay.
That's the difference between Kane and Warner. Peanuts, cold hard cash.
Yeah, I think he's on the way. We just don't know where he started.
I saw you smile there.
These are all going to be part of your notes.
I think so. Maybe a couple later on that are a little more. Yeah, it's really.
Well, let's just go ahead and call the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 9, the nays are 10.
I
Okay,
replaced.
thanks. Next, Senator Murray,
Succeed.
1.
Yeah, he can't be replaced.
This amendment contains the reconciliation instruction as well as the accompanying. Sorry. My amendment does two things. It strikes Title II, which contains the reconciliation instructions and the accompanying reserve fund. It creates a new reserve fund to implement a bipartisan multi-year agreement to provide $171 billion in funding for defense and $171 billion for non-defense. So it allows us to address the national security needs and challenges at the border, but it makes sure that we are also tackling wildfires, biomedical research, childcare, disaster response, and supporting our veterans, and a lot more. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Again, what I said before, I mean, we need a lot more ships than we got, and military spending is at a historic low, and every dollar we get in the military now would be a blessing to the warfighter. So I oppose the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
Oh.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley.
Nearly $1 trillion.
Mrs. Murray.
Yeah, I thought that was it.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner.
Aye.
Mr. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
Aye by proxy. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Keep the momentum here. Here we go.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Senator Wyden, 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this takes Medicaid off the chopping block in the United States Senate. And we know that Medicaid is a lifeline for nursing home patients and families. We know it's so important in rural communities. We know it's so important for employees who work somewhere where the employer can't afford health care coverage. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I guess it's called Wyden 1.
What Senator Crapo said before sounded good to me. So I'll oppose it. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
Nope.
Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner.
Aye.
Mr. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
Lujan votes aye.
No.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Senator Lujan votes aye by proxy, is that right? Aye by proxy. I vote no.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Okay. Next, Senator Sanders, 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think everybody at this table knows there is massive waste, fraud, and abuse at the Pentagon. Donald Trump knows that. He just said recently, the other day, quote, "Let's check the military. We're going to find billions, hundreds of billions of dollars in fraud and abuse," end quote. Mr. Musk basically has said the same thing. Everybody knows this. If the Pentagon needs more money to do A, B, and C, there is plenty of money available if you deal with the waste, fraud, and abuse. So what this amendment simply does is it cuts out, ends the extra $150 billion that is in the resolution. I ask for the yeas.
Again, our military is historically GDP to defense low. If you want a bigger Navy, we need to invest now. President Trump said 2 weeks ago, we're going to go to 5% of GDP on defense. That's about $400 billion above what we're spending. So I would respectfully disagree and oppose the amendment. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
Oh.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall.
You get a
Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray.
Votes aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
You've been a good job.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner.
No.
Mr. Kane.
No.
Mr. Van Hollen.
Aye.
Mr. Lujan.
Are you sure about that? Yes. Okay, all right. I'm checking out I'm trying to get my man's back here. He votes no. Okay, all right, good.
Mr. Padilla.
No.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 6, the nays are 15.
Thank you. Senator Whitehouse, 1.
Thanks, Chairman. This would protect the methane leak fee that is specifically targeted in this instruction by lifting the instruction related to 7.5 million metric tons of methane leaked out, for which the industry received $1.6 billion upfront for repairs as a part of the deal for this fee, and now they're walking away from it. The better way to walk away from paying this fee would be to stop leaking, and then there would be no fee. So I ask everybody to vote aye.
Senator Lee, I'll just reiterate what he said.
I hereby reiterate and incorporate by reference my previous remarks and apply them to this one, encouraging my colleagues to vote no.
Okay. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Marshall.
No.
Mr. Cornyn.
Is he leaving?
Mr. Lee.
No.
Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner.
Aye. Very weird.
Mr. Kane.
Aye.
What a statement about the place.
Mr. Van Hollen.
Aye.
Mr. Lujan.
Lujan.
Lujan votes aye.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Next is Warner 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I explained earlier, this would try to just put in place for these DOJ officials, many of who do not have appropriate clearances, to make sure that we can do all we can to protect this national security and the information that are in these classified accounts. My fear is either by malfeasance or just plain stupidity, some of this is going to get out and our nation is going to be made less strong. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Crapo. I think explanation
Okay.
stands. Call the roll, please. Faster.
Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner.
Aye.
Mr. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
Aye by proxy. Aye by proxy.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Next is Senator Kane 1.
This is the one that I called the no before you cut amendment. Point of order against any legislation affecting health coverage until the CBO gives us the number of Americans affected by that legislation. Obviously, a point of order can be waived with the 60 votes on the floor, but it would ensure that we know the consequences of our actions on Americans' health care before we vote on legislation affecting it.
Thank you very much, Senator Kane. I think I've ruled this out of order. You want to appeal? Is that right?
I will appeal.
Okay. So all of us are going to vote aye. Okay. So anybody else want to say anything?
Senator, you'll vote to table the appeal.
I'm voting, yeah, well, I'm going to, you're tabling my
And-
decision to
and,
appeal.
Mr. Chair, can I just inquire, because you may make other rulings like this. This is the first one you've ruled out of order. Why is this out of order?
It's outside of the jurisdiction.
Outside of the jurisdiction of the committee. All right? Move to table the appeal. The motion is non-debatable. The question is on the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. All those in favor of tabling the rule, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
Y'all want a roll call? Because I'm going to say it's aye.
Yes, please.
Okay, let's have a roll call.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Ricketts.
Aye.
Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley.
No.
Mrs. Murray.
No.
Mr. Wyden.
No.
Mr. Sanders.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Okay.
No.
Gotcha.
Mr. Warner.
No.
Mr. Kane.
No.
Mr. Van Hollen.
No.
Mr. Lujan.
Lujan votes no.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
No, aye.
Aye, never mind.
Mr.
It'd be
Chairman.
this hard. Aye, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 11, the nays are 10.
Thank you. Senator Van Hollen, number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we discussed earlier, this creates a point of order against legislation that would cut Medicare or Medicaid benefits. We should all go after fraud, waste, and abuse in Medicare or Medicaid, but no one campaigned on cutting Medicare or cutting Medicaid, so this creates a guardrail against it. I urge its adoption.
Thank you. I have determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution, therefore rule it out of order. I move to table the motion, to table the appeal. The motion is non-debatable. Questions on the motion?
Well, you're ahead of me. I hadn't yet appealed the motion, but I do appeal the motion of the chair, and I do call for a vote on your motion to table.
Being omnipotent, knowing that he would do that, the question is on the motion to appeal the ruling of the chair. All those in favor of tabling the appeal say aye. And they want a roll call vote, call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
Aye.
Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley.
No.
Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden.
No.
Mr. Sanders.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse.
No.
Mr. Warner.
No.
Mr. Kane.
No.
Mr. Van Hollen.
No.
Mr. Lujan.
Lujan votes no.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 10.
Lujan, number 37.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder, this is would strike the reconciliation instructions for Senate Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry, seeking to prevent this instruction from being used to make steep cuts in critical nutrition assistance programs and the important agricultural programs that so many rely on because they're clearly on the chopping block. Urge you to not turn back on our constituents. Please join me in supporting this amendment.
What Senator Kennedy said before was very compelling. These programs can be looked at and should be looked at. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
No, no,
Go for it.
no.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Baby.
no, we switch.
Yeah, baby.
This is harder than it looks.
Mr. Crapo? Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Marshall? Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Lee? Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Ricketts?
Nope.
Mr. Moreno?
No.
Mr. Scott?
No.
Mr. Merkley? Mrs. Murray?
Aye.
Mr. Wyden?
Aye.
Mr. Sanders?
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse?
Aye.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Kane? Mr. Van Hollen?
Aye. Excuse me.
Mr. Lujan?
Lujan votes aye.
Mr. Padilla? Mr. Chairman?
No, we have one more in this tranche, and we'll get back to offering amendments. Do I?
She needs to announce the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Sorry about that. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this amendment would strike the reconciliation instructions for the Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. Clearly, there's a signal to undo the progress made under the Inflation Reduction Act in the interest of protecting the hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs that have been created, in the interest of moving us towards true energy independence, where we need the all of the above approach to include renewable energy. I urge that you support this amendment.
Thank you. Senator Lee, would you want to say anything? I think you responded well last time. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley?
No.
Mr. Crapo? Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Marshall? Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Lee? Mr. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Ricketts?
Nope.
Mr. Moreno?
No.
Mr. Scott? Mr. Merkley?
Aye.
Mrs. Murray?
Aye.
Mr. Wyden?
Aye.
Mr. Sanders?
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse?
Aye.
Mr. Warner?
Aye.
Mr. Kane? Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Lujan?
Aye, by proxy.
Mr. Padilla? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Thank you all for being here, and it took 30 minutes, but I don't know how to do it much faster. Yes.
I ask unanimous consent to be reported in the affirmative on Merkley 1.
Absolutely. So ordered. The next round, we'll start now. We'll give you some notice when it comes time to vote, and we'll start with Merkley number 5.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
In about an hour, we'll vote again. Okay.
Perhaps the top issue that many people across the country are worried about is the price of housing, the cost of homes. Cost of homes going up, so first-time home buyers are in big trouble, and certainly the cost of rents. And so I'm passing out 3 articles about what is driving up the cost of rents in homes, which is hedge fund investors buying up large swaths of homes across America. The first article is titled, "Who's Outbidding You?" by tens of thousands of dollars for that home of your dreams. It lays out how those bids are driving up the cost of homes because they're all cash, fast closing, no inspection offers that are often tens of thousands above the asking price. And then the second article, Wall Street has purchased hundreds of thousands of single-family homes since the Great Recession. Here's what it means for rental prices, and it lays out how it's driving up rents across the country. And the third one is titled, Wall Street is buying up entire neighborhoods. This is true in virtually every state. Florida has gotten the most attention along with Arizona, but it's true in every state, including my state of Oregon, including the share state of South Carolina. In fact, I just read an article that is titled, well, let's see, all cash-in offers. And it speaks to a realtor as quoted as saying, their offers are always cash. They do and this is Columbia, South Carolina, they do very short due diligence. They always buy as is. They typically close in about 2 weeks. And then there is a site called We Buy Homes in South Carolina as is, and it's at hedgefundoffers.co. This is a huge factor destroying the major source of wealth to middle-class Americans, which is home ownership. That slice of the American pie is being shifted onto the place of the wealthiest Americans through these hedge funds controlled by mega millionaires and billionaires. This is really, if you believe in the American dream for families, this is something we have to address. So my amendment creates a deficit-neutral reserve fund relating to bills that try to take this on. I think it's an issue we should all be concerned about. It's affecting not only the rents and the home prices, but this is also right in line with President Trump's desire to lower the cost to real Americans on real issues. And there's nothing more real than having a roof over your head. I hope you'll all support it.
Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would create a deficit-neutral reserve fund relating to the impacts of hedge fund ownership on single-family homes and rent prices. The Biden administration and Democrats' reckless spending drove up inflation and interest rates, made home ownership less affordable. The average 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 6.9%. When Joe Biden took office, that number was 2.8%. I would note that also 25% of the cost of a single-family home is actually regulatory. If we could reduce regulations, that would bring down the price of homes. This budget resolution is about unlocking reconciliation to secure the border and keep Americans safe. Reserve funds that accomplish nothing beyond political messaging and are unnecessary and distract or delay from this budgeting process. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
All this does is gives an opportunity to address an issue that is very significant to folks in every one of our states. I acknowledge high interest rates are an issue affecting home ownership, but there's no question that hedge funds competing with all cash, no inspection, fast closing officers at tens of thousands above asking price are a huge driver as well. So let's all team up together and help be prepared to take on one of the biggest issues affecting working families across this country.
Thank you. All time has expired. We'll vote on it in the second tranche of votes. Senator Murray, number 6.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is really straightforward. It establishes a deficit-neutral reserve fund to make sure that no president can unilaterally impound, delay, or withhold congressionally appropriated funds in violation of the U.S. Constitution or the Impoundment Control Act of 1974. This is not a partisan issue. It is actually about upholding our laws and Congress's constitutional authority over federal spending. The Constitution grants Congress, not the president, the power of the purse. This has been affirmed time and again by the Supreme Court, by Congress, by the Government Accountability Office, and others. And yet today, Trump, Elon Musk, and Russ Vought have been holding up huge chunks of funding that Congress passed, often on a bipartisan basis. When presidents ignore our spending laws and the power of the purse, our Constitution gives Congress, not the president, it doesn't just block funding for the American people, it erodes the trust necessary for bipartisan negotiations here in Congress. As I have emphasized, members of Congress on both sides must know a deal is a deal. This amendment is about protecting the integrity of our democratic process, our most fundamental checks and balances. Every senator, Republican or Democrat, should support this amendment to preserve Congress's authority and maintain the trust necessary for effective governance. So I urge my colleagues support this amendment and reaffirm that Congress controls federal spending, not the president.
Thank you, Senator Moreno.
I appreciate my colleague's point of view. You said this is about preventing any president from doing that. It would be more interesting to make that retroactive to the last 4 years in which Joe Biden unilaterally forgave student loans. That did not pass Congress. In fact, a bill was attempted to pass Congress that was rejected, and yet Joe Biden relieved student debt. It went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court ruled he could not do that, and yet he still did that. So I think it would be more sincere if this was a bill an amendment that looked back retrospectively for 4 years, but of course we cannot do that. I would also point out that Joe Biden put in place many policies, not just student debt. For example, using FEMA money to resettle migrants, using VA money to provide health care for illegals. So let's call a spade a spade. This is about political messaging, not about actually cutting the deficit in any way possible. And I hope that my colleagues get to the point in time where we say, let's work together, because here's the one thing I know about this administration versus the last one. We have a commander-in-chief who's actually calling the shots. Elon Musk is doing things at his direction. His cabinet is doing things at his direction. Joe Biden didn't know what day it was. And we have no idea who is actually calling the shots.
Mr. Chairman,
Absolutely.
not a political speech, a statement of fact. We can't go backward, but I think we should reestablish Congress's authority. And everyone knows, as Chair of Appropriations Committee, as Vice Chair of Appropriations Committee, I have worked with my partners on both sides of the aisle to get bipartisan spending agreements. There's no way we can have that trust to vote on either side anytime in the future for any president if we don't know that our agreement is an agreement and will be abided by the Constitution and the law to go into effect. So I urge my colleagues who want to talk about what happened with President Biden to support this amendment to assure that that is there in the future. Yield back.
Thank you. All time has expired. We'll vote on that here in a bit. Senator Wyden, number 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I listened very attentively this morning to my colleagues on the Republican side, my seatmates, senior members of the Finance Committee, who all brought up tax breaks with respect to the wealthy. And they all said, we have no interest in giving tax breaks to the wealthy. And I said to myself, my goodness, that sounds pretty interesting. Maybe I'm going to be able to get my prohibition on one of the biggest scams in the tax code featured on the Wall Street Journal's front page. It's called Buy, Borrow, and Die. And if you're a billionaire and you're really clever, you can pay little or no taxes for pretty much forever. So given my colleagues' comments and my interest in really getting rid of some of these glaring loopholes, I said to myself, I'm going to try to put this out as an amendment, and that's why I have Wyden 2 against reconciliation that provides tax cuts for the wealthy or tax increases on the middle class. And it would seem to me that if everybody is so interested in making sure that there's no tax breaks for the wealthy, this basically puts down as part of the Budget Committee's principles that we're not going to do it. I urge my colleagues to support it.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you have stated repeatedly throughout this process, this amendment is out of order for all those reasons. But in addition, Senator Wyden, you said you were listening to us carefully. This budget reconciliation process here is about trying to clean up two messes. We need to secure the border. We need funding for that. It's not about taxes. The only thing in this budget about taxes is we're using current policy, as we should. But again, we open up the border. The administration needs the funding to secure the border. That's unfortunate. Had Biden not opened it up, we wouldn't need the extra funding. But we're going to pay for this, and that's what this thing's about. It's not about giving tax breaks for anybody. When we do address taxes, if we do cut taxes, it'll be for every American, as we did in the Tax Cut and Jobs Act.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just very quickly to respond. I was not the one who brought this up initially. It was brought up by my colleagues on the other side who clearly are trying to make a case that they somehow don't want these big tax breaks for the ultra wealthy. I'd just like to have some accountability on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Debate is expired. We'll vote in a bit here. Senator Sanders, we'll get back to him. White House number 2.
Thank you, Chairman. Like the last one, this would lift the EPW instruction that targets the methane leakage fee and change the finance instruction to raise revenue, which of course would reduce the deficit. Just a quick word on the looming insurance danger that I've been talking about and how it's landing in your states. In Beaufort and Charleston counties in South Carolina, almost 1 in 20 homeowners got dropped by their homeowners insurer in 2023. Average premiums up roughly 25%, over $1,000 over 6 years, predicted to more than double in the years to come. Buchanan County, Iowa, non-renewals up more than 200%. Mitchell County up more than 150%. Blaine County, Idaho, non-renewals up more than 400%. Boise County up almost 200%. Boise County home values predicted to decline by roughly 60% over the next 30-year mortgage window. Sawyer County, Wisconsin, non-renewals up almost 150%. Marion County, Kansas, non-renewals up 550%. 9 Kansas counties are expected to see average home values decline by more than 20% over the next 30-year mortgage window. In Texas, Chambers County has seen non-renewals increase by 940%. More than 60 counties in Texas are predicted to see average home values fall by 20%, with some experiencing declines of 60 or even 80%. In Utah, Summit and Wasatch counties have seen non-renewals increase by more than 150%. Louisiana wins the prize. Vermilion Parish has seen non-renewals increase by more than 1,500%. 29 other Louisiana parishes are in the top 10% nationally for non-renewal rate increase, with increases of between 130 and 1,400%. Almost 24 Louisiana parishes are expected to see home values decline between 20 and 60%. In Nebraska, York County has seen non-renewals increase by more than 500%. 7 other counties have seen non-renewals more than double. In Ohio, Athens County has seen non-renewals increase by more than 250%. 7 other counties have seen non-renewals more than double. And as I've said about Florida, I mentioned this earlier, Glades and Monroe counties have seen homeowners insurance non-renewals increase by more than 3,000%. This isn't just coming, folks. This is actually already on us. And the quicker we act, the better off we will be. And the best way to act right now is to stop the repeal of the methane fee that encourages oil and gas companies to take better care of what they leak out of their pipes and valves and wells. It's pretty straightforward stuff. This is coming to a neighborhood near you. Let's try to get together and stop it now. I urge and I vote.
Senator Lee.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would strike the EPW instruction and require a revenue increasing instruction for the Finance Committee rather than repealing a costly and harmful nursing home rule. So if we were to adopt it, it would impair our ability to offset the cost of the bill. I oppose it and urge my colleagues to do the same.
All times expired. We'll vote on this in a bit. Senator Warner, number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I call it my amendment, Warner 1. My amendment creates a point of order against legislation that provides a new budget authority for the office of the President during any period when there is litigation pending against the President alleging a violation of the Take Care Clause. The Take Care Clause of the Constitution sets out one of the President's most central duties to ensure that federal laws are fully executed. By faithful execution, the Constitution means carrying out all of Congress's statutory directions. The law that Congress passes are not optional, and the Constitution does not give the President any legislative power. He can't choose to follow the laws he likes and disregard the ones he dislikes. The President must take care to carry out Congress's exact directions. If Congress requires the United States Agency for International Development to exist, then the President must take care to ensure that USAID exists. If Congress requires the President spend a certain amount of money on providing community health care in Virginia, then the President must take care to spend exactly that much money and not a penny more or less. President Trump has already shown his contempt for the Take Care Clause by refusing to follow the directions that Congress has set out in duly passed law. He's essentially shut down USAID, risking America's goodwill around the world. He put Russ Vought, who obviously has a lot of contempt for government and Congress, in charge of both OMB and CFPB. Vought promptly issued a stop order to the CFPB, grinding another congressionally created agency to a halt. While these abuses of power continue, Congress should cut off funding for the office of the President. My amendment does just that. Republicans and Democrats on this committee can't stand by while the President walks all over constitutional powers that rightfully belong before the Congress. I urge all my members to vote yes.
Senator Lee.
Mr. Chairman, this is an amendment that would create a point of order against any spending provision to provide funding to the executive office while there's active litigation against the president and his administration in inhibiting the vital functions of the executive branch, which the president is charged under the Constitution with carrying out. We've seen how vexatious, dilatory litigation can be, and in fact has been abused. We've seen the weaponization of the law carried out for partisan political reasons over the last year or two in particular against President Trump. We have no reason to be assured that it wouldn't be abused here. And so all they'd have to do is make sure there's litigation brought. They could halt any and every measure through this point of order to provide funding to the office of the president. In any event, creation of this point of order is outside the jurisdiction of the Budget Committee and is therefore not appropriate for inclusion in this budget resolution. And the specificity of the language also threatens the privilege of the resolution and is not in order. Therefore, I oppose the amendment.
Thank you. All debates expired. We'll deal with this in a minute. Senator Kane, number 3.
Kane 3 is about protecting the health care of American families who have access to the Affordable Care Act. And it deals with the family glitch issue, which I think we all are familiar with. When the Affordable Care Act was written, someone who does not have access to an affordable policy can access premiums, tax credits to bring down the premiums of policies they would buy. But the measure of affordability measured the affordability to an individual, not the affordability of a family policy. So someone who's married with kids once gets family policy that doesn't have access to an affordable policy can't get tax credits. The Biden administration, by regulation, fixed this, and 5 million American families have benefited as a result. My proposal would create a deficit-neutral reserve fund, allowing that to be made permanent, should Congress choose to do so. This has been, the repeal of the Biden regulation has been discussed by especially folks on the House Republican side as a way to rack up savings in this reconciliation process. So the purpose of Kane 3 is just to preserve our ability to protect American families who have been able to access tax credits under the Affordable Care Act. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to once again make the point that this, Mr. Chairman, excuse me. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
I'm going to want to once again make the point that this amendment is not germane. As I said at the outset, the instruction to the Finance Committee in this particular budget reconciliation procedure is a very limited one-topic issue, which relates to nursing homes, and that's a rule, not a program in either Medicare or Medicaid. And so for that purpose, this amendment is not necessary. Now, we will, at some point, hopefully be doing another reconciliation process in this committee. And at that time, I expect that we will have a broader instruction for the Finance Committee. And so when that day comes, I welcome the opportunity to talk to my colleagues about some of the reforms that are necessary in our entitlement programs. Unfortunately, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle enacted a costly and uncapped enhanced premium tax credit that used taxpayer dollars to mask underlying issues in the ACA market, such as declining value and fraudulent enrollment. Let's get into these issues, but this is not the procedure to do that.
All debate. Time has expired. Senator Van Hollen, number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, colleagues. This would establish a point of order against any legislation to repeal the prescription drug negotiation provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act. Mr. Chairman, earlier I offered an amendment to prohibit any cuts to Medicare benefits. You responded that as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, we had cut Medicare, but you didn't point out we didn't cut a penny of Medicare benefits. What we did was require negotiations for prescription drugs under Medicare. You know, just like a big insurance company gets to negotiate on behalf of their members, we wanted the Medicare program to be able to negotiate on behalf of the American people. And the results of that was to dramatically lower, yes, costs for Medicare, but also reduce prescription drug costs for everybody in Medicare. And so as a result, prices for blockbuster, very expensive drugs are going down for people on Medicare. We've capped Medicare expenditures to $2,000 a person. That was because of what we did in the Inflation Reduction Act, not cutting a penny of benefits, but getting a good deal for the American people on Medicare. So what this says is, let's keep that. If you want to keep it, if you want to keep those lower drug prices, vote yes for my amendment. If you want to risk getting rid of it, then you would oppose it. I urge a yes vote.
Senator Crapo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll make 2 points with regard to this amendment. First, it is out of order for a budget reconciliation process such as this. Second, like the other, and I expect some more amendments to come, it is not germane to the instruction in this process to the Finance Committee, which is limited, as I have said, to specifically the nursing home rule that we are addressing in this particular instruction. We will hopefully have further instructions in a separate process before this committee, at which time I expect we'll have a much broader instruction to the Finance Committee, and then we can get into these issues. I've got a lot of argument, as you know, with the approach to prescription drug pricing that the Democratic caucus has taken in the past, and so we can have a lively debate about how we should go, but we should have a debate about how to lower the price of all health care services, including prescription drugs. We'll have that time, not in this particular reconciliation bill.
Thank you. All debates expired on that amendment. Now, Senator Lujan, 41.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Lujan filed an amendment marked Lujan 41. I ask unanimous consent that I be listed as a primary sponsor of that amendment, Senator Lujan be listed as a co-sponsor, and that I be recognized to offer that amendment. Thank you. Colleagues, similar to an earlier amendment offered by Senator Van Hollen, this amendment will create a point of order against legislation that reduces Medicare or Medicaid benefits for working class and middle class Americans.
Sure.
Now, it seems like every time President Trump is in the White House, his #1 legislative priority is tax cuts for the ultra wealthy. The Trump tax cut from his first administration raised federal deficits and debt by more than $2 trillion over its first 10 years. To top it off, the boom in investment that Americans were promised never materialized. And now a second round of tax cuts is projected to be even more expensive. And I see that our Republican colleagues are looking for $5.3 to $5.7 trillion in cuts, and potentially even more, to not only popular, but in many instances necessary government programs. But of all the unprecedented and far-reaching cuts being proposed to safety net programs, Medicaid seems to be at the top of the list. Specifically, Republicans are proposing $2.3 trillion in cuts to Medicaid and $479 billion in cuts to Medicare. A $2.3 trillion cut to Medicaid over 10 years would be nearly a third reduction in projected federal Medicaid spending, and 39% of all Medicaid revenues to states. The policy is being proposed like imposing a per capita cap, reducing the AC expansion match rate, repealing the incentive for states to adopt Medicaid expansion, and more would fundamentally change how Medicaid financing works. And the impossibly large cuts would put states at financial risk, reducing spending by eliminating coverage, reducing covered services, and cutting rates paid to physicians, hospitals, and nursing homes. Millions of Americans will no doubt lose health coverage as a result. And by the way, this would also exacerbate the already alarming workforce shortage in the healthcare industry. So I urge you colleagues to publicly commit to preserving Medicare and Medicaid benefits by supporting this amendment.
Senator Crapo.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And as I said, I would probably be repetitive on some of these amendments. This amendment also is out of order as not appropriate to a budget resolution. It is also not germane for the reasons I've said several times in regard to previous amendments. We will get into a much broader debate, and I can assure you that we do not seek to reduce benefits to Medicare or Medicaid. And I look forward to a robust discussion about how to deal with that.
All debate is expired on that amendment. Senator Padilla, number 6.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To call up Padilla Amendment number 6. This amendment would create a definite neutral reserve fund relating to achieving energy dominance and independence for the United States by continuing investments in renewable energy development as part of an all-of-the-above energy approach, which would include solar, wind, and hydrogen. I've already spoken on the importance of preventing planned cuts to the Inflation Reduction Act and Republican efforts to unwind the hundreds of billions of dollars in federal and private sector energy investments that we've unlocked across the country. These investments are critical to achieving our shared goal of energy independence. To achieve energy independence, yes, we have to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels that are subject to international supply chain disruptions that affect prices at the pump. But it's also about securing critical energy infrastructure against threats and improving the resilience of our power system against both market volatility and extreme weather, something specifically that I've worked on with Senator Cornyn over the years. But unfortunately, the Trump administration, and it seems like Republicans in Congress, want to return to the outdated playbook of prioritizing fossil fuels at the expense of newer, renewable, and increasingly cheaper technologies. Even oil and gas companies have said they don't intend to drill more, even if additional public lands are opened up to drilling. So what are we doing at this point? Accelerating the growth of new domestic energy sources increases our energy security. If fully harnessed, as the investments made in the RA would allow us to do, the nation's abundant renewable energy sources, coupled with batteries and other forms of storage, would help us meet our growing energy demand. And diversifying our energy supply would also help improve our resiliency against geopolitical threats. Colleagues, you know as well as I do the many success stories in our home states of many of these investments and many of the projects that are increasing domestic manufacturing and American jobs. Let's continue to invest in the all-of-the-above approach, which includes renewable energy as the only way to achieve true energy independence while strengthening the economy and safeguarding our national security. I ask for your support of this amendment.
Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman, the amendment, I oppose this amendment. The amendment talks about an all-of-the-above energy approach, but I don't think the amendment really means that, because it mentions specifically solar, wind, and hydrogen. It never doesn't mention fossil fuels. It doesn't mention nuclear energy. I'm all for any form of energy that is affordable and accessible. Right now, fossil fuel energy is both of those. You can debate this, but right now, nuclear energy is both of those. But what many, I'm not suggesting, I don't think this is necessarily you, but what many people who would support this amendment want to do is they want to kill fossil fuels and they want to kill nuclear energy, and they want to take American taxpayer dollars and subsidize solar, wind, hydrogen, other forms of energy so that they will be cheaper for the consumer. The problem with all that is there's no free lunch, and you don't get one now. And there's a reason that electricity price, the average electricity bill in America under President Biden went up 28%. 28%, and that's the average. And after spending all of this money and treasure You know how much we reduced world temperatures? None. Zero. Zilch. Nada. So if we're going to solve, the world is warming, but it's going to be solved in the private sector, not by a bunch of governments picking favored industries and throwing money at it. That's my opinion. I realize you disagree. You're still a fine American. For that reason, I oppose this, not because you're a fine American, but for the reasons that I said, I oppose this amendment.
All debate expired. We'll take that up in a minute. Senator Sanders, would you like to do Sanders 3?
This is Sanders 3.
Yeah.
It's a pretty simple amendment. Picks up a little bit on what Senator Kennedy was just saying a moment ago. What this amendment does is establishes a deficit neutral reserve fund, acknowledging that the global crisis of climate change is an existential threat facing the planet, which is driven by the burning of fossil fuels, and that addressing this existential threat requires the substantial reduction of carbon emissions. That's about it. I happen to believe that given all of the extraordinary extreme weather disturbances we're seeing in the United States and around the world, seeing the increase in drought and in flooding, etc., given the reality that the scientific community is almost 100% in agreement that climate change is real, and that if we do not get a handle on it, it will only get worse. Hey, guys, what we're talking about here, I know it sounds like politics. This is real stuff. If we don't cut carbon emissions, the planet we're leaving our kids and future generations is going to become increasingly uninhabitable and unhealthy. So all I'm asking you here is to acknowledge the reality of climate change, the need for a deficit neutral reserve fund to help us reduce carbon emissions. About it, nothing more complicated than that.
Senator Lee.
My friend and colleague, and he is both, has introduced an amendment that I must oppose. I oppose it obviously in my individual capacity, but also as chairman of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. Given that it created a deficit-neutral reserve fund related to acknowledging the so-called existential threat of climate change. Now, in my view, respectfully, this is a measure that would prioritize climate alarmism over some of the objectives that we need to pursue right now, including providing energy security to the American people, and in the case of this bill, border security. Look, the Biden administration did everything in its power to destroy domestic energy production. This has made every aspect of life more expensive, from gas to groceries, from housing to healthcare, everything in between. It's all more expensive. It's going to get worse if we don't fix this problem. This amendment seeks to continue those same policies, and the American people deserve better. I oppose them and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Brief, Mr. Chairman, just a very brief response.
Absolutely.
Let me just ask my friend, Senator Lee, and he's a friend. We've worked together on some issues. You used the word climate alarmism. The 10 last years are the warmest years ever recorded. We're seeing massive extreme weather disturbances all over the world, not just in the United States. Do you think that that is alarmism, or is it the reality that climate change is an enormous threat to this planet?
I think acknowledging weather conditions and temperature conditions around the world can tell us things. I don't think that throwing hundreds of billions of dollars at a problem with an eye toward ultimately spending tens of trillions of dollars on a problem, one that's going to impoverish the American people, impoverish people throughout the world, unduly enrich Other nations, including countries like China that are generating more greenhouse gases every day, show no signs of slowing and are known to, cheat on international commitments regarding emissions and things like that. I think that's climate alarmism. And I think the American people have suffered as a result of this. Look, human beings have benefited to a tremendous degree as a result of our ability to utilize the resources that nature has given us and uniquely given us as Americans. Human flourishing depends for its existence on our ability to utilize those sources of energy. And we're kidding ourselves if we think that we're better off depriving ourselves of using those things and relying instead on sources of energy that are at once unproven, unaffordable, and in any event, none of the proposals that we've talked about have been shown mathematically with any degree of certainty, any degree of confidence that they're going to make a meaningful dent in global temperatures anyway. I'm not on board with this, and most of the American people aren't either.
Mr. Chairman,
You will have the final word.
Thank you very much. This amendment calls for zero, not 1 penny of additional funding.
Okay. Thank you. All debate is expired. We have gone through round 2. I understand members are very busy today. I definitely get that. We're targeting voting at 4:30. Is that right? 4:45. So why don't we keep going? Y'all have a lot of amendments, and I want to get to as many of them as we can. So we'll vote at 4:45, and we'll keep going on if that's okay with y'all. Senator Merkley, number 9.
Thank you. And with the chair's permission, I'm correcting a typo on page 2, line 1. The word facilitating should say prohibiting.
Without objection.
Thank you. This amendment addresses the situation in which we are providing LNG to China, and that is doing two things. It's driving up the cost for American families, and it's lowering the costs for our competitor, China. So I hear a lot of talk about how we need to be in a competitive mode because China is a significant threat economically. I hear a lot of talk about the issue of tariffs. But here we are subsidizing their economy, helping them thrive, and we're raising the price on American families at the very same time. So for all of you who actually believe in lowering the price of goods for Americans and don't want to help the Chinese with lower energy prices, I would appreciate your support.
Thank you. I think one of the worst decisions made was stop sending American natural gas to our allies in Europe so they could break away from Putin. I'd like to produce more American-owned natural gas to use here and help our allies abroad, so I oppose this amendment. Senator Lee.
This is another one that I'll oppose individually and as chairman of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee. This amendment would create a deficit-neutral reserve fund relating to prohibiting financing of facilities that will export liquefied natural gas to China or other areas of concern. The United States is not in the business of subsidizing energy to be provided to our adversaries. 4 years of abusive climate policies under the Biden administration stifled domestic energy production, including through the pause of LNG exports, which damaged the economy, raised energy prices for Americans, and put national security at risk by, among other things, making it easier for other producers of natural gas, some of whom are not friendly to the United States or her interests, have benefited from some of these moves. Increasing natural gas exports will remedy the harm done by previous administrations, by the previous administration in particular, and provide necessary energy resources to our allies abroad, preventing continued reliance on energy imports from China and other countries of concern. I oppose this and encourage my colleagues.
Mr. Chairman, the facts are production of oil increased dramatically in the Biden administration, the production of natural gas increased dramatically, and the export of LNG increased dramatically. And we did increase dramatically our exports of LNG to Europe. This amendment is about helping China or hurting American families. Because when you export LNG to China, you raise the price for Americans who are using fossil gas to heat their homes. And so if you're for the family and you're not for subsidizing China, vote yes on this amendment.
All debate has expired. Murray, 17.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On Friday night, the Trump administration announced that it was implementing a policy to arbitrarily cut the National Institutes of Health funding that supports biomedical research and institutes across our country. In capping indirect cost rates at 15% for NICHIP-funded grants, that policy would cut funding that is essential to conducting research, like operating and maintaining labs and research facilities. That is in clear violation of our annual appropriations bills, which have included an explicit prohibition on NIH implementing a policy exactly like this since 2018. I helped author that provision when I was ranking member of the Labor HA Subcommittee, working closely with my Republican colleagues. Fortunately, now a court has temporarily paused the policy, but let's be clear, if the Trump administration were to be successful in gutting NIH funding in this way, it would be absolutely catastrophic for life-saving research patients and families are counting on, including life-saving cancer research at Fred Hutch in my home state of Washington and at many other institutions in red and blue states nationwide. Research would come to a halt, sick kids would not get the treatment they need, clinical trials would be shut down abruptly. Workers from custodians to research trainees to scientists would be laid off. Our commitment to supporting basic research infrastructure, which this policy does, is what help make the American research enterprise the best in the world. This is funding that helps produce medical breakthroughs and change patients' lives and ensure that the U.S. continues to be the global leader in biomedical research. NIH is an important economic driver in just about every single one of our states, creates jobs, and it spurs innovation. So my amendment is simple. It reinforces Congress's support for life-saving biomedical research and its opposition to the arbitrary cut the administration announced last Friday.
Is there anyone desiring to speak in opposition to the amendment?
Great. Can we just
Seeing
pass
none,
it right now? then?
we'll move on to the next amendment. And the next amendment will be Senator Wyden, number 3.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this would do what President Trump says he wants done on health care. He has said repeatedly, according to what we have accumulated, Social Security and Medicare shouldn't be cut. He even said that Medicaid should be cherished. His quote, not mine, and spared from any cuts. So clearly, we have differences of opinion with respect to some health care issues, but I would just say to my colleagues that you make these policies that Donald Trump wants go along with what we're talking about to protect seniors and nursing homes and Americans with disability and others for whom Medicaid is a lifeline. And then we have something which a number of my colleagues know is in line with the bipartisan tradition we've had until recently on the Finance Committee. It wasn't until 2017 that we had this departure and went partisan. So I hope my colleagues will support this proposal, Wyden 3, which is basically putting into the budget Donald Trump's priorities with respect to health care, his words. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'll be brief. This is the same issue we've had on a number of other amendments. First of all, this amendment is out of order for a budget resolution for reconciliation, and I would make that note. And in terms of germaneness, we will get into a discussion of the critical issues in healthcare in another, I hope, the next, and soon, reconciliation legislation. But as we are keeping the Finance Committee instruction limited specifically to that nursing home rule that I referenced earlier, I would ask for a no vote.
Mr. Chairman, just very, very quickly, colleagues, what I'm trying to do is take off the table health care cuts, which have significant support in the House in particular, and that senators and the president say they don't want. So we see all these documents coming from the House. They're calling for cuts. Senate Republicans and the president say they don't want them. All I'm trying to do is put it in the budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All time has expired. It looks like Senator Warner, number 11.
Chairman, I think, hope with this would find some bipartisan support. My amendment number 11 is modified by my secondary amendment Warner 16. My amendment would allow for legislation to protect the dedicated members of the federal workforce, including those who work for the FBI and CIA, from retaliation and firing. We've seen for the past couple of weeks President Trump's willingness to use his executive power to hurt his perceived political enemies, including federal workers who are responsible for protecting us from terrorist spies and other national security threats. The one thing we ask folks that come before the IC is that they will speak truth to power and be independent. I fear that willingness to speak truth to power is being undermined. We saw recently 7 of the most experienced and senior FBI employees got fired. They are simply the guys in charge of Homeland Security, cyber, economic competitiveness, counterespionage. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to speak truth to power if they're that kind of retribution. We've seen as well that the president's DOJ looked like it's going after literally any FBI agent that even worked at all on the January 6th investigations, which would actually number in the thousands, and that again could undermine our talent in our community. More recently, we've seen the CIA, in a very sloppy effort, put out literally hundreds of CIA officials with their first name and last initial. I think the chairman knows it takes 9 months to a year to get a security clearance to become an agent of CIA. It takes a year of training. These 200-plus individuals, I think they're burned because our enemies will be able, through AI tools, discover their identities, and their ability, particularly to go into the field, is greatly undermined. All I'm saying here is those folks in the IC who don't get the recognition they deserve, let's make sure they should not be subject to political retribution or retaliation. I urge the members to vote yes.
Senator Lee.
Mr. Chairman, we've just emerged from a 4-year period in which the U.S. government was weaponized against the American people. It was weaponized for blatantly partisan political purposes. More evidence about that comes out every single day. It would be tone deaf, to put it really mildly, for us today to adopt a measure that would protect people in some of those same agencies who may have been involved in the deliberate political weaponization for partisan political gain, specifically for the purpose of trying to imprison then President Biden's last standing impediment to becoming a second-term president. So I honestly can't believe we're even having to have this conversation. But to say that people in those agencies, and again, it's not all of them, but it's certainly some of them, and there will be an effort to figure out who was a bad actor and who was not. To say that we're going to protect all of them and protect any of them from being fired, even if they engaged in some of these dastardly acts, this is offensive. And our constituents, those who elected us, would be really upset with us with darn good reason if we supported this. I urge my colleagues to oppose it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd simply say, as a member who was here on January 6th, when the Capitol Police and FBI defended virtually all of us, to somehow say that protecting them would be an insult, I find remarkable.
Mr. Chairman, that is not at all what I said. And I want to be very clear for the purposes, not on my watch, not on our watch. I oppose it.
All debate has expired. Senator Kane, number 5.
Kane 5 is about a program that helps people all over the country, but it also, I think, affects a lot of young people in this room, would be my suspicion, and it's public service loan forgiveness. Public service loan forgiveness was created during the Bush presidency. It was created in 2007, and the idea was to get people to come be teachers, firefighters, police, public servants who are working at the Capitol, inner city teachers. The program languished, and during the first Trump presidency, only 7,000 people, about 3% of those who applied for public service loan forgiveness were granted it by the Department of Education. In the last administration, the pace of approval significantly expanded to match what the program was intended to do when it was passed in the Bush administration. 1 million applicants were forgiven loans because of their public service, including 33,000 Virginians. The purpose of Kane 5 is to create a point of order against cuts to public service loan forgiveness. The instruction asked help to come up with a bunch of money. I am worried that what help may do, because I've heard it discussed that carving back on public service loan forgiveness may be one of the things that help does to try to meet the instruction in this particular reconciliation. And because we want to encourage public servants like the young staffers who are working in this room, I would ask for support on a point of order against cuts to the public service loan forgiveness program.
Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman, this committee does not have the legal jurisdiction to create such a point of order. And for that reason, the amendment is out of order.
All debates expired. Senator Van Hollen, 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, Van Hollen Amendment 3 creates a point of order against legislation that would cut funding for the National School Lunch Program or the School Breakfast Program. I hope we would all agree, I think we agree, that we all want our kids to have the nutrition and food that they need to have healthy lives. And of course, the School Breakfast Program and School Lunch Program are part of that effort. For kids who come from families who cannot afford the food to make sure that their kids have what they need. That's exactly why we have these two programs. Nearly 14 million children experience food insecurity just in the last year. 1 in 5 kids don't know where their next meal will come from. This is, again, an issue that nobody ran on in the last election. Candidate Trump didn't say he wanted to cut food nutrition programs. Again, if you look at Project 2025, which he claimed not to know anything about, these are on the chopping block. So this would create a point of order, colleagues, just to make sure that we protect these important nutrition programs for our kids, and I urge its adoption.
Senator Ricketts. No, I'm sorry. Senator Moreno, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. So I think we need to think about how this is implemented currently. So let me tell you a little story about a school in a little city just outside Toledo, Ohio. 99% of the kids in this school are either African American or, like me, Hispanic. Most of them low income, and they don't teach those kids that they're victims. They don't teach these kids DEI. They refuse to do that. It's a Hillsdale Model School. They teach the kids science, math, reading, critical thinking. And the Department of Education didn't like that so much, and so they took away their school lunch program to force them into submission. So our viewpoint as the Republican Party is that the better answer is to get rid of the Department of Education in its entirety. It should never have been created. It's completely unconstitutional. And move the entirety of that funding to schools and local communities where parents can make those kinds of decisions. Because I can tell you this, as somebody who didn't speak English until I was 7 or 8 years old, my parents never allowed me to feel like a victim. And the fact that the federal government would take away my ability to have nutrition because teachers refused to tell me and beat it into my head that somehow I would be a victim is a disgrace, and that's what we're fighting against.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, because I think we have a little bit of rebuttal time, I'm more than happy to debate the proposals to dismantle the Department of Education. I think it's a really bad idea, but this is about the school lunch program and the school breakfast program. And I don't think anybody in the last campaign heard people talking about getting rid of these important nutrition programs. So maybe you did. I didn't follow the campaign that closely, but this would create a point of order to protect those programs, and I ask for its adoption.
Yeah, the point, I have a few seconds left. The point is, let's not have a conversation about the federal government controlling schools all over the country, and that definitely was on the campaign trail.
Right, but this is the school lunch program. It's not about controlling school, but look forward to continuing the debate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is that it? Okay. That was interesting. All time has expired on that amendment. Senator Padilla, number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I call up Padilla Amendment number 5, which would create a deficit-neutral reserve fund relating to protecting communities from fentanyl by prohibiting the diversion of law enforcement resources away from fentanyl-related investigations and prosecutions for other purposes. Now, President Trump began his second term in office by declaring a national emergency at the southern border. In this executive order, he continued to push the false narrative that the fentanyl crisis in America is strictly an immigration problem. But let's be clear. CBP data shows that over 90% of fentanyl that is seized at the ports of entry is trafficked by United States citizens. The recent changes by the Trump administration at the Department of Justice, including at the FBI, the DEA, and ATF, have shifted critical resources away from fentanyl investigations and towards immigration enforcement. Now, just last week, the Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing entitled The Poisoning of America. The witnesses at that hearing testified that diversion of these resources hurts our efforts to bring criminal groups to justice and weakens the ability of the Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force. The witnesses also shared data that shows the vast majority of fentanyl comes in at legal ports of entry by U.S. citizens, as I mentioned previously. So, colleagues, we all claim to be serious about addressing the fentanyl problem in America. Senator Ricketts, you spoke very eloquently earlier in this hearing. I take you at your word, so then please join me in protecting that funding and not letting it be diverted to other purposes. I urge you all, colleagues, to help protect law enforcement resources dedicated to fentanyl-related investigations and prosecutions from being raided or diverted to other purposes. So please support this amendment.
I appreciate my colleague from California and wanting to address the fentanyl crisis, because it is a fentanyl crisis. What we saw in Nebraska, which I outlined earlier, was the dramatic increase of drugs coming into our state after Biden implemented his open border policies. And so you talk about the drugs that are coming through at ports of entry and catching those. What about the drugs coming in between ports of entries, right? That's what this process is about. This reconciliation bill is about trying to stop fentanyl from entering our country by closing down our border and giving the president the resources he needs to be able to do that. As I mentioned, we had 46 pills in 2019 that were laced with fentanyl taken off our streets. And just in the first 6 months of the Biden administration, that jumped to 151,000. It was twice as much methamphetamine, 3 times the amount of fentanyl, and 10 times the amount of cocaine coming across after Biden opened the borders. This bill, this reconciliation bill, is about trying to make sure that we close that down. That's why I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment and make sure we keep the reconciliation bill focused on making sure that we're defending our border and giving the resources needed to the president.
Mr. Chairman, just in response,
Absolutely.
Remind my colleagues that there's 2 different components here. Again, nobody disagrees with committing efforts to prevent the importation of fentanyl or its precursor ingredients. Nobody disagrees with that. And we can look at the numbers as to how much comes from ports of entry versus between ports of entry, who it is that's carrying it across the border. Our data shows it's primarily U.S. citizens. Preventing the importation is one thing. The funding that's being diverted from programs and personnel to crack down on fentanyl is going towards enforcement action, the detention of deportation of individuals who are not crossing the border, people who are here, who have been here in roughly half the cases, not violent criminals, far in the interior. This has nothing to do with the border. But if this goes as we're seeing, it's going to shift resources away from fentanyl crackdowns for something unrelated to keeping more from coming across the border. That's what I'm trying to get at. Appreciate your support for this amendment.
Thank you. All debate has expired on that amendment. Consulting with the ranking member, I think we'll take a recess to 4:45. We'll vote on the pending amendments and keep going. 4:45. 4:45. Recess to 4:45. You go out and play. You get ice cream. Find somebody to buy you an ice cream. Thank you all. We will begin the voting process. I think what's going to happen is we're going to vote here. We got some more amendments, and we pretty much got a rhythm of this thing now. So Merkley, number 5.
Are we not voting on the?
Yeah. You got your 30 seconds.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And you don't have to take it.
This was all about lowering the cost of rents and restoring the dream of homeownership for American families by creating a deficit-neutral fund to make it easier to consider legislation that removes or reduces the role of hedge funds who are buying up properties across America. So,
thank you.
Let's vote on it and support the families for lower costs.
We'll stand by what we said before. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. No. Mr. Crapo. No. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. No. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 7, the nays are 10.
Thank you. Murray, number 6.
My amendment establishes a deficit-neutral reserve fund to ensure that no president can unilaterally impound, delay, or withhold congressionally appropriated funds in violation of the U.S. Constitution or the Impoundment Control Act of 1974. This is not a partisan issue. It's about upholding our laws and Congress's constitutional authority over federal spending. The Constitution grants Congress, not the President, the power of the purse. And as I have emphasized, members of both sides must know that a deal is a deal when we make one. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
And we'll stand by what we said before. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Crapo. No. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Marshall.
No.
Mr. Cornyn. No. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 7, the nays are 10.
Wyden, number 2.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, are you talking Wyden number 3?
2. Here.
It says 2.
Oh, yes. This is on the vote on the tranche round 2, right?
Yes.
Great. So, colleagues, this basically takes what my Finance Committee Republican colleagues have said through the course of the day, which is they didn't want tax breaks for the people at the top, the billionaires, the very wealthy, and the like. And as soon as I heard him say that, I said, that's got some potential. That's something that we ought to be able to find some common ground around. So what I have done is essentially place the thoughts of my Finance Committee Republicans over the course of the day into this amendment, and it would ensure that we protect the middle class. We protect the middle class from tariffs as well. This is all about whether we can find some common ground the way the Senate Finance Committee used to do it, and it builds on what I've heard my Senate Finance Committee Republican colleagues say in the course of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution and therefore rule it out of order.
I'd like an appeal.
Thank you. I move to table the appeal. The motion is non-debatable. The question is on the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. You want a roll call vote?
Please.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Marshall.
Aye.
Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
Aye.
Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott.
Aye.
Mr. Merkley.
No.
Mrs. Murray.
No.
Mr. Wyden.
No.
Mr. Sanders.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
By proxy?
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 7.
Thank you. Sanders, number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment establishes a deficit-neutral reserve fund that acknowledges that the global crisis of climate change is an existential threat facing the planet, which is driven by the burning of fossil fuels, and that addressing this existential threat requires the substantial reduction of carbon emissions.
Thank you. We'll stand by what Senator Lee said on our side. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen.
Aye.
Mr. Lujan.
Aye by proxy?
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Go up. Homeowners insurance non-renewals to go up. Go up. Homeowners insurance non-renewals to go up. And in states like Florida and in counties in other states, it has reached true crisis levels with 1,000% increases. And this would be a response to that. I would urge a yes vote on this repeal of the EPW instruction and the change of the finance instruction to raise revenue.
Thank you. We'll stand by what we said before. Call the roll,
No,
please.
say it again.
Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Marshall.
No.
Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee.
No.
Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
Yeah, it is.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley.
Yes.
Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden.
Yes.
Mr. Sanders.
Yes.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Yes.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane.
Yes.
Mr. Van Hollen.
Yes.
Mr. Lujan.
Aye by proxy.
Aye by proxy?
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 8, the nays are 11.
Warner, 1. Okay, we'll come back to that. Kane, 3.
Kane 3 is the one that I discussed that would create the deficit neutral reserve fund to protect the fix of the family glitch under the Affordable Care Act to make sure that 5 million family members who have been able to get premium tax credits under the ACA are protected going forward, and would stop any cuts to that.
We'll stand by what Senator Crapo said. The clerk will call the, wait a minute, I'm sorry. I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution.
Kane 3 is okay.
Never mind, you're okay.
I mean, you're voting yes?
It means I'm going to vote no just in a second. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 8, the nays are 11.
Van Hollen, 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, colleagues. This is the provision that creates a point of order against getting rid of the negotiating authority for Medicare that they've used to reduce the price of prescription drugs for seniors on Medicare. I urge its adoption.
I've got this one right. I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution, therefore rule it out of order.
Right, Mr. Chairman, I will appeal the ruling of the chair.
The motion is non-debatable. The question is on the motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Sanders.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
No by proxy.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 11, the nays are 8.
Lujan, 41.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, again, this amendment would create a point of order against legislation that reduces Medicare or Medicaid benefits for working class and middle class Americans. These are dangerous cuts to these life-saving programs. It would lead to not just cuts, but loss of access to care and exacerbate the workforce shortage in the healthcare sector. Urge your support for this amendment.
I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution, therefore rule it out of order. I move to table the appeal. Motion is non-debatable. The question is on the motion to table the appeal and the ruling of the chair. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Warner. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
All by proxy.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 11, the nays are 8.
Padilla, 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this amendment would create a deficit-neutral reserve fund relating to achieving energy dominance and independence for the United States by continuing investments in renewable energy development as part of our all-of-the-above energy approach, including solar, wind, and hydrogen. From my friend and colleague from the state of Louisiana, I want to underscore the language in this amendment says including but not limited to. So we're not excluding some of the energy sources that you are so fond of. All of the above means exactly that. all of the above. By doing so, we'd increase our energy independence, good for our national security, our energy dominance, which you're also fond of saying. I urge your support for this amendment.
I thought Senator Lee did a great job of explaining how it's not really all the above. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley.
No.
Yeah, aye.
Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden.
Don't want to break up.
Mr. Sanders.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
Aye by proxy.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No, it's easy to get confused.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 7, the nays are 12.
Merkley, 9.
So colleagues, this is about supporting an effort to make sure that we are not increasing the cost to Americans and strengthening the Chinese simultaneously by financing and doing subsidies for the export of liquefied natural gas to China. We're already exporting to them. We're making their energy prices lower. We're making the American families pay more for the gas that heats their homes. That's wrong on both fronts.
I like what I said about this. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
Nope.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 8, the nays are 11.
Thank you. Murray, number 17.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On Friday night, the Trump administration announced it was implementing a policy to arbitrarily cut the National Institutes of Health funding that supports biomedical research at institutions across the country, capping indirect cost rates at 15% for NIH-funded grants. That amounts to a massive funding cut to life-saving research for cancer and a lot more. It is also a clear violation of our annual appropriation bills, which have included an explicit prohibition on NIH implementing a policy exactly like that since fiscal year 2018. So the amendment is simple. It reinforces Congress' support for life-saving biomedical research. Mr. Chairman, no one spoke against me. I'm happy to take it on a yes vote, on a voice vote.
Nah, I'll speak against it. I don't mind capping expenses. That's more money to help people who are sick. Clerk will call the roll.
Were you speaking against it?
Yeah, unless everybody wants to vote for it.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
Nope.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Yes.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 9, or sorry, the yeas are 9, the nays are 11.
Wyden, number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this protects Americans' health and retirement benefits using essentially the very same words Donald Trump has used with respect to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will say, heaven forbid, this is another bipartisan opportunity using the words of Donald Trump. I yield back.
Thank you. Apparently, the words of Donald Trump threaten the privilege of the budget resolution, and therefore I rule it out of order.
I appeal.
He appeals. I move to table the appeal. It's non-debatable. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnston. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray.
No.
Mr. Wyden.
No.
Mr. Sanders.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
Yes, by proxy? No, excuse me. No.
Right.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 11, the nays are 9.
Warner, number 11.
No, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that I be recorded as voting aye on amendments Merkley 5, Murray 6, Sanders 3, Whitehouse 2, Kane 3, Padilla 6, and Merkley 9. I further ask unanimous consent that I be recorded as voting no on the motion to table amendments Wyden 2, Van Hollen 6, Lujan 41.
Without objection. Anybody else
Yeah,
like to do
Mr.
that?
Chairman, if I ask unanimous consent that I be recording the affirmative on Merkley 5, Murray 6, and Wyden 2.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Warner, 11.
Pass.
Who passes?
Mr. Chairman.
Kane, 5.
Guys, Kane 5 is the point of order against cuts to public service loan forgiveness that benefit teachers, firefighters, police officers, and even many members of our own staffs.
I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution, therefore rule it out of order. I move to table the appeal. It's non-debatable. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden.
No.
Mr. Sanders. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane.
No.
Mr. Van Hollen.
No.
Mr. Lujan.
No, by proxy?
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 9.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Van Hollen, 3.
Chairman.
I'm sorry. Yes,
I
sir.
think I made a mistake when I passed by. I think we were simply going to vote on my Warner 11.
Okay. You want to vote on it now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. We'll go back to you. Warner, 11.
This is my amendment that simply looked at making sure that we protect members of the intel from retaliatory firings. I urge its adoption.
We'll stand by what we said. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Crapo.
No.
Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Marshall.
No.
Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
Nope.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Van Hollen.
Aye.
Mr. Lujan.
Yes, by proxy?
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Lost script. No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 9, the nays are 11.
Thank you. Now back to Van Hollen, number 5.
Thank you,
Number
Mr.
3.
Chairman, colleagues. This is the amendment that would create a point of order against any proposals to cut funding for the National School Lunch Program or the School Breakfast Program. I urge its adoption.
We'll stand by what we said. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
What?
Mr. Crapo.
Wait a minute. I apologize.
Deanna Holland was out of order.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution, therefore will rule it out of order. You want to appeal? Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I move to table the appeal. It's non-debatable. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
Aye.
Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden.
No.
Mr. Sanders.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla.
No.
Oh, sorry, I forgot Mr. Lujan.
Do you want to say by proxy first?
No.
Okay.
Proxy.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 9.
6, and then we have to come back to
Okay. Padilla, number 6.
Before I present, Mr. Chairman, ask that I can be recorded on Merkley Amendment number 5 as an aye vote, on Murray number 6 as an aye vote, on the Wyden Amendment number 2, motion to table as a no vote, on Sanders number 3, an aye vote, and Whitehouse number 2, an aye vote.
Without objection, it's Padilla, number 5. I'm sorry.
Colleagues, this amendment would create a deficit-neutral reserve fund relating to protecting communities from fentanyl by prohibiting the diversion of law enforcement resources away from fentanyl-related investigations and prosecutions. If you agree, we all said we have, that fentanyl is a big problem in America, let's protect the very programs and resources that Congress has authorized and has appropriated funding for. Let's keep it from getting diverted for other purposes by voting to support this amendment.
I think Senator Lee made a very good argument. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Crapo.
No.
Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Marshall.
No.
Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
Nope.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
Aye by proxy.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 9, the nays are 11.
Senator Warner, I think we skipped over one of your amendments. It's Warner 1. Would you like to do that now?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Warner 1 is an effort to try to put in place an ability to make sure the president uses a take care clause to make sure that he's enforcing congressional actions that have been mandated by law.
Thank you. I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution. Therefore, we'll rule it out of order. I move to table the appeal. It's non-debatable. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
Aye.
Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley.
No.
This is the next tier.
Mrs. Murray.
I'm sorry, Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Wyden.
No.
Mr. Sanders.
Be recognized next. Just
Mr. Sanders.
no.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
No by proxy.
Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 9.
Thank you. That's all the votes. Senator Cornyn, do you like to be recognized to make a request? Nope. Okay. Without objection. All right, thank you all. That was, we did pretty good. That was a lot of amendments. Round 4, Merkley number 11.
So, folks, back in 2018, President Trump put forward a powerful idea that Americans should not pay more for drugs developed in the United States than any other developed country. And in fact, we should get the best price because we invest more in the R&D for these drugs through our taxpayer dollars than any other nation on earth. So the best price, not the worst. He raised this idea again in July of 2020, or August of 2020. He had an executive order, and he says, I just signed an executive order to lower the drug prices. He wrote on Twitter, my most favored nation order will ensure our country gets the same low price Big Pharma gives to other countries. The days of global free riding at America's expense are over. And that is the way it should be. And when President Trump was campaigning for his re-election in 2024, and he was campaigning in June 23, I released a campaign video and a statement indicating that he would again bring this up. In fact, he said on day 1, President Trump will sign an executive order to end global freeloading on American consumers once and for all. This deficit neutral reserve fund provides an opportunity to consider legislation that would lower the cost of drugs for Americans to that paid by other developed nations. The disparities are shocking. Insulin that costs $99 here is $12 in Canada. Crestar that is $216 here is $20 in France. Hepatitis C medicine that's $30,000 here is $14,000 in Switzerland. And it goes on. The obesity drugs that are about $1,000 here are $87 in Australia. Folks, we are getting ripped off. President Trump knew it. He raised it in his first administration. He campaigned on it. Let's provide an avenue for considering the opportunity so that Americans don't pay more for drugs than those citizens of other developed nations.
Senator Crapo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I think we all agree that we need to address the question of the cost of prescription drugs, particularly internationally. Once again, the scope of the instruction in this budget reconciliation process is for one specific item. We will get into the discussion of how we should deal with many of the other parts of our healthcare system in the appropriate reconciliation vehicle.
You make a good point. I think we should look at this eventually as an unfair trade practice, but that's a debate for another day. Thank you. Murray, 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we saw in Alabama last year, the nonstop attacks on reproductive rights have really put IVF in jeopardy, and our service members, who serve all of us, dreams of building a family at risk. Now, I have worked for a long time to pass legislation, it's called the Veteran Families Health Services Act, that would make sure that people who served our nation by bravely putting on a uniform can access the services they need to build their families. Because so often the reason many service members struggle to start their families is because of the very injuries they endured because of their sacrifice for our country. So today I'm asking for a vote on an amendment that would provide additional funding for those services so that service members and veterans and their spouses and partners, when they come home, can build their families. Military families give a lot to our country. It is our responsibility to make sure that they have access to the health care services they need, including IVF. Unfortunately, many women have had their dreams shattered because Republicans believe a frozen embryo kept in storage at an IVF clinic is the same and should have the exact same rights as a living, breathing human. Republicans say they care about IVF, and then they co-sponsor legislation that enshrines fetal personhood into law, which makes IVF unavailable. You cannot have both. So to my colleagues who are pro-family and pro-IVF and claim to be for our service members, and on behalf, since I am the only woman member on this committee, I would ask that you all support this amendment, and I'll see which guy wants to oppose me.
Thank you. I think President Trump has been clear about supporting IVF. I think that's sort of brought us all together here. We're here to help the military be more lethal and capable on the battlefield. This is not social policy here. We're here to secure the border where people are getting violently attacked because of illegal immigrants are being let loose because of violent bed space. So with all due respects, I oppose this.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to respond. This is about people who go and serve our country, and because of the injury that they receive while they are in service to all of us, come home and are unable to have children. This just assures our men and women who serve our country that they will have access to IVF, and I, again, really ask all of you to support it.
Well, with all due respect, we're talking about IVF, which I think we do have common ground, that we do believe that.
But you are denying them if you oppose this.
No, what I'm doing is we're doing a reconciliation bill.
Correct, and I'm making sure.
About a border that's been absolutely decimated, about people who are dying because we let illegal immigrants out of custody because we don't have bed space. We're talking about hiring more ICE agents so we can get these people out of the country where they create more problems. We're talking about going after gang members. We're talking about spending $150 billion to upgrade the ability of the military to defend us at the most dangerous time I can remember. So that's what this whole exercise is about to me, and I will oppose your amendment.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
I would just say $150 billion extra for defense means that we will have more men and women in service to our country. They deserve our support when they come home.
Thank you. I oppose your amendment. Senator Wyden, 14.
Yeah, just a quick word before I get into my amendment. I think what Senator Murray has said is just extraordinarily important. There's only one woman on this committee. It's time to pass sensible legislation to reflect the priorities of women. Colleagues, there's more news coming in as of the last couple of hours from House Republicans relevant to our work. In particular, folks in the House and close to the leadership are saying they need more dollars to pay for the Trump tax cuts. Now, I have been trying all day to keep Medicaid from being squeezed for those dollars, but Senate Republicans voted earlier in the day specifically to say that Medicaid is staying on the chopping block. So this time, I'm going to see if we can all agree on something that ought to be philosophically low-hanging fruit, and that is protecting American competitiveness against communist China, and doing so in a way that gets good-paying jobs across the country, and we can do that with the clean energy tax credits. Now, you can protect them as we go forward in these debates with this amendment of mine, and I hope my colleagues will do it, because I'd like to close by saying a major portion of those jobs are in red states and in red communities across the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've talked about, this reconciliation bill is about protecting our border and increasing our defense. That's the way we deter China, and that's the way we win against China. If you want to look, last year more than 24,000 Chinese nationals were encountered illegally while crossing the southern border. We'd be naive to think there weren't saboteurs and spies among the people that are coming across from China. National security implications of this are unprecedented. It's a Chinese national in the U.S. illegally breached a military base in California, refused to leave in March of 2024. A strong national defense will also deter China. The Biden administration, through IRA funding, has allowed Chinese companies to be financially benefited from our tax dollars in the name of climate change. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So all through the day, we have heard one argument after another for putting off action, protecting seniors, protecting those who are vulnerable with Medicaid. Now we're hear people saying let's put off the effort to protect American jobs. I just want to make clear as we move towards the end of this debate, it is not going to be much comfort, colleagues, to working families that are dependent on these kinds of priorities we have, for them to hear that coming after health care and jobs is going to happen, but it's just going to happen a few months from now. That's the message that's being sent today, and I think it's the wrong one. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, not one Democrat approached me about any of these amendments, not one. Now, if these amendments were so darn important, you think one Democrat could approach me and just say, hey, this is what's coming down your way if you want to think about it. But not one. Maybe they went all my colleagues, but nobody came to me.
Senator White.
Yeah, I just...
The final word.
I just want to be very collegial here and mention I would love to work with my colleague. As he knows, I have brought him a proposal backed by the National Association of Police. Maybe that can be the beginning of our working together, and I enjoy it. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck there. I hope so. Senator Sanders, number 6. Okay, Senator Whitehouse, number 11. Senator Warner, number 10. Senator Kane, number 7.
Kane 7.
Always ready.
Kane 7 would create a point of order against reconciliation legislation that would provide funding to agencies who reclassify their federal workers into new schedules that have not been created by Congress. This picks up on the effort by President Trump to create a Schedule F in his first administration. This administration, he's calling it Schedule Policy Career PC, but encouraging agencies to reclassify employees from civil servants to political appointees whose measurement is their loyalty to the boss. We don't want meat inspectors being hired based on political loyalty. We don't want air traffic controllers. We don't want intelligence analysts. We don't want a system that's a spoil system that goes back to the way it was before the Pendleton Act of 1883. And Senator Van Hollen did a good job of describing the history to us a couple weeks back, which I was unaware of, that the Pendleton Act and the professional civil service was created after the assassination of President Garfield. He was assassinated by somebody who thought, I campaigned for you, I was entitled to a job, and when he didn't get it, he assassinated the President of the United States, and that was the beginning of the professional civil service. This would be a bad precedent to create, and I just remind my colleagues something that you already know, which is you're all are feeling great being in the majority now. There will be another Democratic president. There will be Democratic majorities of houses of Congress. It may be in the distant future, as I see colleagues laughing here, but it will happen. And if we go down the path of turning a professional civil service into a politicized one, the nation's going to suffer, and we're all going to suffer. And so for that reason, I offer this amendment.
Thank you. This amendment would create a point of order against legislation containing funding for any agency that has been reclassified federal employees. It would hamstring President Trump's efforts to reform the civil service. Creation of such point of order is outside the jurisdiction of the Budget Committee and would endanger the privilege of the budget resolution if adopted. It would jeopardize the budget resolution, and I respectfully oppose it. Okay, let's see. Van Hollen, 1. Oh, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, do you want to table it?
You want to table it, right?
I want to table it. Did you ask for the appeal?
I thought we were saving this for the voting. Yes.
Yeah, no,
we're not
are,
voting on
actually.
this one, right? So
No, you were right and we were wrong.
I will
Yeah,
eventually.
we'll do it all at the end.
I will
Yeah.
eventually appeal
Yeah,
your
that's right.
incredibly
Yeah,
outrageous
right.
ruling
Been a
you're gonna
long
make
day.
in the future.
You're right. Just ignore both of us up here. Now, Van Hollen, 1, Padilla, 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Padilla Amendment number 4 would create a deficit-neutral reserve fund relating to protecting religious freedom by prohibiting the conduct of immigration enforcement operations at places of worship, including churches and spaces rented for religious purposes. Colleagues, in the United States, we've long recognized the sanctity of places of worship. It's a key tenet of this country's founding principles of religious freedom, something I know is particularly important to many of my colleagues on the other side of the dais. It should shock us all that the Trump administration is now giving ICE what is essentially free rein to barge into churches and take away their parishioners. And it's been made clear, we're talking about these enforcement actions, not just targeting violent criminals. Everybody agrees with that. But we're talking about actions against people who have come to the United States legally and who have no criminal record. Now, prior to the recent policy changes, immigration agents have needed special authorization to conduct operations in houses of worship.
You want to vote?
By removing this key
Y'all got-
protection,
whatever you want to
the
do.
president has introduced fear into these places of worship, places of prayer, solace, and safety. religious groups are now seeing decreased attendance in their congregations. People are afraid to pray because of President Trump's actions. People cannot worship freely while living in fear. And I have no doubt that if it were a Democratic president instilling fear in religious congregations, my colleagues would be furious. And so I hope you don't sit passively by as President Trump tramples over the values they have long claimed to hold dear. Please join me in standing up for religious freedom and for the sanctity of our places of worship by supporting this amendment.
Senator Grassley.
No. Me.
No, I'm sorry, Senator Kennedy.
There you go.
Apologize.
Got it right.
Yeah. You're next.
With respect to my friend Senator Padilla, and he is my friend, I don't think, it's just a personal opinion, anybody in America is afraid to pray because of President Trump.
Just keep going.
I just think that's a bridge too far. And I also don't think that just because you're committing a crime in a church, you should get a pass.
Thank you very much. Van Hollen, number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This provision relates to making sure we provide resources for inspector generals in federal agencies. As all of you know, inspector generals are the watchdogs in these agencies. Their charge is to look out for waste, fraud, and abuse. So it is clearly a huge disconnect for the president to say that he wants Elon Musk and the boys to come in and find savings and more government efficiency when you're getting rid of the inspector generals, fired 16 inspector generals. And I know Senator Grassley has done yeoman's work over the years in protecting inspector generals because we do rely on them to be important eyes and ears on behalf of the American public and make sure that these taxpayer funds are being spent wisely. And so when you clear out the inspector generals, it sends a terrible message that you're opening the door to more wasteful spending and more abuse. And it is not a recipe for efficiency, it's a recipe for corruption. So I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment and make sure that we provide funding for those inspector generals.
Senator Grassley.
This amendment is not needed because the 1979 Act requires IGs to use their funding to ensure their parent agency is acting in accordance with the laws and regulations that are applicable to any particular program. And the reason I say it's unnecessary is IGs already have the authority and money to do what it says. If they don't have, then, or if they aren't doing their work, Congress must investigate. I rely on IGs for a lot of my help in congressional oversight, and I probably have also participated in, at my suggestion, that throughout maybe a couple decades, I've had 4 or 5 IGs fired because they weren't doing their job. And even before the IG was fired by the President of the United States and DOD, I said he should be fired. And when I see the corruption in USAID, I think that it's proper to fire that person that wasn't doing his job. The only thing I don't like about the way we had this mass firing is the law that says that Congress should get notified 30 days ahead of time besides the firing, that the president hasn't abided by that law, but he surely has the right to fire, but under what the legal requirements are. And this legislation that is suggested by Senator Van Hollen is not necessary.
With respect, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, it wasn't one or two inspector generals that were fired by President Trump. He fired 16 inspector generals indiscriminately, and I think it would be news to them to learn that they continue to have the authority to do their job, since they just filed a lawsuit today to protest and deal with their illegal firing, and it was an illegal firing. As to the statements about USAID, I realize facts have become pretty quaint in this political environment, but I would encourage all my colleagues to look at the claims that have been made about AID, look at the fact checkers. It's just a mountain of disinformation, starting with this claim that was put forward by the spokesperson at the White House that we are spending $50 million on condoms in Gaza. Absolutely false, untrue. And it's been just a massive amount of distortion. So inspector generals actually are there, as the senator knows, to try to protect the public interest and the public resources. And firing 16 of them indiscriminately is a recipe for corruption and has nothing to do with government efficiency. I think we should stand up for government efficiency, and I urge adoption of my amendment.
It's ironic that there's all this concern from Democrats now about IGs being fired. When I complained about the firing of some IGs in the Obama administration, I didn't get any support from the Democratic side on that issue.
Well, just to talk about Senator Van Hollen about, I'm trying to work with my colleagues. We met today about there are programs in USAID that we need to save because they make a lot of common sense, and I hope we can find a way to do that. But I've been supportive of soft power for a very long time, but it's been hard to read about $446,700 to promote the expansion of atheism in Nepal. Now, if that's not true, tell us it's not true. $1 million to boost French-speaking LGBT groups in West and Central Africa. $14 million in cash vouchers for migrants at the southern border. $20,600 for a drag show in Ecuador. $47,020 for transgender opera in Colombia. On and on and on. And it's just been hard. I have gone to bat. Foreign aid is very unpopular, but I think it's very necessary to keep us safe. Then all of these programs at USAID, it's took us backward. And I'm hoping we can find a way to move forward, Senator Van Hollen, reassuring the American people this will never happen again, and we can focus on programs that make common sense. So,
Mr. Chairman, could I very briefly respond to that? Because as you have been an advocate for a strong, robust U.S. foreign policy, and you know that AID is an essential tool in our foreign policy and national security policy. You also probably know that as soon as Elon Musk went about wrecking AID, our adversaries celebrated. Putin's cronies tweeted out, "Good move at Elon. China's already moving in." And again, I'm fine having a fact-based discussion, but I would just urge my colleagues, look at the, Washington Post ran a detailed fact check on 23 of the 24 claims that had been made by Elon Musk and others. 23 of them they found to be outright false or gross distortions. So this is an ongoing effort to defame AID based on false premises and false statements. And I would hope that we would, not allow that to happen. We should be proud of the good work that they do overseas. And beyond that, the IGs that have been fired are around 16 of them. I mean, all of them. If anybody around here really thinks that's a good idea,
This review
taxpayer dollars to fire 16 IGs. Anyway, my amendment would say let's provide resources so the IGs can do their work on behalf of the American people. I urge its adoption.
This review by this new administration of where every dollar spent is long overdue, and it's perfectly legitimate. And if Congress, with the power of the purse, was doing its job and do it through zero-based budgeting, we'd have a review of every program and know what was going on. So what the chairman just said about how some of this money's being spent wouldn't be history or wouldn't be news, because Congress would have found it out about it first when we do our budget, when we do our appropriation process.
Yeah, $39,652 to host seminars at the Edinburgh International Book Festival on gender identity and racial equality. Now, that to me is not soft power. That's somebody's personal political preference interjected into the State Department's, the USAID budget. And people in China and Russia, people in South Carolina are what I have to deal with. I can't go back and tell these folks that USAID is living up to what I want it to do. It's time to look at all these programs, and there probably is some misinformation, and I'll join forces with my Democratic colleagues to make sure that things that make sense, maternal health care, things that really make sense. You know, we got food in Houston that's going to rot. We've already paid for. I can go down a list, and Elon Musk said something yesterday that some of it's good, some of it makes sense. Well, that's right. Let's find what that good stuff is and make sense in keeping it. So I just, to my Democratic colleagues, this has been a giant step backward for those of us in the soft power business, but it could turn out to be a good thing if we work together and say we're never going to send money for this, but we're going to keep helping people who are starving. We're going to, you know, keep making sure Ebola doesn't come here. The Office of Disease Infection, I want to keep it open, don't y'all? I mean, Ebola is breaking out in Uganda. Marburg is breaking out, I think it's Tanzania. That's a 90% lethal rate. So to the American people, I got it. We need to reform these programs, but some of this stuff keeps you safe. We don't want anybody with Ebola getting on a plane and coming here. We want to help people who are suffering with Ebola over there so it doesn't come here. So I won't speak any more about that, but as you can tell, you struck a nerve with me. So who's next? Senator, who do we have next? Who?
No, it's around 5, so we've got Merkley.
There we go. Merkley, 14.
Mr. Chairman, our government has been rapidly expanding the use of facial recognition at some 430 airports across the country. They have stated that their desire is to make it mandatory. And when you combine this inexpensive technology with the database, you now have a government bent on national surveillance and tracking of its citizens. We have seen what this has done in China. We've seen how it's facilitated the enslavement of the Uyghurs. China has sold this technology to other countries that have used it to track and oppress all the rights we hold dear, rights of assembly, rights of speech, rights of worship. We do not want to have an America where the government, Big Brother government, is tracking everybody everywhere they go. And that's why this deficit neutral reserve fund is important. Preserve the opportunity to consider legislation that prevents the government of the United States from establishing a national surveillance state.
Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman, my office would be moved to Bethesda if I voted for this amendment, but this amendment...
We don't want that.
This amendment has merit. Every time you go through the line at the airport, every single time, TSA is taking your picture. They are collecting that biometric data. And we don't know what they're doing with it. We know they say they're destroying all of it, except when they really, really, really need it for something else. And it's at some point, in my judgment, I think Senator Merkley is absolutely right. We have to address this subject. But because I like my office at this moment, I'm going to have to vote no.
Well, I'm hoping that y'all can find a freestanding bill that maybe all of us could get behind.
Well, Jeff's right. I mean, it's a serious problem.
Yeah, I'm not saying
We need to
it's
look
not.
at it.
Yeah. Senator Murray, number 5.
Can I just follow up?
Absolutely.
And say, Senator Kennedy and Senator Marshall and I, others have been joining in, Ted Cruz has been helping out. This really is an issue we have to address. If we don't want 20 years from now to have the government tracking us everywhere we go, it's something we have to address now. It's expanding so fast, it's so inexpensive, it's so effective, and it's been so misleading. No, we never told TSA to establish a facial recognition system. Back when we had the attack on the Twin Towers, we said they could experiment with biometric information. Well, the biometric information at the time was a fingerprint. That doesn't allow the government to track you from everywhere you go, every drawer you walk through, every stadium you walk into. And so it is this.
Review, audit, and report back within 90 days on the so-called Department of Government Efficiency so that we can all understand its role, authorities, and impacts. Mr. Chairman, your mark assumes $1 trillion in savings over the remaining 7 to 8 months in 2025. That is an astronomical amount of savings to achieve in a very short amount of time with absolutely no detail that's been provided to us. Those savings would appear largely to come from DOGE, which is operating throughout the government without any authorization from Congress, without any normal disclosure of people or processes or conflicts, and really with no accountability whatsoever. Whether you support some actions at DOGE or not, you should support transparency and accountability to Congress and the American public. Elon Musk and DOGE have already tried to shut down USAID. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, we are told it is now targeting the Department of Education, with the president saying he wants Musk over at the Pentagon next. None of this is normal, not DOGE, the involvement of an unelected billionaire, the vast influence it has, or the actions they have taken to date with little or no input from all of us. Let's be clear, no one voted to let an unelected billionaire decide what bills the federal government would or would not pay, or whether our elementary schools and hospitals get funding, but President Trump is giving Elon the keys to the Treasury. And again, the lack of transparency into its people, processes, and potential conflicts should concern every single one of us. So my hope is with this amendment, we can agree to some oversight of DOGE and ask Congress's independent, nonpartisan watchdog, the GAO, to review DOGE and report back to us within 60 days. If you are not supportive of this, I have to ask, what are you scared of finding out? Past budget resolutions have similarly tasked the Congressional Budget Office and the Joint Committee on Taxation on a bipartisan basis to perform analysis or studies. This amendment is offered in the same spirit. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Senator Ricketts.
Mr. Chairman, if you use 2019 as a baseline, we spent $4.4 trillion. 2024 fiscal year, we spent $6.9 trillion. We're on track this year to go to $7.2 trillion. But just stop at 2024, that's a 55% increase in 5 years. If that's normal, we have to get away from normal. We ought to be looking at what can we do to bring spending back down to levels of the pre-pandemic, of course, adjusted for things like inflation and population growth, interest on the debt, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. There are things that are just going to grow. But we've got to get a handle on our budget. That means we've got to be looking at what can we do to rein in spending, where are we seeing opportunities to do a better job of providing services and lower your costs. That's what I did when I was governor of Nebraska. Any senator, can always request from the GAO anything they want at any time, and so we all have the prerogative of doing that on our own. This budget resolution is supposed to be about making sure we secure our border, keeping the American people safe, bumping up our defense. I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I am not saying that this amendment would say you can't do it. I'm just saying that we have a right to have transparency and to see what they are doing. That is our job, and I believe we should be following our job.
Thank you. Debate has expired. Senator Wyden, number 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Colleagues, for all of you who have a significant amount of federal ownership of the land in your state, one of the priorities that has just been dragooned, I mean, it just sort of stays and never moves, is the Secure Rural Schools program. And it is absolutely essential for services like law enforcement and roads and education. And I'm offering this amendment to say, in the next reconciliation bill, Secure Rural Schools ought to be in it. It ought to be funded, not with any increases, but at the average for the last few years. And I would just say, to colleagues, that if the federal government owns much of your land, there have got to be long-term solutions that empower these regions of the country. Right now, we need something that really is almost existential, because my colleagues from the West and the South and elsewhere know that if they can't have law enforcement, they can't have education, they can't have rural life. And so I offer that for that purpose, because I want to see if finally we can get this thing which is stuck moved and get it enacted into law. And I yield back.
Thank you. The amendment is not in order. It is over.
I ask for appeal on a roll call vote.
Okay, thank you. We do that later, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, anyway, you guessed what I was going to say. So, yeah, when the time comes. Sanders, 2. White House, 11. Kane, 10. Warner? I don't see Warner.
He's on the previous round. He came back for
Okay.
round 4, so Warner 10.
Warner, 10.
Warner 10, and you'll be happy, Mr. Chairman, this is my last amendment.
I've enjoyed it. So, but I am happy. Warner, 10.
All right, you may enjoy it so much you may even want to vote for it.
I doubt it, but go ahead.
My amendment today would ensure no individual loses their Medicaid coverage and no state has to find extra money to fill in their Medicaid program in case Medicaid, because I know you would never do this, might be used as a piggy bank during this reconciliation. I'm not going to go through all the facts that we all know about Medicaid and how important it is to kids, to seniors who are in long-term care, who are disabled. So very simply, Mr. Chairman, my amendment would prohibit any policies in the reconciliation bill if they would lead to people losing their Medicaid coverage, or that would require states to spend more for their current benefits, their beneficiaries they're serving. That's it. There are simple ways to cut Medicaid without harming individuals or states. Count me in. If not, I urge you to all put in writing my amendment to prohibit it.
Thank you, Senator Crapo.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another of those amendments for which it is fatal to a budget reconciliation bill, I believe, and is subject to a point of order. But in addition, as I've said on so many amendments today, we will be dealing with the Finance Committee's jurisdiction in reconciliation beyond the nursing rule in the next bill. So we can talk about these issues at that time.
Mr. Chairman, does that mean you use Mr. Crapo as your hammer on all these hard ones?
You broke the code. Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, can I just briefly respond?
Absolutely.
Because I've said this to my colleagues, what that really means for working families who hear that we're not doing anything about health care or protecting their jobs and the like today is they're being told as they listen to this debate, hey, I'm just going to get hammered in 2 months instead of today. So I hope that before we're done with our work, we can actually show that we're doing something that responds to these heartfelt healthcare issues, economics, such as the last amendment I offered to make sure we protect the clean energy tax credits, which have been a jobs engine in so many red communities, and not just go home and tell people, well, you're going to get hammered in a couple of months rather than tonight. Thank you.
Would you want to say anything? You good? You're good?
I'll just say ditto. We're going to be dealing with this.
Okay. All right. Senator Kane, number 10.
Kane 10 goes right at the advertised purpose of this bill, the $150 billion to the Defense Department to make the country safer. And Kane 10 is a point of order, and it's really simple. I'm just going to read it to you. It shall not be in order in the Senate to consider any bill, joint resolution, motion, amendment between the Houses or conference report that would provide funding for United States armed forces to be deployed to Gaza for the purposes of the United States asserting control over Gaza. There is no circumstance under which U.S. taxpayer dollars should be used to relocate Gazans from their homes. No U.S. taxpayer fund should be used or U.S. service members' lives put at risk for a U.S. military incursion into Gaza. It would be a huge mistake for the United States to suddenly take this challenge upon its own shoulders, to mount a horrendous effort to forcibly displace 2 million people. The idea has been roundly rejected by our partners in the region. Our great partners, Egypt and Lebanon and Jordan in the region, have rejected this, and it would likely bar efforts or hopes of Saudi Arabia or other Arab countries normalizing their relations with Israel.
Get him an ice cream.
Our troops would be sitting ducks in Gaza for attacks from Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, or any number of other radical terrorist organizations. So if we're giving money to the defense to the tune of $150 billion, let's not use it for this purpose, which has been discussed so frequently by the president recently. And the last thing I'll say on this one is, when I heard the president raise the idea of the U.S. taking control of Gaza, and even including the option of U.S. military involvement, I was reminded of the U.S. decision that was a catastrophic one in 1954. The French colonial project in Indochina didn't have anything to do with it. They lost a battle at Dien Bien Phu in 1954. And then for some reason, the United States decided, we'll take the problem off your hands. Gaza is a problem. It's a global problem. The U.S. has a role in solving that global problem. But for the U.S. to say, we are now going to take over that problem and put U.S. troops at risk in Gaza would be the height of foolishness. We should have learned the lesson, and so I would ask for my colleagues to support this point of order against using funds in such a dangerous way.
Senator Moreno.
I think that we don't need to debate this issue here. That will be debated in the Committee of Jurisdiction. And if you feel that way, the debate to happen is there. I will point out that it's ironic because the only president of my lifetime who's not put this country into a new conflict is Donald J. Trump.
You'll be in bed.
Mr. Chairman?
Sorry. All debate has expired.
Mr. Chairman, if I do a deal with you, I will withdraw my amendment on a similar issue if I can just say a word about support of Senator Kane's amendment.
You certainly can.
Thank you. So I have a very similar amendment, and as Senator Kane said, it's pretty straightforward. Look, when the president made those statements on national TV, he essentially put gasoline on an already raging fire in Gaza and throughout the Middle East. It was grossly reckless and irresponsible. It's immoral to suggest the United States is going to participate in forcibly transferring 2 million Palestinians out of Gaza. It's an obvious gross violation of international humanitarian law. And as Senator Kane said, it will destabilize the region, which is why the King of Jordan was here yesterday saying, don't do this. I'm not going to take any Palestinians. I will take some children who need health care. It's why the Egyptians said, no way. And it's why the Saudis immediately rejected the idea. So this is an opportunity for this committee to make a statement saying we don't want any funds being used to support U.S. military action in pursuit of this really reckless, dangerous, and immoral idea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, we're going to run through another, a whole other tranche?
He is back on.
Okay. We'll keep going as long as you want to go. Senator Padilla.
I think Alex.
Padilla? Yes, sir. You're up. Number.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I call up Padilla Amendment number 1. This amendment would create a new deficit-neutral reserve fund relating to prohibiting the detention and deportation of individuals who are not a threat to public safety, including dreamers who have not been convicted of a felony. Congressional Republicans and President Trump have previously expressed support for protecting Dreamers from deportation. In fact, I'd like to recognize and thank the chairman for his longstanding leadership on the bipartisan DREAM Act, which would allow those who were brought to the United States when they were very, very young to earn lawful permanent residence. Again, as long as they are not convicted of a felony or a threat to public safety. A reminder, folks, to be eligible for DACA in the first place, an individual cannot have been convicted of a felony offense, a significant misdemeanor offense, or multiple misdemeanor offenses, and cannot pose a threat to national security or public safety. Dreamers are Americans in every way except one, their immigration status. They have grown to become teachers, nurses, small business owners in our communities, but they live each day in fear of deportation. While we continue to work to modernize our immigration system, Congress must at the very least act now to give Dreamers the stability they deserve. Again, President Trump and congressional Republicans have claimed they are focused on detaining and deporting only violent criminals. And I agree, that should be the focus and top priority. But that's not what's happening on the ground. Instead, the administration is going after people who pose no threat to public safety and is even stripping legal status from immigrants who came following the rules, like we saw with the president's recent revocation of temporary protected status for Venezuelans. So all I'm asking colleagues is that we recommit to the clear bipartisan belief that Dreamers who have not been convicted of a felony and who pose no threat to public safety should be safe from deportation. I urge all my colleagues who have long advocated for this to also support this amendment.
Thank you. I appreciate your passion on the topic. I've tried to work with my Democratic colleagues to find a way forward on immigration. The Lakin Riley Act, we had very similar amendments there. What we're trying to do, at least what I'm trying to do, is salvage one day finding a solution to immigration after 4 years of complete disaster. I was told by everybody on the right, if you ever do immigration and they get in charge, they won't enforce the border no matter how you write it. Well, that narrative, unfortunately, has come true more than I would ever like to believe it would. So we got to change the narrative. I think President Trump has talked about doing something with the DACA population. Lakin Riley, we had a similar debate. And to my colleagues on this side, I think now is the time to focus on getting criminals and people who have come here illegally out, bring some order to chaos, and in my view, the whole immigration debate has been put back by years because of what we had for the last 4 years, and it does in many ways break my heart, but we are where we are, so I would respectfully oppose this. So Senator Merkley, 6.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe most members have just one or two more amendments on my side. If anybody has more, I'll consult with you. Yeah, Senator Grassley is telling us it's getting close to dinner time, but we want to make sure everyone gets the issues forward they want.
Yeah, he's cranky before dinner. We don't want him after dinner.
Well, can we bring you some dinner, Senator?
you may have to. Yeah. Yes, sir.
So
Merkley, 6.
Merkley, number 6, child care. You know, child care is such an expense for families, for working families. And again, President Trump campaigned on helping working families. This is a big deal. We've talked about housing, that was a big deal. We've talked about the cost of prescription drugs. Well, child care is another big deal. And when you can't afford child care, well, then you can't be part of the workforce. And I hear from my folks back in Oregon how short they are of workers. So it's a win-win, a win for our small businesses, a win for our economy, a win for our families, a win for our children. And that's why I put forward this point of order to against legislation that would increase the cost of child care for working families.
Senator Moreno.
Well, the amendments obviously creates a situation where the point of order is outside our jurisdiction. I would love to see us work together on ways to reduce the cost of childcare. I have 3 grandkids now, almost 4-year-old that I get to be with tomorrow night, so I'm looking forward to this meeting ending so I can get to that. But it is very expensive. I look at my daughters, and it's extremely expensive for them to take care of their kids. But that's not what we're doing here today, and it's certainly not what's happened over the last 4 years. In the last 4 years, under Democrat control, childcare became extraordinarily expensive beyond even any metric that we had before. Okay. So I urge my colleagues, let's work together to find a way to make that happen, but this isn't the appropriate venue to do it.
All debate is expired. Senator Murray, 15.
Thank you. I believe Senator Whitehouse came back.
Yeah, you want him to go first?
Well, he was behind me and I
Okay.
skipped over him. Happy to go and then him.
White House number.
Go ahead, and we've got a document to circulate. We'll circulate it now.
Okay.
All right,
Senator
then
Murray, 15.
I will pull up Murray Amendment number 15. This amendment ensures that whatever plans my Republican colleagues are hoping to accomplish through the budget reconciliation cannot come at the expense of communities in need of federal disaster assistance. Disaster relief should never be a partisan issue, and it should never be used as a bargaining chip for unrelated budget negotiations or for political standoffs. And let me just take a moment to remind all of us that wildfires and floods and hurricanes don't respect any geographic, jurisdictional, or ideological boundary. Disasters happen in red states, they happen in blue states, they happen to all types of people in all kinds of circumstances. I know my constituents have had to wait for months for relief. Their recovery was delayed, and that should never happen. When a disaster strikes, impacted individuals and families expect and deserve a swift and effective response. So what this amendment does is guarantee that federal disaster relief funds go to the communities that need them when they need them. And I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and I yield my additional time to the senator from California, who would ask to be a co-sponsor on it.
Thank you, Senator
California.
Murray. Thank you for the leadership in defending Congress's appropriations authority and for offering this amendment to ensure that federal disaster relief funds are not improperly withheld or politicized. You know, colleagues, it wasn't that long ago that we had the confirmation hearing on the nomination of Russell Vought for the director of OMB. I raised concerns, as did several of us, around his and President Trump's flagrant attitude towards adhering to spending laws and directives by Congress. Disasters do not differentiate between red states and blue states, and neither should our response to those disasters. All Americans, when hurt by natural disasters, deserve to be able to rely on their country without fear of politicization. And so we've historically come together in the aftermath of disasters, and we should continue to, and we can further enshrine that with this amendment before us. Thank you, Senator Murray.
Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with much of what my two colleagues said, but not everything. I think with respect, the purpose of this reserve fund is just political messaging, and implicit in the proposal is the assertion that the executive branch will not faithfully interpret and execute legislation related to natural disaster funding, which we all support. So for that reason, I'm going to vote no.
All debates expired. Now we have Merkley 4. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Senator Whitehouse, you're next. I apologize.
All right. This is White House 11, 3 times the charm. So
Number 11.
This time we're going to get the methane fee
Let me guess,
protected.
methane, right?
You said it. You said it. And instead of making the argument myself this time, I'll read from a document that we're circulating right now, which is an article in the Houston Chronicle. about what's happening down there in their markets. Here's the problem statement from the article. Higher home insurance premiums are threatening to destabilize the housing market as buyers back away from increasingly uninsurable homes and homeowners struggle to keep up with payments in areas more prone to the impacts of climate change. Insurance hikes will crater property values in some communities, sending a shockwave through the country's economy. So the examples of this include mortgage real estate agents saying that buyers are increasingly backing out of contracts because they can't afford the cost of insurance. A real estate agent in League City said roughly 10% of the deals she represented last year fell apart because of the cost of insurance. Homes are sitting on the market for longer, and sellers are dropping list prices. The founder and CEO of a real estate research company in Texas, property values in some communities sending a shockwave through the country's economy. So the examples of this include mortgage real estate agents saying that buyers are increasingly backing out of contracts because they can't afford the cost of insurance. A real estate agent in League City said roughly 10% of the deals she represented last year fell apart because of the cost of insurance. Homes are sitting on the market for longer, and sellers are dropping list prices. The founder and CEO of a real estate research company in Texas spoke to the reporter and said the whole notion of a 30-year mortgage is now in question because of this threat over time. A real estate agent who was the secretary treasurer of the Houston Association of Realtors said many sellers are dropping their list prices, home values going down to factor in the rising cost of insurance. And the last person interviewed is an independent mortgage broker who knows this industry, and she owns several houses around herself. And she told the reporter in League City again that the insurance on every one of those homes has nearly tripled over the past year. Here's her quote. Now you could say, well, just sell that house and move to an area that has cheap insurance, she said. Well, sell it to who? Nobody wants to pay. This is how this is coming into the property and insurance markets in Texas in this story. I'd ask that the story be made a part of the record. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, procedural matter, can I ask unanimous consent that I be recorded as voting yes on Kane 3, Padilla 6, Merkley 9, Murray 17, Warner 11, and Padilla 5, and is voting no on the motions to table Van Hollen 6, Lujan 41, Wyden 3, Kane 5, Van Hollen 3, and Warner 1. And I have the sheet so your people don't have to figure out what I just said.
Without objection. Thank you. That's very helpful. Senator Lee.
Mr. Chairman, more energy is a good thing. And this amendment is a direct threat to developing our energy resources. As I noted a few weeks ago in our ENR hearing, confirming Energy Secretary Chris Wright, in everything with energy development, there are trade-offs. And the American people expect and demand that we take them into account and their needs, their demands. The fact that we've made things as unaffordable as we have suggests to me this would be an unwise move to foreclose more opportunities for energy development. I oppose it and encourage my colleagues to oppose it as well.
Just for the record, I think it's hard to say that 14 million homes worth of additional energy coming, because it's not being leaked out of pipes, is reducing our energy supply. It's actually increasing our energy supply. This is about leakage.
Thank you. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, colleagues. This next amendment will be my last amendment.
Can you give us the number? I'm sorry.
Yes, this is amendment number 5, Van Hollen 2, if that is the right.
Okay.
Van Hollen number 5. So it creates a point of order against legislation that would reduce earned retirement benefits for federal employees or retirees. So, colleagues, I think you know that federal employees, merit-based federal employees, are patriots that do good work on behalf of the American people every day. They're the folks who provide health care services to our veterans in veterans hospitals. They're food inspectors who make sure that the food that we eat is safe and won't poison us. They're the folks at the Social Security Administration who provide and deliver Social Security benefits, and the folks who provide Medicare and many, many other things. These are hardworking people. They've been much maligned. These are not wealthy people. They earn a salary, middle-class salary for the most part, and they earn promised retirement benefits. Now, you've got the richest man in the world who's been maligning hardworking federal employees, making up a whole pile of lies about them. And I think that we need to at least reaffirm commitments we've already made with respect to their retirement benefits. So that's what this bill does. It says we want to reaffirm our commitment to provide promised retirement benefits to federal employees and creates a point of order against an effort to pull the rug out from under them. And I urge its adoption.
Senator Moreno.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add my voice of support for this measure. In addition to impressive numbers of federal employees in Virginia and Maryland, it's actually the state of California that has the most in pure numbers, nearly 150,000 federal employees across departments and agencies. Look, it's clear that the administration is unlawfully trying to fire federal employees as DOJ works to dismantle federal agencies. But the threats don't stop there. They're working to increase pension contributions for federal employees, reduce health care benefits, and cutting federal 401ks. We should be thanking and respecting federal employees for their service, not punishing them. So I support this amendment.
Senator Moreno.
I appreciate the concern. This is outside our jurisdiction. The point of order would not fit within our bill. And I think if you have these points of view, I think those are better argued in that committee.
Senator Merkley, number 4.
Thank you. During this conversation, we've had it pointed out many times that the core bill is about increasing funding for security at the border and defense. But we've also had it pointed out that there are going to be cuts done to pay for that so that this is deficit neutral. We are raising many amendments to say those cuts should not fall on families, not on child care, not on driving up the cost of rents or buying homes, not in making community health clinics more expensive or prescription drugs more expensive, or Medicaid and Medicare or student loans, and let's add in groceries. My amendment provides a deficit neutral reserve fund to protect against legislation, or actually creates a point of order, against legislation that would increase the cost of groceries for consumers. On every one of these issues we're raising for families, we've been told no. Well, when anything comes back from the authorizing committee that does these things, that's not great because it's wrong for families, and it's also exactly the opposite of what President Trump campaigned on, which was lowering costs for families. So this is my last amendment, and I invite my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to say, hey, groceries are a big deal to families. Let's make sure the cost cuts that are done that are going to pay for the increases in security at the border or defense are not done on the backs of families.
Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The cost of groceries is what President Trump campaigned on. It was created in part because of the reckless spending of the Biden administration and Democrats who facilitated that. Cost of groceries are up over 22% under Joe Biden's presidency. But as has been pointed out many times, and as in the case with this point of order, the amendment is not in order. This amendment is against the point of order against the legislation of CBO estimates that would increase the price of groceries. This amendment is also outside of our committee of jurisdiction, as has been pointed out on previous points of order, and would jeopardize our ability to use reconciliation if adopted. So therefore, I encourage the chair to rule this amendment out of order at the appropriate time.
This one from round 4.
The debate's expired. Senator Merkley, would you?
Can anyone on my right side of the aisle here raise your hand if you have one more amendment that you want to present?
We're going to
Ron does want to speak to one amendment.
what I already offered,
Okay.
You can speak to what you already offered.
but I'm happy to wait.
I yield my time to the senator from Oregon.
So we didn't make a whole lot of bipartisan headway today with respect to health care, particularly around Medicaid. And I think that's going to be particularly important because we already saw the House leaders, a number of them saying they're going to need additional revenue. So the question is, where is it going to come from? And I just felt that we didn't make headway on Medicaid, but perhaps we could on something that philosophically ought to be low-hanging fruit, and that is taking on the communist Chinese in order to protect manufacturing jobs, high wages, and opportunities, particularly in hard-hit parts of the country. We can do that with this measure, which ensures that we don't gut the clean energy tax credits, which is generating jobs all across the country, particularly in red states and red communities. And I hope that because this ought to be philosophically low-hanging fruit, because we all want to have our country be competitive against the Chinese, that my colleagues will look favorably on it, and I'd ask for a vote.
Thank you. So we're going to have the last tranche of votes. Number one, to the committee, thank you. Thank you all. To my Democratic colleagues, you're very clear in what you thought, very articulate in what you wanted to happen and why you object to our proposal. So I don't know what more anyone could expect from y'all. On our side, thank you very much for being ready, being prepared, showing up. So what did we do today? We started a process that I think is going to bear some fruit, I hope. If you believe we need to secure our border, help is on the way. If you believe the military is underfunded and they need more lethality, help is on the way. If you believe we need better energy policy, help is on the way. Bottom line here, folks, we're starting a process to give our border security apparatus $175 billion, more detention beds, finish the wall, hire more ICE agents to get the job done. They're running out of money. To my friends in the House, I hope you can do one big, beautiful bill. But after yesterday, when Tom Homan and Russ Vought, did you ever believe you'd hear Russ Vought asking for money? That's like in the Bible is the end times. So Russ Vought is saying we need money, and Tom Homan is begging us for additional resources to finish the plan. There are 300,000 children missing. Let's go find them. We were talked about, does the Defense Department need more money? Yes, they do. We have the lowest spending GDP in decades at 2.9%. We need a bigger Navy. We need a lot of things in our military, and we need it now. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to give the military a boost at a time they need a boost. We're going to give money to those who are trying to secure the border and implement President Trump's immigration agenda, which you ran on. And to my House colleagues, I hope you can do the one big, beautiful bill, but I hope you'll do something else. Invite Tom Homan and Russ Vought to your conference and listen to what they said. In my view, we don't have the time to wait. Time is wasting. Our country is very much at risk in multiple fashions, abroad and at home. And we'll get to tax policy. I want to make them permanent. We'll have a spirited debate about offsets. But I just urge the public to understand that we're starting a process to fix a problem that is very dangerous, and it needs to be fixed yesterday. So to all of my colleagues in the Budget Committee, thank you very much for the way you conducted yourself, and I think now it's time to vote.
Recognize these senators and their amendments. We'll take those.
Okay, we'll start with, yes, you please do. I'm sorry.
Families of America, get worried, because today we put forward provisions to make sure that the process that's underway is not going to raise your costs of health care, your cost of rent, the cost of buying a home, your community health clinic, your Head Start, your groceries, every conceivable way you're being hit. And the answer from across the aisle was, we're not going to protect those things. This process is opening the door to a two-part plan: cut programs for families and give massive tax giveaways to the billionaires. We don't want government buying for billionaires. We all saw the billionaires lined up on Inauguration Day. They're having their boy club, their billionaire club. Great. That's great for them. It's terrible for the families in America. We are going to continue to stand against policies that increase the cost. Now, today, what I appreciated was a lot of issues were raised and talked about. We don't see this very often in the Senate. I would love to see the process of amendments restored on the floor of the Senate so that actually all the ideas that you have, that you care about, can be presented and considered and voted on. But right now, we get few opportunities to express ourselves. This was one of them. And Chairman Graham, thank you for your very kind of gracious accommodation of the many amendments we put forward. We didn't put forward all 181 of them, but a good share.
But you did set a new record.
But we also wanted to thank your team that Nick Myers leads. I know they're scrambling to get the backup and information on every one of these. The Democrats team led by Ben Ward, they were scrambling and working hard. And they work very well together, too, which you wouldn't necessarily know from the conversation we're having at this table today. So appreciate the debate. I hope we can get more debates onto more issues on the floor of the Senate.
I could not agree more, and to the staff, thank you for the hard work. This is tough stuff, and you've acquitted yourself well. Now, if anybody else, we'll move forward to voting. Warner, number 10. Do you want to say anything? Okay. I like this. I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution, therefore rule it out of order. You want to appeal? I want to table the motion to make a motion to table. It's non-debatable. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. Aye. Mr. Crapo. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Marshall. Aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Aye. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. Ricketts.
Aye.
Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Aye. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray. No. Mr. Wyden. No. Mr. Sanders. No. Mr. Whitehouse. No. Mr. Warner. No. Mr. Kane. No. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
No.
Mr. Lujan.
Sorry, I don't have a conversation here.
Oh, he's back. Hey. He's got a mask. I don't know.
I didn't hear him. He said no.
Okay. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye. Did we get Senator Lujan recorded?
Senator Lujan confirming you're a no?
Is a yes
Okay.
or a no? He's a no, okay? He's recorded in person as no, and we're glad he's recovering.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 10.
Senator Merkley, number 11.
Vote aye.
Sure, if you want to. You got 30 seconds.
This is to stop the gouging of Americans on the price of drugs. We often pay 2 to 10 times more than our neighbors across the border in Europe, and yet we, taxpayers in America, pay for the R&D. Let's get a fair shake for Americans on the cost of drugs.
I stand by our reply the first time around. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. No. Mr. Crapo. No. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. No. Mr. Kennedy. No. Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner.
Aye.
Mr. Kane. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan.
Aye.
Mr. Padilla.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Senator Murray, number 14.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have worked very hard to pass legislation, the Veteran Families Health Services Act, to make sure that people who served our nation bravely in uniform can access the services they need to build their families. So I'm asking for a vote on an amendment that would provide the funding for these services so that service members and veterans and their spouses and their partners can build their families. If my colleagues are pro-family and pro-IVF, and as they claim to be, I urge a yes vote on this critical amendment to make sure that our military and veteran families can access the fertility care they need and deserve after they serve us in this country.
Thank you. Very briefly, we had a debate on the floor. I think Senator Britton Cruz had an approach to the IVF issue that we couldn't find common ground on, so I appreciate their efforts in this space. I respect your point of view, and to me, this debate needs to be done outside of reconciliation. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
Nope.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Wyden, number 4.
Mr. Chairman, I just spoke on this a minute ago. This creates the reserve fund for winning against communist China. I hope my colleagues will support it in the name of American competitiveness.
Thank you. We'll stand by what we said. Will you please call the roll?
Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Kane, number 7.
Page 7 creates a point of order against funding agencies that reclassify their employees from civil service to political and reduced schedule policy careers established by the Trump administration without the consent of Congress.
I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution, therefore rule it out of order.
I appeal the ruling.
I make a motion to table, and it's non-debatable. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
Aye.
Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley.
Aye. No. Aye.
I don't know.
Mrs. Murray.
No.
Mr. Wyden.
No.
Mr. Sanders.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse.
No.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 10.
Van Hollen, number 1.
Holland number 1 is the provision that would establish funding support for independent inspector generals in federal agencies to be the watchdog for American taxpayers. I urge its adoption.
Stand by what Senator Grassley said. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
No.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley.
Yes.
Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Padilla, number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, reminder, this would create a deficit-neutral reserve fund relating to protecting religious freedom by prohibiting the conduct of immigration enforcement operations at places of worship, including churches and spaces rented for religious purposes. We were served well by the prior policy of requiring special authorization to conduct operations in houses of worship. When Senator Kennedy spoke, maybe I wasn't clear that Americans are afraid to pray. That's not the case. We're talking about being afraid to attend a place of worship because of the change in policies, just as the policy has been changed for enforcement operations in schools and in hospitals. As a matter of fact, I think maybe more Americans are praying because Donald Trump is back in the White House. I ask for your support of this amendment.
Thank you, and we'll stand by what we said before. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. No. Mr. Crapo. No. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. No. Mr. Kennedy. No. Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Merkley.
Yes.
Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Yes.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
All right, round 5, the last round. Here we go. Merkley, 14.
So this is all about preventing a national surveillance system that destroys the privacy of Americans and the freedom of Americans. I encourage a yes vote.
I think Senator Kennedy might be a good partner with you on some standalone legislation. So I would oppose this approach. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. No. Mr. Crapo. No. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Marshall. No. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. No. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner.
Aye.
Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Senator Murray, number 5.
This amendment requests the Government Accountability Office to review, audit, and report back within 90 days on the so-called Department of Government Efficiency so that all of us can understand its role, its authority, and its impacts. Whether you support some actions of the DOJ or not, you should support transparency, and you should support accountability to Congress and the American public. I urge a yes vote.
Senator Ricketts, stand by what he said. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. No. Mr. Crapo. No. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Marshall. No. Mr. Cornyn. No. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Wyden, number 5.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, this allows colleagues to support those states and communities where the federal government owns much of the land, and the communities have been so hard hit with the disasters and the like, they're having trouble even paying for law enforcement. I'd urge a yes vote.
I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution, therefore rule it out of order.
Please.
Appeal, I'll move to table the appeal. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
No.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Don't kid you on me, vote aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
I'm glad we're getting near the end here.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
Aye.
Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray.
No.
Mr. Wyden.
No.
Mr. Sanders.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse.
No.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 10.
Kane, number 10.
This reconciliation instruction delivers $150 billion to the Department of Defense. Kane 10 is a point of order against any of those funds being used to deploy American troops to Gaza. I ask for your support.
I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution, therefore rule it out of order. I make a motion to table the appeal. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley.
Aye.
Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
Aye.
Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden.
No.
Mr. Sanders.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 10.
We're getting really close. Padilla, number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, this is the amendment that would create a deficit-neutral reserve fund relating to prohibiting the detention and deportation of individuals who are not a threat to public safety, including Dreamers who have not been convicted of a felony. Again, Dreamers who have not been convicted of a felony and who pose no threat to public safety. They deserve to be free of fear and safe from deportation. I ask for your support of this amendment.
Thank you. I'll stand by my analysis before. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Merkley, 6.
Child care is a very important issue. The cost of it is hurting America's families. We should work together to defend them against that cost and recognize that this is also good for businesses because folks who can afford child care can join the workforce, and our small businesses are in need of a lot of help. It's a win-win. Ask for your support.
I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution and therefore rule it
appeal.
out of order. I make a motion to table the appeal. The clerk will call
Ask
the
for
roll.
votes.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Moreno.
Aye.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley.
No.
Mrs. Murray.
No.
Mr. Wyden.
No.
Mr. Sanders.
No.
Mr. Whitehouse.
No.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 10.
Murray, 15.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment simply ensures that whatever plans my Republican colleagues are hoping to accomplish either through this budget or process or through DOGE cannot come at the expense of communities in need of federal disaster assistance. I urge a yes vote.
Stand by what Senator Kennedy said. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Lee. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Ricketts.
No.
Mr. Moreno.
No.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Merkley.
Aye.
Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray.
Aye.
Mr. Wyden.
Aye.
Mr. Sanders.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Aye.
You can't do that.
Mr. Warner. Mr. Kane. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Padilla? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
3 more. White House, number 11.
If you spill a soda in the living room, you clean it up. If you drop a jar of screws in the garage, you pick them up. And if you spill 7.5 million metric tons of methane out through your leaks, you ought to clean it up. This amendment would preserve the incentive to stop the leaking.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. We'll stand by what he said. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley? Mr. Crapo? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Marshall? Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Lee? Mr. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Ricketts?
No.
Mr. Moreno?
Nope.
Mr. Scott?
Nope.
Mr. Merkley? Mrs. Murray? Mr. Wyden?
Aye.
Mr. Sanders?
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse?
Aye.
Mr. Warner? Mr. Kane? Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Lujan? Mr. Padilla? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the nays are 11.
Merkley, number 4. That's next, is what I've got you.
The cost of groceries. Every family experiences it every week in the grocery store. And everyone on all the policy and political debates has said we need to make sure the prices don't go up. This is all about making sure that any programs that are affected, that come back when this budget resolution becomes a reconciliation bill, does not increase the cost of groceries. Let's stand together for that basic concept.
I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution and therefore rule it out of order.
Ruling and ask for
I'll move to table. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley? Mr. Crapo? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Marshall? Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Lee? Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Ricketts?
Aye.
Mr. Moreno?
Aye.
Mr. Scott? Mr. Merkley?
No.
Mrs. Murray? Mr. Wyden?
No.
Mr. Sanders?
No.
Mr. Whitehouse?
No.
Mr. Warner? Mr. Kane? Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Lujan? Mr. Padilla? Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 10.
Last but not least, Senator Van Hollen, number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this is the provision that would create a point of order against legislation that would reduce earned retirement benefits for federal employees or retirees. I urge its adoption.
I've determined the amendment threatens the privilege of the budget resolution, therefore rule it out of order.
And I appeal the ruling.
Make a motion to table the appeal. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grassley? Mr. Crapo? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Marshall? Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Lee? Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Ricketts?
Aye.
Mr. Moreno?
Aye.
Mr. Scott? Mr. Merkley?
No.
Mrs. Murray? Mr. Wyden?
No.
Mr. Sanders?
No.
Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Warner? Mr. Kane? Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Lujan? Mr. Padilla? Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 10.
If there are no further amendments, the question is on ordering that the resolution as amended be reported. A reporting quorum is present. All those call the roll.
Mr. Grassley?
Aye.
Mr. Crapo?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Marshall? Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Lee? Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Ricketts?
Aye.
Mr. Moreno?
Aye.
Mr. Scott? Mr. Merkley?
No.
Mrs. Murray?
Nope.
Mr. Wyden?
Nope.
Mr. Sanders?
No.
Mr. Whitehouse?
No.
Mr. Warner? Mr. Kane? Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Lujan? Mr. Padilla? Mr. Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 11, the nays are 10.
The budget resolution is favorably, reported favorably. I ask that unanimous consent that in preparing the measure for reporting, committee staff be authorized to make any required technical and conforming changes without objection is so ordered. The resolution is reported out of committee. If there is no further business, I remind members wishing to file additional or minority views that hard copies be signed and filed with the committee clerk in 6/24, no later than noon tomorrow.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. It is currently 10:57 a.m. and today's date is the 28th of February 2025. All right. How are you guys doing? All right. You guys want to keep going or you want to shout out to Jason? Shout out to Local. Shout out to everybody. Thank you for tuning in, man. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I will get you guys on what's going on right now. So as you all know, the president is supposed to meet up with Zelensky today. Check this out.
Here that the DOJ is saying everybody's pardoned, not just because of what they did on January 6th, but all of the
Here we
other
go.
infractions, which include some violent crimes, weapons charges, all kinds of other things. What do you make of that?
It's horrifying. No, it should never have happened. I pleaded guilty because I was guilty. I'm not a victim of January the 6th, and the DOJ was not weaponized against me. I was a volunteer. I broke the law. It's that easy. And they do not want to face that.
So you've been in a bit of a back and forth with Enrique Tarrio, who's the head of the Proud Boys. He's been, I think you would describe it as harassing you to a degree on social media. One of his posts, he said, tell your new judge you'll be arrested soon. There's another one where he encouraged someone to sue you for slander, et cetera. Some of this stuff is pretty kind of foul language. What do you make of this harassment, and are you worried for your own safety?
No, yes and no. No, I don't like bullies. I'm not afraid of them. I'm upset that Trump lied that the election was stolen. That's why I was there. And what's happening is I'm destroying their narrative, and they don't like it. Too bad. I'm going to continue to destroy your narrative because you've been lying about everything that happened on January the 6th. I've had a year and a half of pushing back on you and researching. And everything you have shared, Tarrio, saying you didn't get due process. I looked up the court recordings. You got due process. You are lying about everything on that day.
And now he's out there, he's harassing Pam. He's also harassing January 6th police officers who were injured seriously. And then this latest from the DOJ, Congressman. I mean, what do you make of their about turn on this? Why are they trying to pardon these people for everything?
Well, first of all, I mean, let me just say that I have immense respect for Pam. I mean, I serve people on Capitol Hill that pretend it was a beautiful day and that, you know, people were just getting a tour and took a wrong direction and that everything was perfect and there were no guns there, no police officers were harmed. And here we have someone who went there and just is taking their responsibility. I mean, that's what should have happened, period. You know, I think what's going on here is that there was a debate, I think, within the White House whether to do this again with a scalpel or with a hatchet, which is a theme we're now seeing. And they took a hatchet. And when they did that, they realized that they they pardoned some people that shouldn't have been pardoned. Remember, J.D. Vance said if you were violent that day, you're not going to get a pardon. That was a direct quote from the vice president, and then everyone got pardoned. And so they own this. And so now that they own it, I think what they're trying to do is they're owning it all the way down, because now they can't parse it.
Is it because there's no accountability? They figure, why not? Who's going to stop them?
Yes, exactly. If you're for Trump, you get the hookup. That's what it is. I'm sorry to be that blunt about it,
I mean,
but
you're not wrong.
if you just look at the last month and a half of how the
just
administration,
support and loyalty.
Yeah.
May I say something?
Absolutely.
No, see, Trump lied about the election, right? And he's lying
There we
about
go.
everything. So what he has to do, he has to keep his narrative going, that the DOJ is weaponized against him. And if they're coming after me, but they're really coming after you.
Well, Pam,
You know.
having no reflection on you, you have to say the DOJ was weaponized against Donald Trump. And you could say the Manhattan DA's office was, and the New York State Attorney General was. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I practice in this area of law. That case that was brought by Alvin Bragg in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office was the first of its kind in the history of the United States of America. So they were definitely targeting him. I'm not talking about January 6th. I'm talking about Donald Trump himself. And I think he's got PTSD. You know, it turned out all right for him, but he almost went to jail federally. He almost went to jail statewide. They called his 3 adult children to the stand in the finance case. They took his companies and said, you can't run your companies in the state of New York. So in terms of Donald Trump, the whole system was definitely weaponized against him.
Do you think that he should have faced
I don't think
charges
so.
for his role on January 6th?
I disagree.
The president of the United States? No.
Yeah, the now president of the United States,
Him,
yes.
personally, no.
Why?
Because he doesn't meet the threshold for acting in concert or conspiracy. There was no evidence that there was a real conspiracy under the letter of the law. No.
So you don't think that there should be any accountability for Trump's role in spinning up a complete farcical lie about the election to draw people to the Capitol? He encouraged them. He directly encouraged them to come on that day. He said, it's going to be wild. You don't think there should be any consequences whatsoever for that kind of conduct?
No.
Not federal criminal consequences.
So what consequences should they be?
Well, there was. Look, you have Pam, who was a supporter, and now is against him. You have a lot of people who
like
think
Pam paid the price for
And I'll
Trump's
say-
lie.
But she said she deserved to pay the price.
And Donald Trump was held responsible because Donald Trump was impeached. Now, if there was a criminal case to be made, the Biden administration obviously could have filed charges against Donald Trump. It was being investigated,
Congressman
but it's
Moskowitz,
important.
don't you remember when Mitch McConnell stood on the Senate floor and said, I'm not going to vote in favor of impeachment because there is a criminal process that should follow?
Yeah.
So, he said that.
Yeah, I know. Look, we could play that game all day long, right? Hypocrisy in Washington. It just doesn't matter anymore. I assume you would agree that not all of those people should have been pardoned.
Yes.
I mean, that was a mistake. And look, I've been very clear on this. I think some of the pardons that President Biden did also shouldn't have happened.
But he campaigned on it, right? He said he was going to pardon everyone.
Oh,
and
listen.
He followed through.
Hold on. You are right about that. Everything he said, other than having dinner with Hannibal Lecter, has happened. Okay, he has absolutely.
Did he say he was going to have dinner with Hannibal
Well, he
Lecter?
talked a lot about having dinner, okay, with Hannibal Lecter. But you're right. All of that stuff was on the ballot. People may not have believed him. Doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right.
He also did not actually say that he was going to pardon violent offenders and then pardon them for all the other allegations or crimes that they may have committed that are completely unrelated to January 6th. I mean, what is that about?
Well, I haven't. That part I have not studied. So I hesitate to comment on it. But President Biden, on his way out the door, pardoned people for crimes that weren't committed for like a decade at a time.
His son. Plenty of people think that
he sounds like an enabler.
Besides just his
He's
son.
doing all the propaganda again that keeps going around in this.
But that's not propaganda. Those are actually fact. Joe Biden did pardon his son for crimes that he had.
Listen,
his whole family.
Hold on.
His whole family.
I didn't like the pardons. I didn't like the preemptive pardons. But as it turns out, President Biden was right. I mean, they didn't hire Dan Bongino because he's a pacifist, right? So the game is up. They're not de-weaponizing DOJ. They're going to take the playbook that they felt was run on them, and man, they are going to juice it up to ways we've never seen. And that's why Dan Bongino was hired. So as it turned out, while I didn't like the pardons, now President Biden was right to do it because otherwise those people would have been targets.
Oh my goodness. So fun when you hear the
season.
left
That's why Dan Bongino was
panicking.
hired. So as it turned out, while I didn't like the pardons, now President Biden was right to do it because otherwise those people would have been targets.
Okay. So you would have been targeted for a crime that you actually maybe probably committed. Man. Thanks, folks.
Tonight, the U.S. military is preparing to remove transgender service members from the ranks,
There we go.
disqualifying them from serving if they don't meet specific requirements under a new Pentagon policy. This memo with this policy was made public as part of a lawsuit that is challenging President Trump's executive order that he signed banning transgender troops from serving. It's a move that could have major impacts across the armed forces. And independent researchers have estimated there are about 14,000 trans service members, many of them who serve in critical roles. That includes my next source tonight, Lieutenant Commander Garrett Morgan, who has served in the Navy for 14 years, starting out as a Navy diver and now a medical service corps research physiologist. And it's great to have you here, especially just given all of your expertise in this.
There we go.
What is your takeaway and just thought initially on this new memo and this new policy?
So, I mean, it was, it was jarring to kind of see in black and white. There were no surprises. We knew something like this was coming for a long time. But really, I'm just concerned. I'm concerned for my sailors. I'm concerned for their families. I'm concerned for what the impacts for this might be on the Navy and other services.
And if someone is, sitting at home and thinking, what does this do to impact military readiness, and something that this administration has emphasized is so important to them, from morale to recruitment numbers, what kind of impact do you think this will have?
I mean, just using myself as an example, I have 14 years of active duty service. As you mentioned, I started out as an enlisted Navy diver before getting my commission as an officer. I've done a variety of billets as an officer, accumulated a lot of experience. I've been deployed for years of my life. This is something that I chose to do as my career. This is a lifetime of experience that I've gained in doing this job. And it would be a big loss to the Navy.
And just to dig into this policy, essentially what it says is that if a member can demonstrate, quote, 36 consecutive months of stability in their sex, or if they can prove they have never attempted to transition to any sex other than their sex, those are the exceptions, essentially. I mean, obviously, as someone who has served, and you served for more than a decade before you came out in 2022, I believe, can you just walk me through what that's like, and what reading that and how that's going to change people's lives?
Yeah, I mean, so I won't speak.
Wait. Did she just say that she was in the Army for 10 years before she came out? Is that what she said? So she was a man for 10 years, and then she became a woman. I mean, Jesus, what's going on here?
Sex other than their sex, those are the exceptions, essentially. I mean, obviously, as someone who has served, and you served for more than a decade before you came out in 2022, I believe, can you just walk me through what that's like, and what reading that and how that's going to change people's lives?
Yeah, I mean, so I won't speak too directly about the policy, as I'm not a policy person. That's way above my pay grade. Just from my own experience, when I came out in 2022, it was a very straightforward process. I just communicated my feelings and my medical needs to my healthcare providers, and we got a transition plan started. Brought that to my command, and they signed off on everything, and were kind of working with me in lockstep through that process. And it really had a negligible impact on my work, my ability to perform my duties. There's always going to be some downtime around surgeries and things, but it's no different than any other surgery, a knee surgery or a shoulder surgery. We've been doing this for 10 years, right? And we've got kind of a system in place now to support people that want to transition. And there have been, no incidences really with the service members that have been serving openly for that time period. So.
When you were walking through your deployments.
Hey, what? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, okay.
And everything you've done, what is it that made you want to serve?
Gosh, I mean, I've always been interested in the military. I come from a military family. My grandfather was a retired Air Force lieutenant colonel, so I grew up on his stories. Sometime in my teenage years, I got kind of fascinated with military diving. So I joined the Navy to be a Navy diver. It was one of the singular accomplishments of my life, was making it through Navy dive school in 1999.
Which is
a long time
incredibly
ago.
difficult thing to do.
It is, yeah. It was very challenging and something that I'll kind of carry with me for the rest of my life.
When you first joined the military, did you know right away? Did it feel like the right thing, or what was that experience like?
Yeah, I mean, when you're 18 years old, it's kind of hard to know what you're feeling in real time. You kind of just go from one thing to the next, right? But I think that you gradually start to come into your own with that. And by the time I got out to the fleet and got to work as a Navy diver, I felt very much at home. I loved my job. It was the best job in the Navy. It was very sad to leave when I decided to walk away from my enlisted service to pursue a college education.
It's striking to see, the impact it's had on your life.
So basically, he was living life as a man. And he realized, oh, shoot, I can't keep up. Oh, okay, I'm going to go to the other side. That's what happened right here. You're going to keep up with the man, so he went to be on the women's side. Okay.
And to think that the others who may not get to experience that. Lieutenant Commander, thank you for joining to share that experience. It's vital for everyone to.
Only in America, ladies and gentlemen, you can be anything you want. Okay? Never forget, you can be anything you want in the United States. This is wild. What? So, she just said, oh, I don't know. Okay. He or she, or they, or them. They just said, okay, that they've been doing this for 10 years. So you mean the Army or the Department of Defense? I don't know which one it is. So you mean they have like a initiative for men who want to transition into women in the military? Is that what that means? Is that what she's trying to say? I don't know. What do you guys think? Because this is wild.
Breaking news, Zelensky and Trump face to face. The president of Ukraine tonight on his way to Washington for a high-stakes meeting with President Trump, the first time that the two will meet since Trump's re-election.
We're working very hard to get that war brought to an end. I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think it's moving along pretty rapidly.
For Trump, the deal includes a deal regarding Ukraine's prized rare earth minerals. One of Trump's top economic advisors saying that deal could net $20 billion, which $20 billion is $20 billion. Whatever you think of the merits of the deal, still compared to the U.S. budget, it's nothing. We're talking about less than 1/3 of 1% of a nearly $7 trillion budget. But this is what Trump wanted. And as the former foreign minister of Ukraine told us the other day, there was zero chance Ukraine wasn't going to do that deal because it had no choice. And Trump says that when it comes down to it on this deal, he trusts Vladimir Putin to keep his word on ending the war in Ukraine.
Mr. President, what would you be willing to do if Vladimir Putin did not stick to the terms of any deal on Ukraine.
If he not what?
He did not stick to the terms of any deal on Ukraine.
I've known him for a long time now, and I think he will. I don't believe he's going to violate his word.
This is a hugely significant thing to say, of course. And the question looming over this is why? Why would Trump trust Putin to not violate his word? And why is this such a crucial question? Because here are the facts on Putin and agreements. In 1996, Russia had a peace agreement with Chechnya. 3 years later, Putin, Prime Minister of Russia, ordered Russian troops to invade in violation of that deal. Or take Georgia. There was a ceasefire between Georgia and Russia throughout the 1990s. Putin is the one who broke that ceasefire, sending his troops in to invade Georgia in 2008. And now Trump trusts Putin to keep his word, to just take, I guess, some parts of eastern Ukraine, which are burnt to the ground and littered with mines, and just walk away and never touch Ukraine again. He trusts him? When Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014, seized Crimea, agreed to the Minsk agreements, and then went ahead and continued to fight Ukraine in the Donbass for years. And then that full-scale invasion in 2022, when Putin said this.
The Soviet government created Soviet Ukraine. This is well known to everyone. Until then, there was never any Ukraine in the history of humanity.
Never any Ukraine in the history of humanity. I mean, that says it all. But then there's this. Before the start of the 2022 full-scale invasion, Putin published an article claiming Russia was robbed of its historical lands. He went on to write that the Russians and Ukrainians are, quote, one people. So if anybody trusts Putin on his word, maybe they should listen to those words, which he has said and written again and again, even handing out a document laying out how Ukraine is part of Russia to every soldier in Russia in the summer before his invasion of Ukraine. But Trump today says he trusts Putin to keep his word this time because some American workers might be at rare earth mineral sites in Ukraine. Why?
I also have a very good relationship, as you know, with President Putin. I knew Putin very well. I got along with him actually great.
Putin is a nicer person than I am. So now I like Putin. Now, Putin called me a genius, by the way.
So he's putting all of that at more value than Putin's track record on breaking deals and what he has said, his word, about Ukraine being part of Russia. Trump has also pushed Putin's propaganda, like claiming Zelensky is a dictator.
A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left.
A dictator. He said it. He was very clear. Yet today, one very interesting thing happened on this dictator front. Just listen to Trump's response when he was asked about those comments when he called Zelensky a dictator.
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. Next question.
That was a trademark Trump moment, right? It's hard to know if he's pretending not to remember, pretty much impossible. It's gotten so much coverage, whether he's trying to be facetious about it. Whatever it is, a few hours later, after that, that I just played you, this moment caught our attention.
I think we're going to have a very good meeting tomorrow morning. We're going to get along really well, okay? We have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for him.
A lot of respect for him. Trump clearly softening his stance when it comes to Zelensky.
Because he's trying to stop a war, okay? He's trying to end the war, actually.
The big question on that, of course, is why. Jeff Zeleny is out front live outside the White House. And, you know, Jeff, that was a very clear shift in tone from the president talking about Zelensky, right, who he has spoken of in incredibly derogatory and demeaning terms in recent days. What we just heard there was a shift from that. What's behind that seeming shift?
Aaron, it's this simple. It's a president who wants to make a deal. And President Trump is on the eve of making a deal here with Ukraine to share some of those minerals. The details of this deal are still coming together, I'm told. The fine print is still being worked out, but there is no question. President Zelensky is en route. He will be here within hours.
He is already here.
Point here to all of this is throughout the day, throughout the week, really, longtime allies of the U.S. From France President Emmanuel Macron on Monday to British Prime Minister Keir Starmer here today, trying to awaken the American president to a look at the history here, to sort of focus on the alliances and to sort of pull him a little bit away from Vladimir Putin. It was clear today in very stark terms, sitting in the Oval Office and then later in the East Room, President Trump says that he believes Vladimir Putin. He trusts him. So that's where this begins. But as far as Zelensky, he wants to make a deal tomorrow. He wants to have, really preside over what would be one of the biggest shifts in American foreign policy in modern history, if not more. Signing this deal with Ukraine, the invaded country, not the aggressor, but the words of Keir Starmer there, talking about winning the peace, essentially begging the U.S. president for some type of security guarantee. The only guarantee really that we know of is that rare earths mineral deal. The president said, we'll be digging. He said the American interest there could help protect Ukraine. But Aaron, the history you laid out is clear. That is the backdrop for this meeting tomorrow. It certainly will be a historic one.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. All right. I am going to stop streaming right now. And I will be back in about 1 hour. Okay. Thank you so much for tuning in. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. We've been streaming for probably 7 hours now. But I will be back here in about 1 hour. So turn on your notification bell. We're going to be back. God bless you. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on God. Never give up on your dreams, okay? Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself, okay? And keep going. Never stop. God is the greatest. Thank you to the veterans. Thank you to the active military members. You guys are awesome. God bless you. Love you guys.